I hope everyone had a fantastic Easter.
I hope you did as well.
Hey, Shines,
How
how
are
you
you?
going? I'm all right.
Good. I like to hear that.
Mm.
Um, I would also like to know, Bob, if you are still in here. I mean, you can give a quick yay or nay if that link is actually true about you. That's all it takes is you can say, no, that's not me. But I'm not hearing that, so that's kind of freaking me out. Nothing.
What are we? Have I missed something?
Yeah, so it was posted in here. I don't really want to say what was posted. I'm going to send you a DM.
lunar buggy was a lunar buggy part of Apollo? Was it 11 where they used it?
Are you trying to bring out the Glober in me? Because I can do that, but this could
Yeah.
last for hours. Is that what you want?
Well, we've been there and done that, haven't we?
It might happen again. Who knows?
Exactly. Like, how did it get on the moon? Like, was it part? Did it go? Did it come? Did it get to the moon on Apollo 11? Is that, or was it the
Yes.
other ones?
Yes.
Okay then.
No, it was 11.
So okay then. So on that little lunar module,
Mm-hmm.
on the little, that the one that's made out of paper mache. You know, the one I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I know which one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where is the June buggy's hatch where it came out of?
So just because you can't see it in the pictures doesn't mean it's not there. It's there somewhere.
I was just going to say that
Somewhere where
there's
somewhere?
there's a compartment just on the other side of the picture that you're looking at, just around the corner of that lunar
There you
thing.
go.
Compartment.
There you go.
Do we have a picture of that compartment and the compartment store?
Perhaps not, but just because we don't have a picture of that doesn't mean it's not there, is it now, Banty?
Okay then.
They're very busy.
Now,
They're very busy up there. They've got a lot of driving around to do and bouncing around.
Exactly, they're busy because you've got to play golf, you've got to, have martinis, you've got to do all this kind of stuff while you're on the moon. You can't be taking too many pictures. I get that, right? Because God knows what would
Especially of
happen
the Earth. Hey,
if
you can't take
if
too
we
many
took
pictures of the Earth while you're on the moon. That'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
never. All right,
Right. So do I need to bring out the blueprints of the lunar module? Is that what you want?
come on. Okay, let's have a look at these blueprints. Let's go over these blueprints, all right,
I
and
said,
see if they
well,
match.
all right. Lunar module blueprints.
Mr. Glober.
What kind of Spriggle sprockets does it have? Like, what kind of Spriggle sprockets does the lunar module use?
That's a good question. That's
That
a
is a
question
good
for the
point.
engineers.
Yeah. And what's their torque rating?
Oh, that's right. Hang on. We destroyed that technology. So that means we probably destroyed the blueprints, or did we not? Let's see.
Oh, they want you to think that the information itself is also destroyed, don't they? Oh, we lost that technology. Yes, so how the fuck did you build it in the first place? Surely the information's still there somewhere.
It's not destroyed.
Okay. Do we have the blueprints?
We
Where we have June buggy door.
So I don't know if that's going to be the exact labeling, but
Well, that's how I would have labelled it.
well, yeah. But you're not an engineer now, are you? A lunar module engineer.
It definitely had 4 wheels too. I remember it had 4 wheels on it, so make sure the blueprints have got that.
4 wheels, okay. Did they take spare wheels? Is the question too. Like,
Well, we didn't anticipate there'd be anything to shred the tires, like any nails. No one's been there before.
oh really? So
not like a work site,
lunar
Bandy.
rocks.
Well,
No.
you think a rock would puncture a tire?
Well, obviously, moon rocks are all nice and round and blunt, and do not have dune buggy tire penetrating capabilities.
Well, they don't, and that's also partly because of the lack of gravity. So you're not going to hit a lunar rock with the same force that you would down here on Earth, down here on the globe.
Look, I get that a lunar rock will only penetrate a tire 1/6 of the amount as it would here on Earth. I get that.
Yeah, perhaps. I'd contend that it wouldn't penetrate at all. There wouldn't be sufficient force for any penetration.
Damn.
Oh, these blueprints are such small pictures.
How convenient!
Well, it's yeah. Well, I'm trying to see if I can find blown up version of them. The one that I'm looking at right now on Pinterest is it's been.
I'm pretty sure they use the same lunar module. This is what I heard anyway. That they've used the same lunar module for all of the moon missions that they did. I'm pretty sure, like, or at least 3 of them or something. The same module. They just repatched it up after the first one and used it again. I don't know how
What's
true
wrong
that
with
is.
that? What's wrong with that?
Well,
Why wouldn't you be able to do that?
and it makes sense, seeing as paper mache is so cheap.
No, it's actually quite the opposite. Because it's so expensive, you'd want to be able to reuse that technology.
Okay, yep.
Yeah. Oh, damn, these pictures are just too small.
Oh, convenient. Why don't you go to NASA? Go to NASA and get the blueprints.
Yeah, that would take some time. I'm just searching for what's available on the interweb.
All right. Here we're going to go.
Everything just seems very small. It's not to say that it's not there, but the label. What I'm trying to look at is the actual labeling, and the font is just so compressed that it's hard to make anything out. So this is the.
Let's see. We'll go to images. Since I've got to
Descent
do your work for
engine
you.
mount. Well, if you can find it, yeah, it's good. Thank you for helping.
Now, yeah, well, I do try at times. Lunar module. We have.
The one that I've found that actually has the technical drawing, they're all like very small, which is unfortunate.
Okay.
Hang on,
We have.
I may have found a good one here.
Okay. We have the fuel tank. We have. We have everything but there's no room in the bloody thing for a buggy. What the hell?
There's plenty of
Use
room.
your imagination, man. Just use your imagination.
Okay, oh, that's right.
The buggy was also, it wasn't in all in one piece. They had to sort of put it together like IKEA furniture.
Of course they did. Of course they did. And all they had was, well, they could only afford to take one Allen key, obviously, because the weight and everything. So.
All right, I've got
Because
anything.
for every gram extra, what is it? An extra $200 million. Get it up there.
And that's cheap.
Mm.
I've got a list here.
You'll be struggling. You'll be struggling.
Commander's main flight panel. Let's see, main flight panel. Okay, so console, engines. Okay, this is.
Yeah.
We definitely have some stowage compartments labeled here. Whereby quite clearly you can see that you'd be able to fit a lunar module for sure.
Quite clearly. You see how big that thing is? Come on. I'm looking at the blueprints right now.
It's actually big enough. That's all that really matters.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Where was it supposed to be attached to?
AFT equipment bay. What's AFT? What does that mean? Sorry, what was that?
I was just asking where it was supposed to be attached, the actual module itself, or in parts even. Where were the parts supposed to be sort of kept?
The module or the buggy?
The buggy.
Exactly. Where was it supposed to be?
Because those 3 astronauts inside that module, you see them, one of them getting out with his spacesuit on. Like, how much room would they have taken up inside that little module with them in their spacesuits alone?
That's a good question.
They are. They are very good questions, which you seem to be coming up short with the answers.
At the moment, I'm not an expert in the lunar module. I'm not an engineer, as I could say the same for you guys. You guys aren't. You're full of questions, but then again, I mean, just because I don't have the answers on hand at the moment doesn't mean there aren't answers, right? We could all concede to that, right?
Are our answers, do our answers so much just sort of get told to you by us, and you have to like take them at face value because we said so, or are our answers actually able to be verified by yourself? Are you
Your
able to do that?
answers? You
Yeah,
have
yeah.
no answers.
If we have an answer for a question that you ask about our side of things, like when it comes to, let's say, flat Earth,
Oh,
why do
here
we
we go. I've
Flat
found one.
Earth.
flat
Flat
I
Earth.
have.
stationary?
I've found one. I've found one. Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on.
see? If you only do a little bit of research, Bandy, you'll see. You
Well,
don't even have to ask me.
What did you come up with? Absolutely
Well, look,
nothing.
I'm searching as much as you are, but the fact that you beat me to
Remember-
it, that's a commendation that I have to give you, sir. Well done.
Here we go.
All you
Here
found
we
is
go.
all you found is information saying something is true, but you haven't actually ever verified that it's true yet. Remember, like
Here we
just because
go.
you found something saying, "Yep, it's like this and it's like that," you can't just think that must be how it is. So I will repeat that information to everyone else as though it's true, as though it is true. All you're doing is finding the information to say it is true, but it's not actually any information to really validate its truth, is it?
Well, the
There
thing is,
you
this isn't really my claim, is it? Let's see,
There-
Bandy.
There you go, Globus. There you go, Globus. In
Oh,
the chat.
there you go. There's the hatch right there, quite clearly labeled Rover. Thanks, Vandy. Beautiful, beautiful work. Beautiful work. It's actually a blueprint, seeing as though it's blue.
Exactly.
Perfect. Well, so all right. Next question then. That's sorted.
Let's move on. Can you get an angle from a curved surface?
Of course you can. Ask Euclid. Euclid himself mentions that you absolutely can, because all you do is you measure a vertex, and I can show how you can have a vertex between curved lines. Vertex, you just all right. This here, let me show you quite simply. Save image as vertex. So if we
Okay.
agree that all we measure is a vertex, then this particular image will show you a vertex between parabolas. So you see a parabola is essentially...
Hold on. I've got to
No,
enlarge
you're right.
this. Okay, then. So now what do we have here? We have vertexes and we
Mhm.
have parabolas. Okay.
All right. So what we do when we measure any angle is we measure the vertex, essentially, the separation between those two lines. It doesn't necessitate straight lines. As you can see, a vertex can also be curved lines, as per the example posted in the chat, when you have a vertex between two parabolic lines.
Okay, so the vertex is between the red and the blue?
Well, the vertex is where those two lines meet.
Well, they
So it's
haven't
a
met.
point. The
They
vertex is a
absolutely
point.
have met.
Where? The blue and red lines haven't met.
They meet at the vertex, where it's quite clearly labeled vertex.
They have not met. They are separated quite clearly.
Separated?
Yes.
Where you have that black dot there. That's where they're meeting.
They haven't met. Those two black dots do not touch. They are not meeting.
No, not the two black dots. No, not the two black dots meeting. So the blue line meets the other blue line at the dot.
Yeah,
Oh, the
that's
same blue line meets the same blue line. So the one blue line in itself is two blue lines meeting at one point.
Meeting at the vertex, yes.
Even though it's only one blue line.
Well, you could think of it that way, but you could say the same with a with two straight lines. You could say that's just one line because they meet, therefore there's no separation. See, that's a nonsensical argument, Bandy.
Well, not really. They are two straight lines that intersect, aren't they? Clearly,
Well,
they are two
I wouldn't
straight
say
lines.
that.
This is one continual curved line by the looks of things. There doesn't seem to be anything that distinguishes them to be two curved lines.
Well, define continual then.
It looks like it's just like one curved line.
It may look that way, but they definitely meet at one point there on that XY axis that you see there.
Mhm.
They meet in this particular picture. The blue line meets at at the 3 marker on that
Okay.
axis there.
So, what other information do I have to add to that blue line to be able to determine my angle? Because that blue curved line on its own,
hmm
right, with nothing else, with absolutely nothing else, what other information do I need to determine an angle?
You don't need any other
Straight
information.
line.
I don't. So the
No.
Don't need a
curved
straight
line
line.
just on its own, right, with no other information at all added to it, I can determine what the angle is.
All you need is an angle measuring device such as a sextant, which only works on a globe.
He's saying you would not need a straight line as a baseline at all to do that, to
Mm-mm.
measure an angle. Really?
No.
Okay.
Interesting.
And Euclid actually mentions this in his work.
Oh, who the hell is Euclid for Euclid? What the hell would he know?
Euclid is someone that you should be very well acquainted with if you are going to mention geometry, because in reality we use Euclidean geometry.
Uh-huh.
What kind of geometry is that? Is that right angle geometry, like straight line geometry, or is that curved line geometry?
That's part of it. Or curved lines are also part of that geometry.
Yeah, circles.
So, so you say that with a sextant,
Yes, sir.
right, on this blue line, with a sextant, I can work out my angle.
The thing is, with a sextant, of course you can. Yes, I'm going to say yes. With a sextant, I can work out the angle between, say, for example, my microphone being at one point and my second monitor.
Yes, but we're talking about this blue line here, or the red line. We can use the red line. I don't care.
Absolutely. What you would do is that you would cite, say at the end of that parabolic line there, not where it meets at the vertex, at one of the extremes.
One of the extremes,
Yeah,
yes.
you cite that. You cite that through the telescopic sight. You then move the index arm. You bring it down, and you bring it down to the end of the other parabolic line there.
Okay,
And
so
that's your angle.
I just point my sextant willy-nilly, right?
Not willy-nilly, no.
Okay, so what do I have to do with my sextant?
So
But
again,
while I'm pointing it at the line, at the end of that line.
so you sight it through the telescopic sight. You sight the end of that line. Imagine at the end of that line, there's a star, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
imagine that, right?
Uh-huh.
So now what you do is you sight it through the telescopic sight. You then move the index arm down, and at the same time, there's a particular motion that you make with the sextant. You also move the whole body of the sextant. You rotate it down as well, and then you bring it down to where it meets the other line, the end of the other line. Imagine the end of the other line is the horizon. So now you have an observed angle from the supposed star at the end of one line to the supposed horizon at the end of the other. That is your separation angle or your elevation angle.
Okay, so I can point this sextant willy-nilly, or do I have to actually hold it a particular way while I'm pointing it at the end of that line?
Well, it's not that you're pointing it willy-nilly.
Or are these actual measurements or apparent measurements?
Well, what do you mean by why do you?
Let's go with actual. Let's go with actual.
But before we go with actual, what do you mean by apparent measurements?
I just meant when you say that you're citing something with the sight type thing, how precise are you with that sight and getting to what's the exact millimeter range or whatnot to what you're citing with the sight? Right?
Yeah, we don't exactly use millimeters. We use arc minutes, but it's quite accurate. There are corrections that you make that are actually mentioned
What
within
what
the.
distance would be the most accurate? Would you say at what distance is like the most accurate you can do, and then when it gets beyond that distance, it gets less and less accurate.
So what are we citing?
Anything like what distance are you able to sight with your sextant in order to get
Well,
a very accurate like angle precise?
that distance just depends on your optics, on your diffraction limit. There isn't really a distance where it becomes less accurate and more accurate. There isn't a limit to that distance. It's just as far as you can see. It's not going to make it less accurate or more accurate.
But if you're sighting things like further in the distance and perceiving things further in the distance, things actually start changing the way they appear to your eyes and such start changing. How do you account for that change? Or is there just some way that you're able to like not even need to worry about the perspective changes that happen over longer distances in regards to this?
A perspective change? Why?
Yeah, like
So
for
when I'm starting,
example, if you had
yeah,
two of these things, right? One's got one, another one's got another. You're both sighting each other's crosshairs through your instruments or whatnot, and you move back from one another, or you move away from old matey, and you notice that his point that you were sighting originally is actually dropping from your crosshairs. Like, how would you determine that that's happening because the Earth's curving away from you, or it's happening because it's perspectively happening? That's
Because
what.
mathematically, what happens is it doesn't change from your crosshairs. Perspective doesn't say things drop from the center. They go up from the bottom, and they go down from the top, and they come in from the left and the right, but they do not change from the center.
that's exactly what I was going to say.
The whole idea about a
Exactly.
theodolite is that you line up something in the crosshairs, and that's in the center. So it's not going to go up or down if you move away. It's just going to get smaller. That's what perspective means.
Exactly. So my colleague Zanik here has mentioned exactly what I was going to mention. Thank you for that, Zanik.
Yep.
Is that
Brother
Zanik?
Zanik.
So,
Yeah, thank you, brother Zanik. That was really cool.
so Globus. So
Yes.
now let's get back to using this sextant on your little parabolic.
No, someone already said it dropped.
here.
I was disagreeing with that. Actually, I said that it does not drop if it's at the center. If you have two sextants or two theodolites lined up and you're both sighted at the center, and one moves back, and then you become out of position with that center, that means that the Earth's surface is not flat. It
Exactly.
can't be.
It's curving. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
It curves up or down. Yeah, it's either convex or concave, depending which way it's moving.
I would definitely say it's convex, personally.
Is that because if it was flat, we'd be able to like see infinitely or something, and that's how we know it's not.
You'll be able to see infinitely as long as you have the aperture size to be able to accommodate that due to the diffractive
limit. Yep.
The diffractive limit that dictates how far you can see.
Thank you. Well
Humans,
said.
anyway.
Well said.
There's a diffractive limit, and our diffractive limit with our eyes is about 0.02 degrees.
That's right.
So now, Globus, when I'm holding my little handy dandy pocket sextant and I pull it out and I'm pointing it at the end of this parabola line, which at the end of this line is gonna be a star. Okay. Does it matter how I hold my little handy dandy pocket sextant? Can I just hold it in any particular position and point the thing at the end of that line?
Well, it does matter. You're not gonna orientate it like horizontally.
No.
Right?
Okay. Why not? Why do I have to?
Well,
so what particular way would I have to hold it to point it at the end of that parabola?
Well, actually, no. Sorry.
Work it out.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, it depends. It depends. In the example I gave you, where the end of that parabola, at the end of one of the parabolas, there's parabolic lines. There's a star, and say the other end is the horizon. Of course, you'd have to orient it like vertically. But say in the other example that I gave you, where you're trying to gather the angle between, say, my microphone and and my monitor. So my microphone's to my left, and my second monitor's to my right. In that case, you would orientate it like horizontally to gather that angle. Yeah. So, but yeah, like I said, it obviously depends on what you're trying to sight, what you're trying to gather an angle.
Okay, so I either have to hold it horizontally or vertically.
Well, you could also realistically speaking, you could hold diagonally as well. It just depends what you're trying to find what you're trying to find an angle. You're trying to find an angle between, say, the top of my wall here to the bottom of my floor, and I want to find out that angle. Then it's pretty intuitive.
So would I have to know exactly what angle I'm holding that sextant at, whether it's like 180 degrees, 90 degrees, at a 45 degree?
No.
So I don't have to know any of those things whatsoever.
No, that's inconsequential.
Really?
Yeah. Why would you think it is, though?
Well, I'm asking the question. I'm trying to be
enough.
educated. I'm trying to be educated by the god of sextants here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, the angle of the sextant, the orientation of the sextant, that's absolutely inconsequential to.
It's inconsequential.
Yep, it's inconsequential to you trying to find out the angle between two bodies.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. So, but the sextant itself works from a straight baseline, does it? To work out
Not
those
exactly.
angles?
No,
it doesn't.
It doesn't necessitate as shown by my parabola example.
So the sextant itself, all right. So I'm standing on the little black dot there, all right. Is the sextant itself creating a tangent to that black dot?
That's no, not necessarily. You don't need that.
It's not.
Why would the sextant be?
I'm asking these questions, Globus.
Yeah, well, I'm answering them. I'm telling you that no, it's completely unnecessary. You're just getting an angle between. You're just getting an angle between the end of that line and the other end of the line, and once you gather that angle, that is your elevation angle. Like in my example, the end of that line.
So using a sextant, you don't have to worry about plumb. You don't have to worry about horizontal. You don't have to worry about any tangents or anything whatsoever to be able to work out angles.
Not necessarily, no.
You don't need to know any of those things.
No.
Oh, demonstrate, please.
How would you like that demonstrated?
I don't know. Can you?
I'd
like to see.
Look,
demonstrate. I'd like to be able to see it demonstrated that you can use a sextant with not knowing what horizontal or plumb is, or the relationship of horizontal or plumb to the sextant at the particular time and point in space where that sextant is being used.
Look, if you're sighting the horizon, you've already got horizontal right there.
So you need.
It's not that you need it. It's there by default. It's there by default.
So if
it's like we can use a bubble sextant. It's there by default. But
so now I've got to point it at the horizon or near enough to where the horizon is, right? So if I want to get the angle to a Polaris, for argument's sake, okay, and I'm out in the middle of the ocean, okay, but I get my sextant, and instead of pointing it at the horizon, I point it at the moon. Would that work?
Well, what, are you trying to find out the GP of the moon?
No. But you kind of got to sight the horizon, right? And then you sight your star, and then you work out your angle. Yes.
No, you sight the star first. then you bring it down to the horizon, and it'll give you
whichever
the elevation.
whichever the order is, right? So if I sight the star, okay, but then bring it down to the moon, am I going to be able to work out the angle?
Well, you're gonna get the angle between the star and the moon.
The star and the moon. So I do need a baseline, so to speak, right?
Definitely need a baseline. Yes, you have to have a baseline.
Okay, then. So we need these lines, these straight lines, right?
They don't need to be straight.
To be able to work out, right? We need a straight reference point, right? That we are pointing at.
No, a reference point is not straight.
I already
line
told
is
you.
straight.
A
line is straight. Point is not. I know, but just saying a straight reference point.
Well,
no, a reference line. You need a reference line. It doesn't have to be a horizontal. It just has to be a line.
Well,
Exactly.
Whatever that line is. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's a point. It's a point that you're pointing to
No,
between you and
that's
the
a line. Yes, that line is a line.
Exactly right. Between you and that point is a
Is
straight
a line.
line.
Correct.
Exactly. It's straight. It doesn't curve. It
Right.
may curve, but it doesn't curve because it's a straight line. So you need
Right.
that. So you need that point in 3D space, which is a straight line that you can reference to the star or whatever object it is to be able to work out that angle.
Right. Two reference points, either one off of the vertical or the baseline that you mentioned, or including the star or the object. So a building or a star or the moon or whatever. Yeah, you got it.
Yep. Cool. So we need these straight lines to be able to work out the angle.
Two straight lines will get you the angle, yes.
Oh my goodness, it's only taken 7.5 years to get to this point.
We went over this we went over this in detail yesterday.
Well, I wasn't here.
Yeah, you were. I was telling you that we just used the vertical.
I wasn't here. It was Easter. It was Easter. I wasn't here yesterday.
Well, it's still Easter here, so.
Oh, okay then. There you go.
So yeah, we talked about the vertical. There's some argument about that. No, with the horizon, the dip angle, and what do you measure first? Yeah. Now all we need is the vertical and the deviation from vertical. There's your angle. It's all you need.
That's cool. Zanning, like I said, I wasn't here for that conversation.
Yeah, but the issue is that Bandy thinks that horizontal line is the surface of the Earth, and it's not.
Yeah, they're two different things.
No. Do not, Globus. I can't believe how nefarious you are being at the moment.
You've said that before.
Basically, what you said, Bandy.
No, I've never said that before. I just said
you said you need a straight baseline and a baseline to the GP. The baseline and the GP.
Yeah, you need your straight baseline, and that baseline is the line between you and the point that you are sighting.
That's presumptuous, and it's kind of affirmatively consequent. We know at any curved point or straight point, wherever the point, doesn't really matter what the surface is, we establish a artificial horizontal. And the artificial horizontal is, hold on, let me just finish the one sentence. We establish an artificial horizontal at the GP, and we establish one at where the observer is. And whether those two horizontals are parallel or the same line can be easily proven. And that proof lies in the math and those angles and other measurements along the way. So you need two other measurements along the way between them, two other points, to determine whether we have a straight line or a curve.
Zanik, that point between me, right, and the point on the horizon that I sight.
How about me and you? You and me. How about you and me? How about you and me? Let's do it. You and I both. If you and I both looked at the North Star, what would your angle be?
Zanik.
Well, I'm making it easy. You're assuming a lot of things.
No, you're not. No, I'm just saying, right?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just asking, right, that I'm on my ship and I look out to the horizon, right? There's a point on the horizon. I'm not worried about the surface of the Earth, right? But that point on the horizon between me and that point that I'm sighting is a straight line.
Okay. Where's the point?
Yes. Well, the point is that is a straight line.
Sure. It could be the horizon. It could be.
Okay, then. So what are you going on that? No, it's not a straight line.
No, the surface you're on is not. Doesn't have to be a straight line.
I didn't say the surface. I
Okay,
said
fine.
the
Yes,
line.
you've looked at something in the distance and you see a straight. You have a straight line, and you measure that to the angle of the straight line of the object in the sky, and you get an angle. As long as you use those two same basis for determining your next position, you can determine what the shape of the Earth is. And it
Yeah,
doesn't have to reflect the straight lines in any way, shape, or form. They're not related.
But as long as we've got two straight lines, we can work out our angle.
We got the angle, but you can't find the surface shape that those two, the position of you and to the object based on off a vertical or off of this horizon line to another position, still using this horizontal line and the object, and the ratio that it moves with respect to distance will tell you what the surface shape is.
Yes.
And
Stop
that
worrying
will
about
tell
the
you
surface
also
shape.
that will tell you also that all those straight lines at the baseline that you've established, which you called horizontal, they would not be parallel.
Look, stop worrying about the surface shape because
I didn't say sir. It just it
you
tells
did
you
say
that.
You did say
Yes, but
surface
it
shape.
tells you that.
All right.
The straight lines aren't the surface. The straight lines tell you the surface by taking multiple measurements.
I have not once mentioned surface shape. Not once.
I know I did. I mentioned it.
Me, right? I'm just talking about the angle and how we
Yes.
get that angle with two straight lines.
Yes.
Now yourself, maybe Globus, I'll throw him under the bus, even though he probably didn't even mention the surface shape. But you guys here are worried about the surface shape. I'm not worried about that. I'm talking about the angle, needing two straight lines.
We got it already. I agree with you.
Bang,
We got two angles.
Cool. Oh, cool. Okay, no problems. Right, now let's get onto the surface shape, which is, we all know it's planar and
No, we don't know
got it
that.
all.
Why would you say that's another assumption?
Wow,
It's a
because
huge
all
assumption.
because
Are there
all
any straight lines in nature? Any straight lines in nature that we can actually find and verify to be actually straight? Is there anything in nature that establishes or highlights straight lines?
tell you what, I saw a spider web the other day that looked pretty damn straight. I was amazed.
Yep.
But it probably wasn't. If I actually
It definitely was.
It might have been. It might have been. When
I'm
he was
pretty sure.
hanging from it, he was like a plumb bob.
Exactly.
Yeah,
When
plumb
well said. Yep. I was going to mention that. That's a plumb line right there.
Mhm.
Yeah, perpendicular to the horizontal, there's another straight line. So two straight lines.
There we go.
And a
There we
straight
go.
line, what reason is there to think that a straight line curves? Like logically, why would you assume that a straight line curves other than you just believe it does? But
No
what
one's
other reason
saying
do you
that
have?
though. No one's saying that straight lines curve.
Do
What we say,
vertical lines change? Do they intersect? Horizontals intersect on the globe model?
look, on the globe model, horizontal is perpendicular to plumb.
Yeah,
So
that's
have you heard of surface
straight.
normals?
No, I haven't.
Right, so a surface normal is essentially a line that's perpendicular to the surface. Now that surface can be curved. In this case, it is.
I know it can be curved. That's the issue here. It can be curved. When you say to people, do straight lines bend? And they're like, yeah, they can bend. And it's like, that wasn't the question. If they can bend, it's like, do they bend? And it's like, no, they don't. If it's a straight line, it's a straight line. If it's a bent line, it's a bent line. So what I'm asking is, when it comes to verticals and horizontals, which are established by plumbs and water itself, how is it the case that we think that these lines themselves actually curve at longer distances? If we could draw these lines out at longer distances, why do we assume that they curve?
Don't assume they curve, they just curve.
Okay, where's the actual evidence or proof for that to verify that they certainly do curve, other than assumptions?
Well, what do you mean? What does what curve? What the ground?
No, the lines that can be established from using things in nature, like the plumb bob establishes one straight line, and you got the horizontal with the water establishing a horizontal line, another straight line. What is it
Right, so
that shows that these lines aren't actually straight? They do curve at longer distances. They start bending.
you're saying that you can't have perpendicular to plumb on a globe?
Hey, that's not what I was saying at all. Just think of the horizontal line, just that line. You've established a horizontal line using your water, right? Your water level, and you got your 2 points. You draw a straight line between the 2 points. You've established a horizontal line. and it's straight, right? And we'll call it level as well, right? Same elevation, equal elevation, all of that. But at what point, at what distance does that line start to actually curve?
Why does that matter
Never.
though?
Never. Why would
Never.
it curve?
There's just some real double speaking happening here. I'm
No,
pretty sure.
you've established the line. We're just following that line straight. There's no reason for it to curve because you established it, and you're saying that it's straight, so it's never going to curve.
It was established using water, right?
Yes, and that water
curves.
is an orientation. Hold on, it's an orientation perpendicular to plumb, and that orientation will go straight out into space. As far as you can see, it'll be straight. It has no bearing on the surface of the Earth.
Even though the surface of the Earth, in this example, water itself was the thing that was used.
No, just because you have water in the sextant, just because you have water in the bubble of it doesn't mean you have water on the surface. Doesn't mean the two are related. The water in the bubble is separate from the water on the surface. Now it shows. Hold on. At that point, it shows level. If you drew a straight line and followed that straight line for 2 or 3 miles and then established a bubble on that same straight line, a bubble level, a carpenter's level, it would not be level anymore at a mile or 2 away. That same straight line would not be level anymore.
Okay, how would you show that? Because wouldn't it always be level all the way around?
Of course not.
Even in your mind? No?
No, because that's it. Because if you saw it was not, you'd measure it not to be level, and if you measure it not to be level, the surface beneath you would be curved. We've done this test. We've talked about it at SLAC, Stanford Linear Accelerator. They have a 2-mile straightest object in the universe that we know of, 2 miles long, kept straight, and at 20 thousandths of an inch straightness over 2 miles. It's incredibly straight. And at one end, it's not level. On the other end, it's not level. It's only level somewhere near the middle.
How was the line created?
How was what created?
Or how was the straightness of the thing itself actually created?
They did basically force the line. They did 20-foot sectioned copper tubes and machined them to amazing tolerances, and then laser checked them every step of the way. Every 20-foot section, they would make sure that they are perfectly parallel. The surfaces are, and in line, and they measured them. And over 2 miles, the deviation from straight is 20 thousandths of an inch, a spark plug gap off over 2 miles.
That's straight.
That's straight.
That's straight. Right.
Now,
and
they turn it into a vacuum too, and they seal it up. They make a vacuum. It can shoot lasers down the tube with very little. Yes, with 10 to the -6 vacuum all the way from end to end.
You don't
No,
say.
I'm not telling a story. This is the truth.
Damn.
And they shoot electrons. They shoot electrons and charge particles to near light speed in this tube as well.
This is LIGO or something. Yeah, you talking
No,
about.
it's SLAC, Stanford Linear Accelerator. It's outside of Menlo Park near Palo Alto.
Oh, okay. What's the LIGO one? Is that very similar?
No, it's designed to detect gravitational waves, and it's very similar as far as its construction. A vacuum tubes, about a mile long on each leg. One leg is a mile, the other leg is another mile. Maybe they're 2 miles per leg. I'm not sure, but they're similar structures that can actually show that.
So these structures are built horizontal from a single starting point. Yes.
They are built perfectly straight. They're totally straight. Their orientation.
Are they horizontal from point A? Is my question. So if I was to where these
from some point they are horizontal. At some point they're horizontal.
Yeah, so they're horizontal from the starting point where
but they may not be. I can't say that because it could be tilted slightly from end to end and still be straight. There's no reason why it has to be. There's no reason why it has to be perfect. Has to be horizontal.
The issue is that here, Bandy.
Horizontal.
There's no reason that the center. What?
Okay.
Sorry.
You don't understand what horizontal means. I think that's the core of the issue here.
Horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. 100%.
Oh, okay. So now you understand. Good. No, I'm glad.
No. And my point being, like, these, I was under the understanding, and again, I could be wrong, But these arms at LIGO and maybe the one that you're talking about, even though I haven't heard of it, they are built perpendicular to plumb from the starting point, say from the center. They're perpendicular to plumb.
You say from the center, but it might not. What if they did it from one end?
Well,
what if they did one end?
From one end.
And then they would build up the soil on the other ends to make sure that it stayed flat. Now it wouldn't be level anywhere else but at that one starting point. Everywhere else would be not level.
Yeah, no. But they have to have a reference point, a starting point to be able to reference from. Yes.
No.
What do you mean?
All they have to do is build. All they have to do is force the line. All they have to do is take.
How would you make sure it was straight if you did not have a starting reference point?
You just would make sure you'd force the line. You make sure that the object is perfectly parallel to itself along its path. The top and the bottom are the same exact distance all along the way.
The top and the bottom. So you're in free. You're in free space at the moment, right?
Left and right, top and bottom. At every northeast
reference point. I need a
reference point. No reference. There's nothing. Well, there probably might be, and there might be a reason they have it somewhat horizontal at the starting point. But in actuality, for our discussion, you would build this tube, and you could start it anywhere you want, and just have it go straight as an arrow in both directions, and it would be level. Could be level only at one spot. It might not be level at any spot. There's nothing telling it has to be level anywhere.
No.
It just has to be straight.
You could build it at a 45-degree angle.
You could, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm not disputing that, Zanik, but you need a starting reference point that you take all your measurements off to make sure that you are staying straight. You need a reference point.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
100% you do.
No, you absolutely do not. They don't. They're building slack. They're building it inside the building. They're not using any reference point as they build it. All they're doing is making sure that it is straight.
If you don't have a reference point and you keep on referring to itself all the time, you are just compounding your error. You need to be able to.
There's no error because it's going to be straight. It might shoot up. Let's say we did. Hold on. I'll explain it to you. Let's say we didn't give a crap where it pointed. All we want to do is make sure this thing's straight. I'd eyeball it and say, okay, it looks kind of straight here. Let's just start adding on to it. We don't reference anything other than itself because nothing else we can use. We can't use level because level is going to be curved. That'll make it all fucked up. That'll be easy to see after a very short.
That's what you say. It's curved, but anyway,
that's how they built it. So they built it adding onto itself, machining these 20-foot sections so they're perfectly accurate. Bolt them on, laser check, make sure it's straight, and then the next 20-foot sections at a time for 2 miles. At the very end, they shoot a laser down it, and that laser is exactly the same height off the bottom of this tube as it is at the bottom of the tube 2 miles away, within 20 thousandths of an inch.
Did they have to take the apparent curvature of the Earth into consideration when they're building it? They didn't. Really?
Why would they? Because they don't care where it ends up.
Really?
Right. Why would they care?
Very, very surprising that
they're not rolling bowling balls down the thing. They don't care. All they care about it. It happened to be. It happened to be level.
Zanik, you actually have to read LIGO's actual website where they actually say they take the curvature of the Earth into consideration to build the thing in the first place.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They take that. They can actually measure this change over a distance very accurately with the 8 inches per mile squared. I'm saying at Slack, they didn't do that. Maybe at LIGO, they might have. They didn't do it at Slack.
I'm talking about LIGO. I haven't looked into Slack. I'm talking about LIGO.
Even Slack, by taking the curve into account, they didn't reference this along the way. They didn't use a level along the way, basically taking the curve. They take the curve into account by building up the soil as it deviates from the starting point. That deviation is taking the curve into account. That's how they make this thing straight. But the straightness is actually taken by building the structure itself, forcing the line, as your buddy Brian Mullen always talked about before he got, removed himself from this world.
Before he got fucked up by a Clover, you mean?
No, he just got, he was a little messed up engineer, and he kind of got a little in trouble there.
Yeah, I know. Well, who was that? It wasn't Dr. Bob, I don't think. It was one of those fucking people.
George.
Anyway,
I think George and him got into a...
Let's not go into what did or did not happen.
Anyway, I if you're going to say that you know that they did this and you read something about how they took the Earth's curvature into account, please tell me how they did that. What did they do to take the Earth's curvature into account? I'm telling you how they did it. You may have a different opinion, but I know in Slack they didn't. They built it based on the structure.
I don't have an opinion one way or the other, to be honest with you, Zanik, on how they did it. All I know is that if you read their website, to build this thing perfectly straight, they say on their website that they had to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
They did, because as it gets further away from this, as it starts being built, it'll start deviating from the Earth, and they got to build up the soil. Hold on, let me finish. They got to start building the soil up. That'd be one way they could take it into account. Would not be a valid answer to you?
No, well, to me, you would not have to take in consideration the curvature of if the curvature of the Earth is there, Zanik. All right.
I just told you if it was there, you'd have to build up. You'd have to build your structure up. You have to build your structure up to support it. Because as you started traveling away from the starting point, it'll deviate from. Listen to me. It'll deviate from the surface, so you'd have to build it up. That's how they take into account.
Bulldoze me, all right? Please, right? I'm saying that you don't necessarily have to take it into consideration at all. If you are working from point A, right, and you are building horizontal from point A, or at a 45-degree angle, or whatever the case may be, from point A, from your starting point, and let's just assume that we are building this tunnel from the start to the finish, not working from the middle, but it works exactly the same. You have a reference point, right? Point A. Now, from point A, you work all the way to point Z, right? With that line perfectly straight and perfectly horizontal to point A. Now, the curvature of the Earth does not come into consideration at all. All I am worried about is the distance between my arm, right, and the surface, how far I have to build my piers to support it. The curvature of the Earth does not come into consideration at all, because the terrain is going to go up and down, left and right, and all over the place. I just need to know that my piers are going to go down to the surface of the Earth and support my structure exactly where I want it. The curvature of the Earth does not come into consideration whatsoever when I am doing anything, because I've gone along from point A to point B. From point B, I measure down to the ground. Oh, bang! I have 1.5 meters that I have to build my pier to reach the surface of the Earth. Plus, I have to now go down 3 meters.
Do you have any idea how they build large buildings? In cities, they would do this. This is how they do it. They would cite it. And they could make it perfectly straight by sighting it. Now, there's two ways to do it: have it follow the curve, which is where most buildings are done, or you sight it to stay straight. And they would sight it to stay straight. Hold on, they might have it make a pylon, 100 yards away, and they would sight that, and that would be with a piece of survey equipment like a theodolite or a total station or something. And then they would make a pylon, make sure that it's straight, so that's what they'd be building to. And that's what's going to house the tube. But the tube is constructed without any kind of surveying equipment. It's built with tubes that are highly machined, perfectly regulated, and toleranced, so that they will not stack up any error in a straight line. This is not that hard to do with modern technology and measuring equipment. But your point is well taken. And hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. So yes, to your point, to be able to build the structures, they would use sighting equipment, theodolites and such, to build those structures so that we have a straight line. That's not hard to do. That's very easy to do. No
building is built taking into consideration the curvature of the Earth, Zanik. None. Zero.
When did the change of elevation become curvature? Nowadays, change of elevation
is false. That's just false. Where most buildings, you're right. Most buildings. This is not most buildings. Stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. You're being ridiculous. You're being ridiculous. No, you are. You are being
show me
completely and
one
utterly
set of
ridiculous.
blueprints
They
that
have.
takes into
They have.
consideration
Oh
the
my
curvature
God.
of the Earth. Show me one set of blueprints, right, with any building that takes into consideration the curvature of the Earth. Just one. Just one.
That's a good one. They should be everywhere, shouldn't they, Zanuck? That should be in every fucking blueprint.
Yeah. Just one set of blueprints, Zanuck, that takes into consideration the curvature of the Earth. Because that was your claim, right, less than a minute ago, that every building takes into consideration the curvature
No,
of the Earth.
I did not say this. You're getting it wrong. You're not listening. You're
No, I'm
talking
not.
over me. If
No.
you're listening, no, I didn't say that. I said that this building takes into consideration the curvature of the Earth. Most buildings are built on a slight curve. They actually are level at all points. It depends on the building and how wide it
they're
is,
not.
how long it is.
No, they're not. No
Yes.
building is
Bridges,
built
everything are
into
taken.
consideration
Bridges follow
with
the curve.
curvature of the Earth.
Buildings
Right?
follow the curve.
No, they
Most
do
of these
not.
things are wider.
No,
Most of these
they do
things are
not.
wider at the top. A very, very small amount of width to the top than they are at the bottom due to curvature.
Really?
Yes.
Name one
Any
building.
building.
Right?
Any
Name
building.
one building.
If the building is wide enough and is plumb on the sides, it'll be, which way will it be? It'll be wider at the top than the bottom.
Oh my God, you are just talking complete and utter
No,
bollocks
this
now.
is,
You
this is something you have no knowledge about. You're scrambling because you think you know something you
Really?
don't.
I've got no
Yes.
knowledge. I've got no knowledge about building whatsoever.
No, you don't.
Really? Okay, then. Oh man,
I just got done explaining to you how they build Slack. You argue with me for half an hour, and you're still arguing with me. You have no clue.
No,
I will give you. Let me give you the
you're-
construction. I'll give you some of the
you're the one
construction
that's got no
details
clue.
of Slack. Hold on, I'll give you some stuff here you can actually chew on because you're just clueless. Seriously,
You're the clueless one, Zanuck.
I really am
come in
not.
here
But you're telling me I'm
spouting that you're
clueless.
the
That's not a good
brainiac of
comeback
the
to my
world.
accusation to you. You're clueless. It's my claim to you. You can't call me clueless because you're the one that's clueless.
Whatever.
Nobody on the fence is going to go to the globe with that argument. A10 Warhog. Show us your Pearl Harbor globe proof, please.
It sounds like he thinks that a Mercator map is what flat earthers think Earth is. So, how could they have bombed Pearl Harbor? Yeah.
Oh, really?
I mean, he's not going into any more detail. He's just saying that there were wars and therefore the Earth is a glob. It's like, okay, well,
Okay.
if that's your reasoning, then there were wars, therefore Earth is flat.
Wasn't there a song written about that? War. What is a good for absolute glob? Say it again.
But Bandy, don't do that.
Yeah, like he doesn't know how to join a live stream.
Where is this guy from? Like 24/7?
He was on Under the Dome server, DM'd me, showed me his Pearl Harbor proof, and said, "Let's go talk." Recorded.
All right. There he is.
Yeah, he's not gonna have the roles to open up his mic or whatever, but
Nice.
I just unmuted him if he wants to talk in this chat.
Oh yeah, I have my mic now. That's great. So, as you hear, I'm not really that old. I was just saying, my proof that I believe in the most is that there was a fucking huge war in the Pacific Theater. You can't just deny that. Millions of deaths. Like, oh lord, it's the biggest war in naval history. Japan clashing, the US clashing, a little bit of Germany involved, the fucking Philippines. Everyone saw that shit. You can't just deny that. And saying that he went through a route into the Atlantic and somehow went past on the upper part from Russia into the Japan territory or into Japan's waters. How would they travel there? Where would they refuel? How wouldn't they get obliterated by Germany's coastal defenses? You can't just that's my best area where I'm the most comfortable in. That's my biggest argument I have is the history.
So you have no measurements. Do you know the globe model at all?
What are you looking for? You're asking him for measurements? Measurements of what?
Measurements.
So your best globe proof is history, but do you know the globe model at all?
Do you know the globe model?
It depends.
Are you? Who's trying to save?
Who's
white knighting?
Mr. Northern Rebellion, do you know the globe model?
I know the globe model.
Sure. Okay. Do you know do you know your model, the flat Earth model?
There is no flat Earth model.
Okay. You want to try and test both? You want to try and test both models and see which one matches?
You're saving this guy. You're saving 10 Warthog.
Yeah, that's also cool. You don't really have
if you want to talk to me, we're going to talk about certain topics. We're going to talk about experiments of gravity.
How much do you know about gravity?
Coriolis effect.
How much do you know about Coriolis?
Personally, I'm not really that informed about it. I just wanted to see if we could disprove the whole war thing.
Yeah. So is it two guys or one guy or like what? Yeah.
So I see what you're trying to do here. You want to try and talk about topics that you're probably not super familiar with. All you're going to do is probably talk about the main flat Earth talking points about Coriolis. Probably the same misunderstanding about Coriolis that every flat Earther
I'll be asking the questions. Yeah. To get you to double speak.
So how would you prove that there is no Coriolis?
By Earth not rotating under anything in the air.
And how would you do that?
By hovering a drone.
By hovering a drone. So that means you don't know it. So that means you're just ignoring the fact. You're just ignoring what's it called? Conservation of momentum, right?
Does Earth hover underneath a drone?
Yes.
Yes.
So let me ask you a question. Okay, so what makes
Really?
hurricanes
It
rotate?
does.
What makes hurricanes rotate?
Earth doesn't hover underneath a drone.
Okay, what makes hurricanes rotate?
Northern Hemisphere or Southern Hemisphere?
High pressure and low pressure?
No,
Okay, how
the
does it do it?
Coriolis effect. Oh, that has to do with things that are moving in a rotating
Coriolis
reference
is an
frame.
apparent effect.
Yes, it's a very real effect in the rotating reference frame.
How many reference frames does globe Earth Coriolis effect require?
You only need one, just a rotating reference frame.
Wrong. Globe Earth Coriolis requires 2.
Who told you that? Who
It
told
doesn't,
you that?
actually.
Where did you hear that from, Mr. Northern Rebellion?
All things, all objects, moving or not, are in all reference frames simultaneously.
Yes.
They can exist. All you need is one reference frame. The equation for Coriolis does not have a inertial reference frame reference. All it has is a relative velocity times the angular velocity. That's all it is. Two times the angular velocity times the VR, and that has to do with its actual velocity.
Globe Earth requires 2 reference
You're
frames.
saying this because you've been watching Nathan and QE too much. All you need is 2 times the rotational velocity of the rotating reference frame, and then of the object, the relative velocity. That's all you need.
That's what happens when you don't
And
actually
you will see
research things
Coriolis.
and you just
You will see
listen to other
Coriolis.
flat.
There's no other factor. That's the equation. I'm telling you. See, this is what happens when you try to educate yourself on Nathan's channel. You learn everything incorrectly. I'm here to tell you the correct answer. There's only one equation. There's not an equation for other frames of reference. There is only one. Rotating reference frame, angular velocity, and relative velocity of the object. That's all you need. 2 times the rotational velocity times VR. That's it. That's the force. That's the Coriolis force. Do you see any other component in that equation that has to do with 2 reference frames? No. Only one.
Yeah, you win. You win for sure.
Of course I win. It's not me being so smart. It's me knowing the actual subject.
Okay, I have one other question. Do you have any experiment to validate gravity?
Yes.
Let's move on now. Such typical questions that come from Nathan Oakley.
I know,
Typical
right?
questions.
Want to go through the scientific method and prove gravity? Or show evidence for gravity? Not that hard to do.
Name the experiment, please.
Dropping an object.
Then he's
Measuring
gonna
its acceleration.
name. Can you show the natural phenomenon?
You're dropping a hammer, it's not natural. Find some rock. Oh, okay. But dropping it's not natural because man lifted it. So you're the cause. But this is the kind of argument we actually have with Nathan. It's really stupid. We drop something. We see its acceleration. We drop something twice its mass. We see its acceleration. We see that the acceleration is due to the force that's applied to it, which goes up directly with the mass increase. And if you don't believe that, then we can just drop everything together in a box and see what happens to all the objects inside, and they don't move with respect to one another. So then we therefore say that there's something we call gravity that gives mass and acceleration proportional to its mass, because of a force that's proportional to its mass as well.
So you said drop something?
Drop something, yeah. Drop something.
Like a helium balloon?
Yeah, drop a helium balloon. See which way it goes.
Up.
Okay. Then we take into account the medium that it's in, and the medium actually is heavier than the weight of the displaced or the object's air inside the balloon, and therefore it gets pushed up by the air that's being pulled down, because air has weight, and it happens to weigh more than it actually happens weighs more as a displaced weight than the actual balloon has. Now we can put the helium balloon in this test I showed you of an elevator dropping, where everything floats, the helium balloon and air balloons and rocks and lead objects and bricks and everything else, people, water, liquid, everything floats when I drop this. So the acceleration that we match to gravity tells us that there's an acceleration that's imparted on all objects, every object, every bit of mass that you can find. And because of that, that force is proportional to the mass, because the acceleration is the same. So there's your gravity experiment. Now you might say, well, what causes that? And I might say, I don't know. Bending of space-time, mass attracting mass, magnetism, ether, I don't know. But the bottom line is we just now went through the experimentation process mentally as a mental exercise that gravity is a thing, and there's a law of gravity, and it's never been disproved ever.
You just conceded that you don't know the cause.
Yeah, we don't need the cause of gravity. We know that the law of gravity is different than the cause. What makes these things happen, we could debate until the cows come home. But we do know that gravity is real. We use it in all of our equations. We use it to design aircraft and spaceships and all sorts of things that we do on Earth to be successful engineering-wise. And all those equations that include G, little g, all make things work. And it has never been disproven ever. This thing I just told you about dropping objects, never disproven. There's never an exception. Because if there was an exception, that law would be null and void. Because there can't be an exception, not even once. And there never has been.
I would say we agree to disagree.
You can say that all you want, but it is a law called the law of gravity, and it's never been disproven. You can't disprove. If you could disprove it for me right now, I might listen. I would listen, actually.
I believe you.
Wouldn't.
No, I don't. But yeah, but I'm glad you guys white knighted for this noober, but it's all good.
Well, let me white knight as well. A law is just a description. It doesn't describe the cause. It just describes an object falling. And how do you know it's not lack of an upward force rather than the presence of a downward force?
I just told you that you weren't listening when I told you how you did that. You put
No,
everything
I wasn't
in a box.
listening. It was a load of bullshit.
I'm explaining. Let me answer. You put everything in a box and you drop it. In a vacuum, or you accelerate it with a cable. So let's forget about dropping it. Put it in a cable. Let's match the acceleration that I say exists. When we match that acceleration, that 9.8 meters per second, we accelerate something. Hold on. Then everything in the box, all the water,
I heard what you said.
The bottles of water, the helium balloons, the air balloons, the people, the liquids, whatever you got in there, all will float equally. There'll be no.
Right, okay, right, fine.
Okay.
I know.
So
right.
we've just shown by manipulating that. You cannot. See, this is when you know people don't have a case. When they just talk over people.
Right,
so I'm Pally. You're done on your own, pal.
Yeah, because you've finished. You've finished, and now it's my turn to speak. Because you're just repeating what I've just been listening to for the last 20 minutes. Right? So how do you prove that the reason that elevators falling, right, that contains all that stuff, the elevator's still falling, so you have to prove that the elevator has got a force upon it, or it's got a force, it's a lack of the an upward force.
Don't hurt yourself, okay? That's all I gotta say to you. Don't hurt yourself.
I'm not hurting myself, but you answer that.
Like,
the same
it sounds like you're struggling, and it's very painful to listen to. So I already told you, you measure the force that you give to the
measure what force? You can't measure the force
we're going to apply to the elevator.
How do you measure the force?
Okay, you know what? I'm done with you. I'm done. You're a rude bastard.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Are you going to shut up now and stop talking shite and let other people have a fucking proper conversation?
Stop talking shit, you say. You want
There you go.
answers, but you won't listen.
I don't want answers. I don't care. But I've realised you guys don't have any answers. You don't have answers. You've just made up.
You don't have
You've
any
just made up.
answers. But in the middle of someone explaining something, you interrupt them while you ask for something. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
You just told me I didn't understand you. Oh no.
But that's
I'm gonna
because
interrupt you because
that
I
guy
know
that was just talking, whatever his name is, he's a condescending, he's a tit, and I don't really want to listen to him. Is he away? Good. Is he away?
Es ist 8:53 Uhr.
8:53. What's 50? That's 50. 18. 8:3. Yeah. But they can't prove that there is no experiment. They're just saying because that falls at 9.86 meters per second squared or second per second. They just say that there's not any experiment you can prove. There's not one single experiment. That just happens. And if it's a different shape, it doesn't. You know, if a ball, if a round object falls in the atmosphere, it'll fall at 9.8 meters per second. But if it's a square, flat thing, due to drag, and then you have to add all these extra equations in, the drag factor of it and all this. So there's absolutely no proof of
Warthog,
this.
do you know the globe model at all?
I've lived in
the globe model, I believe in.
Do you know what's the radius of globe Earth?
The radius.
Yeah, what's the radius of globe Earth?
How did they prove the radius of globe Earth?
Yeah, I know. My point is, like, he doesn't know the radius. He won't know circumference. He won't know the distance to the sun. He won't know the distance to the moon. He won't know what gravity is. He won't know what causes tides. But
I mean,
what happens if he knows? What happens if he knows when he hears bullshit? What about that? Say he knows how. What happened? He knows when he hears bullshit. What about that? Does he need to know the sun or the moon's distance or the fucking gravity or Maxwell's equation?
He's not an anti-flat earther yet. He's not an anti-flat earther yet. He could be on the road to it, but he's not an anti-flat earther yet. I invited him from a smaller server.
Yeah. Give me a model of the flat Earth that can do anything, like a full model that has anything on it that
there is no model.
Hasn't. You have any flat Earth model like
you have to think.
I
asked you for your best globe proof, and you had nothing.
Yeah, I told you.
You told me Pearl Harbor in history.
Yeah. Do you have anything that defeats that argument? Anything you can say you're not?
The Chicago skyline from 56 miles away.
What? Could you repeat that? I didn't hear properly.
There's a picture of the Chicago skyline from 60 miles away in Grand Mirror State Park, Michigan.
And I have to do with the Pearl Harbor bombing. Do you hear yourself when you talk?
So you're gonna stick with the Pearl Harbor proof?
Yes, because I said that's my comfort area, and then if I'm discussing anything, I'm going to discuss it around that. And you also just said, yeah, that's your proof, and you started with the whole Chicago building 60 miles or something. What does a 60-mile Chicago building that's the way have to do anything with this proving Pearl Harbor? Pearl Harbor is not something about the Earth curvature.
So you're saying you don't know anything about the globe model, but you're defending it like a globe zealot.
I mean, I'm defending what I've learned through my entire life, and because of history. Yeah, I know that other bombings happened. There was an entire fucking war in the Pacific. They couldn't have gone through the Atlantic. There's no other way they could have landed there. How do you explain it? Instead of dodging through some 60 miles away buildings in Chicago, how do you explain the entire war in the Pacific Theater?
I can barely. I don't know if you're too close to the mic, or I don't know. Maybe it's the accent. But...
All right then. How do you explain the entire war in the Pacific Theater instead of dodging?
Wars happen on a flat Earth. Like what?
Yes. How do you explain it? The entire war in the Pacific Theater. I mean, it can just happen in chat if you want. If my English is that bad.
You're talking about the scripted wars by the bankers to kill innocent people for profit?
The scripted war by the bankers to kill innocent people. Great
Don't
stuff.
forget to get the
Like
population
9/11
down as well.
and created the innocent deaths of millions of Iraqis.
Yes, because the Iraqis were involved in World War II, weren't they? You can't just bring up random shit.
There's no Iraqis in World War II. I don't think.
That's what I told you. How are you going to just involve stuff from, I don't know, something from the 2000s, 1970s? I'm not too sure.
Clovers,
How are you going to involve the Iraq War into World War II? You still can't prove that it happened. The whole harbor thing, the whole Pacific War thing. I'm just asking you this one thing. How are you going to disprove the entire war in the Pacific Theater? And you're now coming up with the whole, oh yeah, the war was scripted thing. That still doesn't disprove it.
Your government loves you. That's all I would say. And obey. Do as you're told. Pay your taxes. There's nothing like what somebody else can try to.
Yeah, could I talk to Warthog? Have you actually looked? Cheers. Have you actually looked into, like, for example, the most obvious? Oh, he's off. Oh, never mind. I think he's fucked off.
Yeah, there's.
I'm just going to ask him about water. I was just oh, there he's back again. Right. Can you hear me, Warthog? Can you hear me, Warthog? I just got a question. What about the water? How do you kind of console with yourself with what you know about water that suddenly it can actually bend? You know, not bend, shall we say? It can conform like to the shape that the Earth is supposed to be, because that's usually that was the one for me. I thought, oh yeah, I never thought of that before, and then as I say, I sort of looked into it, kind of thing. I was just wondering what, you know, have you sort of sat down and contemplated, right, okay, and then looked into the explanations and you know, come to your own conclusions? All right, and maybe if you can still hear me, and then maybe think about how, you know, how they actually determine the curvature of the Earth and how they discovered the radius, the circumference, and stuff like that, and see if that sort of kind of satisfies your questions. or what you've been actually taught. And then come back, but don't go to Gem Pandas, otherwise you'll come back calling us all retards and fuckwits and stuff. So, yeah, no doubt you'll be recruited if you're a noob. You'll end up over there at some point.
Yeah, it could be a one-time stop by, or he could turn into like a full-time anti-flat earther. You never know.
How did you? I don't think I've talked to you before. How did you get into it then, Northern? If you don't mind me calling you by your first name.
Yeah, no, I was in the 2015 Dubai Powerland Flat Earth asshole Jaren beginning of 2015 there.
All right, and how do you think you've evolved? What do you think of the? You know, do you agree with everything?
No,
yeah,
no.
right, yes.
I don't there's many differing opinions on many different topics. I just I drop my information, and if people reject it, if I have 5-10 minutes, I might argue it, but like
What do you think it is then? What do you actually think it is? And I'll share what I think it was. If you want, it's not a gotcha or anything. I've been in it. It sounds about the same length of time.
Yeah, like you're probably gonna go the same way. Like to me, like it was a controlled release to obviously judge the truth movement. It's like a psyop, but like flat Earth is true, but they also wanted to see where the information would grow and then censor it after.
Do you think it was? So you would have been around when there was other channels talking about other stuff other than flat Earth, talking about government and all that kind of thing. I had, like yourself, I do believe it was allowed to be released, and like what you said there, kind of, it's a good way to get a lot of people to do like a study, you know, like a market research kind of thing. If you know the people that come out in the streets, only it was done online, and actually, like what you said, but
If you look at the graph, like there's zero flat Earth content until 2015. Then all of a sudden, there's like these 3, 4, 5, 6 guys that come out. Like I said, although it's true information, it was just like why, like nobody was really talking about it. But
yeah, but kind of at that time, near enough that same time, within about 6 months of that coming up, all the kind of, shall we say, the truth community, you know, everybody sort of disagreed, but you know there was a lot of agreement amongst, and there was like millions and millions of views, you know, shared amongst, or maybe tens of millions of views shared amongst some of the people that were talking about Agenda 21, or you know, these dodgy kind of staged things. Not all of them were staged, but some dodgy staged.
It was like the flat Earth heyday from 2015 to 2017. 2017, 2018 was like all flat Earth versus flat Earth and exposing everybody. And then 2019 was a bit more like information. 2019, 2020 was a bit more like debates and information and growth in the flat Earth arguments. So yeah, like I've seen it all. Like,
I like that.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I like that.
Yeah.
No, sorry, carry on.
No, I was just gonna say I've seen like the rise. I call it like the rise and fall, and then like the.
Fucking nice. I never looked at it that way, but I've now it just yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. When it was it's been quite an evolution. And the ballers have evolved, but their arguments, it's like now it's, you know, because it really is, because a lot of us or whatever have looked into light. You know, there's loads of people, in fact, in flat Earth that actually do going, if someone posts I do anyway. If someone posts, and I know other people just by the way that they're talking, I'm like, you've waited and got yourself educated on light, because we mostly own them on near enough every subject, because the fact is that there's more flat earthers that actually, there's a couple of ball earthers. I don't even like saying that, but anyway, there's a few people on the other side that actually do read papers, but they read it in a what do you call it, looking for proofs that the other person's wrong. If they get flat earths at the first line, whereas, and I do, people can believe it or not, I don't give a fuck. I got taught there's no point cheating, because you're just cheating yourself. Why would I lie to myself? I have to be honest with myself. If I really truly want to learn the truth, I have to be honest. So when I read a paper that conflicts, I get that cognitive dissonance. Just a couple of times I've had that fucking overwhelming a feeling of thinking, fucking hell, I could be totally wrong, but I accept that, I could be totally wrong. But it's like when a lot of people look at it with just like an objective view. There's no emotion. You're not emotionally attached to the belief. There's not that, oh God, if this is right, it's the end of flat earth or something like that, or it's the end of the globe. You need to be wary that most people know this anyway, but when you read a document, you have to be ready to get slapped in the face. But most flat earthers are willing to do that, because they come out with it. They'll explain a flaw, or they'll argue. We are very good with arguing with each other, kind of thing, but in a kind of, what do you call it, a more polite manner, I think. We interact a bit better, people that we disagree on the same side. But then we get accused from the other side, which is just a form of projection. It shows more about the people that are accusing us of, you're looking for gotchas when you read it, when, blatantly, obviously, I'm not.
Well, in a way, like, if you remember, like, 2015 to 2017, when, like, every day you'd come on and there'd be, like, a new like, flat earth debunking, like, this guy proved this, and this guy showed this. Like, it was like every day you'd come on and there'd be, like, a new flat earth proof. But obviously it's like 7 years later, but there's so many different personalities, and it's a melting pot, and like usually within 5-10 minutes if the person's gonna accept any new information. So
you must experience this, and have you ever like that guy that you invited in from that, right? He's well, you said he was like a noob, right? Have you ever met like that? Like that was my joke about Gem Pandas, right? Because I noticed this, because people that think they notice trends. Human beings are inherently fucking pattern finders, right? We find patterns no matter what discipline it could, societal, psychological, or whatever, right? We notice patterns. And and I started to notice a pattern. I've had so many conversations with new people that wanted to come in, or said they wanted to come and learn about flat earth, or I'm just curious. I'm not challenging anything or whatever. And it was, I've talked offline on after shows and stuff like that weren't recorded, for 3 hours, man. One-on-one, having a conversation with someone that he believed the Earth was a ball, or they believed the Earth was a ball, and knew I was a flat, and we'd just talk about life and stuff like that. We'd ask each other questions, and have it like a normal conversation, as if you were sitting in a cafe. And then the next time you're on the show, or you meet them again, they're calling you a fucking retard, right? And I started noticing this pattern, right? And it happened with, especially, there was a big chunk of them. There was about 6 of these noobs came in at the same time. I'm not going to name names or anything like that, right? And I had, as I say, I had like hours talking on these after shows. People would just leave, and it'd just be me and that person talking away about whatever, flying or surveying or anything, you know, but not getting triggered. Just like, you know, having a normal conversation, and then you'd meet the next time you'd meet them, they were like fucking. And what I sussed out then is the dog ended up going over to it, because what happens to these noobs? It's not nefarious in a way, because there's some people who actually believe, for example, Gem Panda believes that if everybody believed the flat Earth, believing the flat Earth, society would fall. Right, and that's a fact. That's what that's his drive. It's not trolling. He might be getting paid for it now, but you know, I know that for a fact.
If that's his mission statement, then I'd question his sanity for sure. Not that I didn't before, but
yeah, exactly. But that's, other people have that same mind. There's people out there, as I say, just an example. He can challenge me on it if he wants, you know. If he listens, I don't care. I'll say, I know that for a fact, because it's like he's talked about it so many times, about that he gets so angry and triggered. So he believes that. So he's not got any nefarious, or that he actually believes that's what's going to happen, to the point. It's madness, like you said. But there's a lot of them. There's a lot of those there that actually believe that. You know, they think it's the end, because they've got that irrational, and then they've also got this emotional tie to their beliefs. You know, I believe something, like, see, flat Earth, right? I believe something, but I don't get upset if someone says, no, it's a ball. I don't care. Yeah, good for you, because I could be totally wrong. But it doesn't matter. It's a belief, but I'm not emotionally attached. I believe it, right? But I ain't going to go and fucking phone somebody's job up, or, you know, fling their address all over the internet because they fucking believe it's a ball, kind of thing. That's the irrationality behind that. You know, that I don't even know. There probably has been a couple of flat earthers that's docked, but I'll tell you what, there's a hell of a lot more of people on the other side that have done that. And once you understand it, you know, these guys are emotionally attached to their beliefs. You hear Zanuck, the way he talks to people was unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. That's why I had to come in and get him off.
yeah, no,
Anyway.
I was just talking. I was just trying to have like the most, not even non-confrontational, but just I wanted to get it clear that Globe Earth Coriolis requires 2 reference frames, and they were claiming 1. So, like, I got the soundbite. If I can go and remember to clip it. Not that it, not even that it means anything. Like, I can show my friends, or like it's. I have 8 subs. Like it's just I cornered one of the top quote unquote Globers. Like yeah. So, but
well, it's that when this conversation of Coriolis, see, this was it, right? There's a little there's a 5. I think it's about a 5 or a 10-minute video by Discovery Channel that, you know, these the mainstream thing for it, and within 3 seconds, no, sorry, I'm exaggerating. Within 6 seconds, the first thing he says, Coriolis is an illusion, right? That's the first thing he says, and he says that within he says that within. He says that about 3 or 4 times, right? That's an illusion. So I posted that. This is ages ago. So I posted that in a thing, in you know, one of the Discord chats or whatever. And then I came in and a question, and I knew, right, even when I said it. When I said, I said, go and watch the video. They come back, watch the video, and they came back. They came back, and they said. When I said, well, right, it's an optical illusion. He said, but it's about reference frames, right? So that's when that whole conversation changed, is they started saying reference frames. But I'm saying, look, right, I regard that me observing something, you know, like 2 meters away is reality, right? So if a guy sat on this roundabout, which doesn't actually represent what they're saying, because you're not actually sat on a spinning disc, you're on a ball and you're heading in a linear direction. Linear, doesn't matter where you're on the ball, you're still heading in that same direction, west, in a circle, right? But you're actually, if you wanted to represent that properly, right, you'd be standing horizontal off the edge of you would whip that up, so it was you would see the roundabout in front of you, face on, up at a 90-degree angle, and you would see the person standing on top. So to use that as an example, a Coriolis is misrepresented because you're not on a spinning disc for starters. But anyway, that's just another point. But the point was, they mentioned it's an optical illusion and then the reference frames. But wait a minute, the reality is I'm standing there, and that in the reality, that ball is going in a straight line. It might seem to curve, right? It might seem to curve, and yes, it is a true effect, but it's an optical effect. It's not got any force at all attached to it, whatever. So it's an illusion. It's an optical effect. It's not a physical force. It's an optical illusion. There is no force on that. The only force that's on that is that linear direction. The minute it's released from your hand, that's straight ahead. It won't start curving or anything like that unless you put spin on it. It'll go straight as a die to the person that's standing there. Say, oh, that went straight. The guy on the roundabout, I'll go, no, it didn't. It curved. Look, that guy caught it. He caught it next to me. How was that? I threw it straight. I said, no, it went in a straight line. It only looked like that. That's not reality. But that's where they take it. So they'll argue about reference frames and say, but that's not reality. The reality is that ball goes. So there's not really any discussion. The discussion about it's moot. It's an optical illusion.
What happened was I asked him, is Coriolis, Globe-Earth Coriolis one reference frame, or how many reference frames? He said one, and then all he does is talk for like 5 minutes to try to hide his doublespeak or his lie. So.
Yeah, I was listening. That's what I'm saying. That's why I sort of with Zanuck anyway, just to get rid of him. But listening to you talk about the Coriolis.
Yeah, no, that was perfect timing. Like I didn't mind at all because I'm probably gonna go clip it. Like I stick. Like I said, all I wanted to do was have a calm debate, Coriolis, gravity experiments, and see what those 2-3 guys had to say. And no yelling, no screaming. So,
what's your channels, Nate? What channel are you?
It's the same as my name, like Northern.
Oh, right, okay. Right.
I only have like 10
right.
tiny short videos, and I just
that doesn't matter.
It's like my story would be like I was Flat Earth June 2015. All I was doing is watching the videos and on Twitter, and then 2020 lockdown. I started a Discord and I had a bit of an on YouTube and I only came onto the YouTube Discord scene 2-3 years ago, and like people think I'm brand new, and it's like I've been here through the whole ride. So.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. The fascinating thing I found Northern, right, is I don't know, something happened, right, and then I was like, how the fuck didn't I know? Like 4 years or 5 years later, right, I was bumping into people that were around when it was, when it was full on. You were getting to hear everything. I was like, how the fuck didn't I know about this person? It was kind of strange. I noticed that as well. That was kind of strange. Yeah, because there was loads of people I'd never heard of or never listened to them. They'd been around at the same time, and it was a big community as well. And you kind of knew everybody, but there was some. I was like, well, how the fuck did that? How did I miss that? Because if you heard about someone that put a video out, you would share it amongst whatever. It was just quite strange,
Yeah, it'd be like I like the joke where I'll even add like I don't even know what to say, like let's say something and hot potatoes, and to see if they get the reference. like a lot of new flat earthers won't get the hot potatoes
No,
reference.
no, yeah.
So
Well,
like I like to throw in those little things where it's like if you get this reference, then you get the reference, like because they don't know about the Democrats, they don't know about hot flat earth potatoes, and they don't know about Morgile, and they don't know about all this IPS and anything that happened back in the day.
Well, you mentioned Matt Powerland, right? Now, it was I seen I hunted him down, man. Right, I found a video. I didn't catch his name. It was just a clip. It didn't say who it was, but it was the photo or picture. Photo or
photo or painting.
Image. Painting. That was it. Photo or painting. Jeez, man, it was that long ago. And I seen him in a class, right? And I ended up the way that I found him, right? I goes because he said he was a comedian, right? I was like Canadian comedian flat earth, and I found the video. So I kind of I never really followed. Nobody was ever my kind of hero, and that. I respected loads of people, but it wasn't like if they were wrong. Unfortunately, I'll get myself into trouble, but just like fucking if I don't agree with someone, I'll say it. But I won't get angry because they disagree. But most people get angry if you disagree with it. But it doesn't matter to me. Well, as you know, but it was quite quite funny seeing all the like what you said, flat earth, hot potatoes, and all these kind of anyway, I'm talking too much. On you go.
No, that's all good.
When did you actually? Did you ever do a hangout or anything like that?
No, I live in like a internet dead zone, so like I don't have hardline internet, so I don't have a laptop. It's just on the phone, so I can never do any YouTube stuff. So I was just watching, and then like I said, the lockdown happened. I joined Discord. I started my YouTube channel.
What was it like talking for the first time? Sorry, I have. It's because what was it like talking for the first time? Actually, like going right. I'm here, man. And say something. What was that like?
Like the first couple of months of Discord were interesting because it's just a new experience. But I was well aware of all the the shills, the Metatron, the Glober shills. So I avoided some of the big like 24/7. I avoided some of the Glober shill channels. Just because I know they target you, they'll go after your job, they'll go after your kids, or so it was just like yeah. But
no, it was more about the question was not. I just probably phrased it wrong. No, the question was actually asking. The first time you ever spoke, in a group of people and expressed, like you just jumped in. Did you jump into a conversation, or did you say, "Oh, right, hi"? Or
yeah, my first time on Discord would be like I was in the under the dome server or Ice Wall. And then I was just talking to Loggy and then a couple of other flat earthers. So it was like
I'm not trying to quiz you. It was more about the reason I was asking. It was just to find out the first time I did went onto a hangout. They used to have hangouts. Well, yeah, they were called hangouts. The first time I went on there, it was just a bit weird, actually, because you know what it's like. You want your voice heard. You've got you've got some information, right? It's not you want to save it. Well, at first, it's so funny listening to Boz, but at first I was like, not about flat Earth because it was other discussions that I was on before flat Earth. It was just about the control system that we're under, going off a bit about flat Earth, but sort of I've kind of known it when I found out about all the intricacies about the banking, governments, law, all those kind of things. I learnt sort of those kind of things, and it opened up a whole new way of thinking about things. Like, right, wait a minute, that didn't match with what I got taught at school. I thought, right, fair enough. and there's people saying this is a conspiracy, and if these things have been around for hundreds and hundreds of years, why wouldn't I be told about that? Because some of the subjects I could clearly see would have helped me or other people or society to make a better society or whatever, if you know what I mean, kind of thing. I seen and I thought, fuck's sake, why didn't people get? Because if they got taught that, it's like, it's like there's certain people that know it, and then I started realising, right, there's something going on. Not paranoid. I could be totally wrong.
No, usually you're watching Dubé and you're watching all these guys and you're like, what the fuck is he saying? He's saying this about Nazis. He's saying, or like anything. You're just like, what? And then it's sort of like any gatekeeper. You just like take the information and jump above him. Like, yeah.
Yeah, if he is, but see, I tend not to do that, and I'll tell you the reason why. Because I got accused of being an agent, and I found it laughable. What I used to do is I used to get my mates round. I get my mates round to my house, my flat, and because they didn't care about flat earth. They didn't care. They didn't, they were more interested in Star Trek movies, computers, gaming, or whatever. You know what I mean? So it didn't matter to them. So I could tell them stuff. They weren't into science. It was quite funny how little. But I got accused, right, being an agent. I was laughing, as I say, because I don't really care. I got over what people think about me. In real life.
Was it a flat Earth calling you an agent or a global?
Yeah, of course it was, man. Yeah, of course, man. It was like, yeah, and it was so funny, and and it was. So I used to go on. I used to go into and get them to explain why. That was brilliant, man. Well, it was for me anyway, because as I say, I was convinced after
Did
5
I ask you who it was calling you an agent? Was it like Riley?
Well, I don't.
You don't have to say.
I can tell you privately. I'll send you a DM, and I'll give you a list of. I'll give you a list of people that were. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
seriously. But so now, and these people were going about calling loads of people agents. So I'm sitting thinking now, logically, what I'm sitting thinking to myself, right? They were totally wrong about me, right? Totally fucking wrong about me. So why the fuck would I listen? I said, do you know what? I decided it's better not giving a fuck whether there's agents. It doesn't matter to me because they can't affect my belief, because I was convinced, believe it or not, after 5 minutes, as soon as I seen, I can't remember what question, I goes, for fuck, what have they been up to now? Because I was already into the, the financial system law and that. I'd already been into that for years, sort of thing. But that came along, I was like, what these fuckers been up to now? And I just bust out laughing. That was it. Right, yeah, I'm convinced. So anything after that I did, talking to people, trying to debate people and stuff like that, I wasn't trying to convince myself. And to this day, to this very day, I'm waiting. I'm still waiting. And I don't want to lie to myself. I'm not emotionally attached to whether it's flat, it's a ball, it's a cube, it's fucking 40 dimensions, whatever. I don't care about that. You know what I mean? It's like, but at the moment, I'm still waiting to be convinced. A spinning ball going through fucking space and fucking a million squillion light years an hour or whatever the galaxy, whatever it's doing. I've yet to see tangible proof, or not mathematics. How about this? I watched a video. Sorry for gabbing. I'll be finishing after this little story. I was actually going to make a video and post it. I watched a video about this guy. He was talking about parabolic lines on a flat plane, right, and how to convert it, kind of thing. It was quite a deep thing. Not a deep thing, but he was explaining this and he was talking, and I was just listening away. I wasn't watching the video. I was making a cup of coffee or something. I stuck it on, listening in the background how the transfer the lines and the problems they have with it. And so I came back down, and this guy talked for about 15 minutes, and all he had, the screen behind him, the whiteboard behind him, was filled with just numbers, letters, this big, huge equation. He wasn't pointing at anything, but he was talking about the equation, right? But he was also talking about what the numbers were describing. Maybe the movement of a line, or that's got that vector or whatever. But these were numbers, right? He didn't have any pictures up. He didn't have a circle or say, right, this is this and point out that. He just had this equation, and he was talking about the equation. And you could see there was R squared in there, and all these parabolic equations, exactly. And I was like, and I knew that they see an object. For example, they could look at a can or an ashtray or whatever I've got in front of me, and write an equation about the shape of it, describe it geometrically with curved lines and blah blah, and stuff like that. And then it just sort of kind of hit me there. I said, that's why these mathematicians and stuff, when like an observation, when they say, and I know this for a fact, when they say an observation, that observation could be based on what they did is they typed in a program, or the parameters, or the spin axis of the black hole, the area it's in the vacuum, pump it into a computer that's already pre-programmed, and they'll observe the results that come out of it. Right? So they've had a theory, they've made an equation for it, right? They've put it in a computer, they've made a model, they've went that's their experiment. That's their experiment. It's nothing really. That's how they. So when they say our experiments are precise, right? They're not actually physically measuring a phenomena. They're taking that phenomena, turning it into a mathematical sequence, or a binary code to the computer within a parameter. Like if it does this, that's true. If it does that, it's not. True, false kind of thing. And then that model, they sit there. It's like watching the telly and going, "Oh yeah, my theory was right." And then they'll write the paper on it. Not all experiments and all that are actually, when like Klaus and all these scientists, when they say experiments, they can be talking about they've typed in the parameters, they've observed something, put it into binary, stuck it into a computer, a certain computer program that's the behaviour of black holes or whatever.
Hey, what you're saying is that Globers deny the scientific method.
Yeah, basically.
yeah. Or they'll call it quantum eraser scientific method or whatever. Like,
I wish I could shorten it, and I went on for about 5 minutes there, and you just basically put it down to 5 words or something. Nice.
Yeah, like I said, within 5 or 10 minutes, whether the person's gonna absorb any information or not. Sometimes it may take a couple days and links, but yeah, it's usually decided pretty quick whether they're like a Glober, anti-flat earther, or like on the fence for a couple months. But yeah, Globers don't know their model. They don't know what science is. They don't know what an experiment is. And all they try to do is to get you into the weeds, talk about other stuff other than like 90 degrees, the flat baseline, other than the lack of curvature, other than the lack of experimental gravity. And they'll talk about anything but that.
I've got, well, yeah, how about this? You must have noticed this as well. and I can tell that you've definitely. They could have a good conversation about certain scientific things like gravity or light or refraction. I'm sure you've been in there long enough. You've to have a conversation with that. But if you notice that when you get to a certain point in a conversation, I always notice this. The minute they start insulting you, they've they've come to the end. It's not about winning. It's never been about winning an argument with me, because I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I learned that many years ago. I got rid of that wanting to be right all the time. I sort of got rid of that, so I don't care. So because that kind of releases, if you don't care about being right or wrong or whatever, imagine the freedom that you get to express yourself and be proven wrong. But at least you can express yourself and put you through there's no harm in thinking about shit, right? That's a good, your brain's a muscle as well. It's got to be exercised. So, as I say, that kind of, well, that's,
there is a lot of Glober questions. They're trying to lead you into like this straw man, and it's like there's no point in even answering it. So a lot of times I won't answer because you're just gonna get like not even a picture, a screen. It's just like they're just like I keep it simple arguments like curvature, lack of rotation, lack of gravity, and then like they're gonna lack like 90-degree flat baseline. They're gonna try to take it everywhere else but the basics.
You know what? I have to say, there's like a few people that's made impact on the kind of Globers, but Bev, his channel, right? They've stopped going on there now, and I'm not. As I say, I have arguments for and against that, but that's basic logic, man, about the horizontal line and stuff like that, and like they just can't get fucking past that, and they've stopped going there. That's the funniest thing. So you still get good conversations, right? But it's like, but they've stopped. They used to be going over there all the time. Now they just go in the chat and scream from the chat, but they won't come in anymore because they know they get owned. Every time, man.
Like I'm sure you know this, but like the battle is for the on the fencers. It's going to be that neutral person or the truth seeker who's going to get swayed by which information, and then like not saying whichever is right or wrong, but like because like I'm not going to convince Zanuck, he's not going to convince me, so it's all going to be about the audience and that potential person reading or listening. But the funny part is like these Globers don't realize there's an audience watching, and all I need is that one person to be like, holy crap, look at that crazy guy talking bullshit. Whoa, Earth's flat, and then I won.
Yeah, that's but to me, and that's no. The thing is to me, it's not about winning, or it's maybe it is, but I don't get any. I'm not trying, when I get into a conversation, I'm not trying to win an argument or anything like that. It's like, it depends what mood I'm in. If I think it was you that mentioned it, or I was listening to a broadcast there that was saying, no, I'm just here to get you to talk double speak. All questions that I'll be asking will be. It was you. I laughed like fuck, man. That was brilliant. That was so funny. That was you, right? Okay. That was so funny. And that's it. That's all I'm here to do. And it was, right. What they did was, the first mistake is they blatantly ignored it. They actually ignored it. They didn't even respond to that. And then they just went on and done a bit of double speaking. That was funny. That was like comedic moments for me, man. That's why I like that. Yeah.
That's why I tried to like. That's why I tried to be like quiet, calm and like let them speak their bullshit, and then just throw in that jab. Let them speak their 5-minute bullshit, and then I'm gonna try. I took a photo screenshot, and I'm gonna try to go and clip it. But
Well, this is the thing, and I'll say that, and it's not trying to curry favour or anything, but that was one of the things that I noticed, and I'll say with SE Montreal, Bandsaw Bandit, Geo, Percentage, all you guys, right, I've had a, I can do it, but it's so hard for me to do it. It takes a lot of effort to be that, and I admire people that can sort of, like, absorb that fucking, honestly, it's like, well, for me anyway, it's like some of it's real nastiness that I'm saying, I'd have to say, or I'd have to say something, but I know the best thing to do is remain calm, say nothing, and let it happen. I can't be in control all the time, so that's why I admire guys like you, that way that you do that. You don't even suck it up. It's like it goes. It's like you ignore it. It's not. It's it's irrelevant. It's But but it takes me not a lot of effort, but it takes me effort to be bothered to do that. And that's the right policy. Give a man a rope long enough and he'll fucking hang himself. But I find it hard to practice that. It's so true, though. Let them talk.
Like I said, like it'll be for my own personal clip. Like I have 0 views, so it'll just be my
You
own
shouldn't
personal.
tell them that.
Yeah,
Right, let me tell you something. I've got it. Here's a funny thing, right? And this actually happened. You shouldn't have said that, and it's regarding what you said there, that you take clips. Years ago, right, I stumbled across neuro-linguistic programming, right? And if people look into that and what it entails or what it is, right, you actually see that you've been under it. And like the people that give these talks, like Cox and all that kind of stuff, they actually use it. But that's another subject. But the point is, when I got into that, so I started telling ballers, right, that I was, oh yeah, this is what I do. Sometimes I ask questions, and it's leading here. I'm studying NLP, and this is how that works. They stopped talking to me. They stopped wanting to speak with me because they thought, right, I was analysing them, kind of thing. So there was a period of time, and I could tell, they were nervous about talking, but I wasn't kind of doing that. I wasn't doing it. It was just like fear porn, but I was studying it, right? But I wasn't.
That's what I was saying, like 20 minutes or a half hour, where like they don't understand what's going on. Like I'm absorbing all the information, the people that what they're saying, how crazy they are, like how like it's just all in this algorithm in my mind of like separating them. Are they going to absorb truth? Are they not? How anti-flat earth are they? Like what crazy, like, so it's every human does that in their evaluation process. So
Yeah, but I think I have to say I like the way that you've, because that's kind of the way that I do it. But instead of, as I say, I'm not trying to win an argument. If I want to have a congenial, if the guy, there's guys that I wouldn't even bother fucking trying to have a congenial conversation, even though if I talk to these people, I know because they're going to talk shit. Whatever I say to them, like that Zanuck, and that guy's such a condescending tit, but it doesn't affect me. I'm not angry with him. I'm just like, I'm nonplussed. But the guy, the way that he talks to people, and that is that gaslighting. That it's a word, but that gaslighting that he does, it's disgusting. But as I say, you, SE Montreal, all these guys that don't respond to it, just like fucking kudos, nothing but kudos for that. But about that guy, it's just that energy that they kind of promote.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I just want them to. I could have debate with anybody, and I want them to speak because I want to ask my question, get them to say their double speak, and then it's like I said, it's not. I don't have a quantum eraser or an Oakley or a 40. Like it's not even about
But
winning
you've
the
got your own
debate.
thoughts. It was quite funny. That was a thing. Sorry for interrupting what
No,
Zanik
it's all
was
good.
saying to you. Or forget about Nathan Oakley and quantum eraser. And I
That
was thinking. Wait a minute. Even after listening to you for 10 minutes, what you were talking about, and him for saying that, I was like, well, this guy's not really. I don't think this guy's a fucking fanboy. Or if you know what I mean, like what you said before with Eric Dubé, or the ones that you think are shills or whatever, or whatever, you took that information and you leave. I left. I never left because I thought he was a shill or left or whatever. I've got my information right now. I'm going to read some fucking scientific shit, man, because I love reading. That was a thing, you know. I read my first book. My dad gave me my first book when I was 8 years old. You know, so. And it was a Scottish classic. It was called Kidnapped, and a character in that book is that's who I was named after. That's what that book. So that was like my first book. That's where a character there, and he happened to be the hero of the book. It's a classic, a great book to read. It's about the Jacobite rebellion, but it's about politics and other stuff that I didn't understand at the time, but my brain, I think, absorbed it. Kind of thing, but it's similar. And
like it's not even about winning the debate. Like all I'm trying to do is like speak my truth, and if that's winning or losing or just like, well, a lot of times Globers will ask me a question and I'm just going to answer with my instinct, or sometimes I know it's a loaded question and there's no point, but like so like it's not
I
winning
didn't mean to
because
point that
who can I
out.
show, like I could show an anti-flat earther in my debate and it's not going to convince anybody, and like I can show a new person my debate and it's not going to convince them. So like it's for my own practice and just speaking truth in the moment, killing time, enjoying life. Like
Yeah, I didn't mean to actually. When I think about that, I didn't mean to have a kind of, after you saying that, I get what you mean by winning. I was being a bit when I mentioned about winning an argument and stuff like that. You know, when you said that, I wasn't kind of thinking, that's what it is. It's about freestyling. I've been on. I went on these debates honestly like this, like the non sequitur. I was a fill-in, right? Steve McRae, he texted me. He said, "Oh, we've got this professor on," and he said, "Do you know, we're meant to get someone else to drop out." He said, "Do you want to come on and debate this dude?" And I was like, "All right, fuck it." And I never studied. You know how people say, "Oh, I've got to get my paperwork in order." Like yourself, instinct, my friend. You've read all this knowledge. You have to trust in this. If you, because I do believe in a bit of science now. According to science, our genetic strand or whatever, right? There's so many million, 100 billion something on there, right? But for every strand or something, there's 100 million pictures. Apparently, according to science, right? Our whole life is actually stored inside us like a computer. That's why when they try to interact with us, they've sussed out we can kind of think of them as a computer, and it's like we are metaphors for a computer. So they think we're a computer, so they act accordingly as if they were program a computer. What they have to install in their package. They can put viruses and all that kind of thing, you know, into the human brain, right? They don't know what it is, but they know they can kind of do that. So anyway, he gave me, it was like 2 days notice, 3 days notice. Like, fuck it, yeah, all right. I went on, and do you know what? You'll never believe this. The meeting, right? Because you always get introduced at the beginning, right? And I can't remember his name. It's still on there, non sequitur, but it's.
I might have seen that one because it might have been, unless it was like 2 years ago.
Oh no, no, it was more than that, I think.
Because Non Sequitur broke up when they had that money dispute, but I remember watching all the Flat Earth debates like 2-3 years ago. Like, yeah.
But there was a professor guy on. But you have a meeting before, you turn up early. It's not live or whatever. I talked to Steve, Kyle. Kyle was still there. Kyle and this professor did, and he's like, and Steve McRae's like, yeah, this is Ali, this is Professor such and such, right? And it's so funny. I wish I'd recorded this shit. It was so funny. So I said, whatever, say his name was Robert, for example, Professor Robert something, right? So I said, what do I call you? Do I call you Robert or Bob or whatever? And he said, no, he said, you can call me Professor and the second name, or you just call me Professor. And straight, like, if someone says that to you, because I said, my name's Alan, how you doing? But straight away, his identity, right? He identified he's a professor. So straight away, I know the person I'm dealing with. So I said, all right then, Bob, or whatever. And then we went on the show, and I'm not joking. I felt so sorry for the guy. He was like he didn't have a fucking clue what he was talking about. And, I'm a, I'm a compassionate person, no matter what it is. This guy was like that was the first thing.
I believe
I felt sorry for him. But I felt sorry for him to the point. Honestly, I really did. I felt so. I thought, fuck, if I just go half speed with this dude, he's going to look like a fucking idiot. And I don't. And I wasn't like a shouty person. That's why I got on.
I swear I saw that debate. And I had this. There was the same thing in like a different server where like this guy claimed he was a physicist student, whatever, and he was on Livestream, and I was like, oh my god, I feel so sorry for this guy. Like I'm not even gonna like make fun in any way because
right, yeah, there you
like,
go, man.
holy crap, man! Like this guy thinks he's smart, and he's like, whoa,
yeah.
Like, I totally understand.
Good for you. Good, brilliant. Yeah, and that was. Do you know that was that? And that was. And that's been the downfall of me. But no, it's not actually been the downfall because I have a great fucking life, and I'm so glad I chose to be like empathetic.
Yeah, I would say never regret your empathy, because your empathy is going to make you double guess or second think your decision, and then you might do it or you might not. But it'll be like it's a great governor in your life to have empathy and to not hurt people and then not have to regret it after, to have that governor and say, no, I'm gonna think about my decisions.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. As soon as I kind of said, I don't ever regret being the way I was, but it was so like that was, this was fucked up. It was so. It was so sad, man. I swear, and it was horrible because of the fact is because, I wanted a debate. It was just like I was treading water, and the fuckers put me on last. Kyle hated flat earthers, by the way. Steve McRae non-plus, but Kyle hated them, and they put me on fucking last. They knew I was like in fucking Europe, and all the other people that I had on, it was like 3 people. Oh, me, I was the third. They knew all the other people were, in America. And I was the only one, and they knew my fucking time zone. And I was fucked. The agreement was I was first on. And, me being the chill dude, yeah, no worries, man, I'll wait. And I waited. And I waited for 3 hours, and it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was up for work. I literally had an hour and then I had to go to work at 6 o'clock. And these fuckers knew that, you know. But it was, as I say, it was yeah. It's quite funny confronting these people. I wish it was a bit harder sometimes.
I can't even find the video. I typed in non-sec. I'll see if I can find it like tonight or tomorrow. I remember that physicist. He was like balding. He had like a beard and like a mustache. And I swear I saw it because there was a physicist that got destroyed on modern or non sequitur like 2, 3, 4 years ago. That was just like embarrassing.
No, I didn't destroy him. I didn't destroy him. So
You did. You did, but it was like it was a night. It was like a calm. Like he was. Yeah, if that's the one I remember. But
well, if it is that, but I'll have a false memory because I didn't think he had a beard and a moustache. He had glasses and a bald head. He had the bald head and glasses. But we'll find that. I'm curious, but I can. It's still there because I did search it a couple of years ago or a year ago or something like that, just to find it. But yeah.
Yeah, like for what would you call it? I'm lacking the word, but like there's globers in this server in this lobby that claim that the horizon is Earth curvature. That's how bad it is. Phil.
Yeah, but that's a years and years old.
But like Bacon, he's a nice, like, he's never been triggered, and maybe he's got muted a couple times, but he's supposedly one of their top globers, and he claims that the horizon is Earth curvature. So I even told him in text, I was like, "This is disappointing," and he just gave me like a shrug.
Yeah, I know. It's not some. Yeah, because there is decent. As I say, I've met some. I've got people that I've got bought. I hate using that, but there's people on the other side that I know that I can have a civil conversation with. Even actually, one of the most screamingest proponents of the ball earth, I had an absolutely fantastic, and he remembers it to this day, absolutely fantastic conversation about stars, galaxies, the makeup, chemistry, the whole lot. This guy knew his stuff. And I'm not going to name him, but people would be surprised about this dude. Because everybody fucked off with the live. They all fucked off to a channel that was going live. They wanted to join and get their word across. And me and this guy, it was a Discord server. Me and this guy decided, I'm not going there because we were in the middle of a conversation. I don't want to be famous. I remember in Jose's, right, when he first started, or when he began the after show, right, he started doing two. So he'd stop one, and then, but you could stay in there and chat or whatever, and then maybe about 15 minutes later he started another one, and you could be, there'd be about 6 or 7 people in there and involved in a really good discussion, not swearing or anything like that, right deep discussion. And as soon as the live broadcast, look, I'm on the telly, mother, started, the fucking room emptied, and you were left with the guy you were talking to. And you know what I mean? It was like, so some of these people felt driven to go into a live show because they were the vociferous ones, they were the ones that were talking. But I used to, and that's how I met a lot of ballers by, fuck the live, I'm not going straight, they clicked straight away as soon as it went live. The room would empty, whatever was driving these people. But there was always maybe 2 people left or 3 people left, and we'd have great conversations. And they're on the opposite side kind of thing. It was usually the ballers that stayed on the after show, while the flat earthers fucked off to go on again kind of thing. So, but interesting dynamic.
There is common ground, but there's also dividing ground, and usually I can do the dumpster fire or I can do the calm. like, if you start the insults, then I can return fire, and we can, like, it. Like, so, yeah. So I'm flexible, but I try to keep it civil and information. Usually, I just post so that anybody logging on or watching on YouTube can see, and then it always triggers Globers into responding with their damage control.
Yeah, well, that's what you do. That's what you do. If you want to get your word out, just say it. People always respond to it, you know, so.
Yeah, like they want to debate and send me information. Like I'm gonna send you information that's gonna convince an anti-flat earther. Like, really? You think that I'm gonna like you're gonna watch it and like be convinced? Really? Okay, but like I said, it's more for like the audience and to see the points and to watch the obfuscation or to see who's freaking out. But everybody's here for a different reason, yeah. But
Oh, sorry, but here's the reason that it's sort of, because I used to do that, right? But in these flat Earth chats, right, what happens is you get these flat Earth chats and whatever, and maybe you are talking to the audience. That used to be my thing. I thought, yeah, well, you know, at least if one person gets it, nah, but I kind of, who gives a fuck? You know, as I say, if the people that are listening to a debate, right, and or a conversation, and can't define who say they hate the glober or they hate the flat earther, well, to me, you're not going to get through to these people, and the clever people or the clever people will be the ones that are intelligent enough. So I sort of, you know, that's what I kind of used to do, and then that's what bothers Zanuck, not Zanuck, Kosho. He even admits why he comes across here, right? Is for that space, it's like well, I liken it to the Messiah complex, and it's not about saving the world. They're going to save someone by speaking the thing, not in an arrogant way. It's not necessarily that way. You know, it can be done under desperation. Oh fuck, I've got to get this information out because this is going to happen. It's not about that. But I liken it to that because you think that's going to make a difference. I actually give people credit, the intelligence, that if you're in a chat listening to two people talking, I actually give the credit to that person without even having to persuade them or have to type to them or you're telling them something specifically or whatever, is that they'll decide.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's battle for the on the fencers, and like a lot of Globers don't realize what's actually happening. They don't realize the audience is watching, or they do.
Most people don't know. Most people, if you go out in public and ask them a simple question about the water or the spin of the earth, even just saying that, you know how it's, oh, that's a stupid question you get to. But you could say, oh, it's funny, imagine that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, yet we're spinning at only 800 miles an hour, a little bit further out. And ask them questions like that, or the water thing. You know, because most people don't even know they don't even know the fucking model, normal people. I got a guy, typical example, on a quick one. I drive a lorry, and sometimes we've got to drive further than I can drive 9 hours in a day, so sometimes I'm another driver. So anyway, we were coming into, I think it was Wuppertal in Germany. We're on the motorway, and there's these huge, big industrial, funnels, these big chimneys, man, massive, 200 metre long, you know, the big massive ones. And it was like in the morning, the sun was rising, and imagine this picture on the motorway, and here on your skyline, there's these huge fucking funnels with white smoke going straight up, right? And I hadn't even mentioned to my driving partner, he's a total square, so I'm driving this. I goes to him, I says, son, do you know, I always wondered, right? Do you know we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and stuff like that. And he was like, no, I didn't. I said, well, that's what, that's what it is. I said, and it was right in front of you. So honestly, it was like it took up the whole horizon. These huge chimneys putting smoke up in the air. You can guess what I'm going to say. I says, right. I says, well, do you know if we're spinning at that speed? I thought, have you ever wondered why the smoke's going straight up? And that's all I fucking said. And and the guy's 60 years old, right? 63 years old. And he was like, straight away, he was like, yeah, that's funny. I said, that's science for you. And I never said another word.
Just
But
like,
he
let's go.
sat.
Yeah. What did he say
Sorry?
after? He probably just went back to work, though. It's like,
We were,
start driving.
no, he didn't. That's what I'm saying. He was silent for an hour about it, and then we had a conversation. Then I told him about the flat earth. I said, that's why I believe in the flat earth. We're not. No, I didn't say about the flat earth. I said, that's why I don't believe we're spinning. And he got that. That was honestly, this thing, it was the horizon with these huge big funnels with smoke, these smokestacks, chimneys, man, that were like 200 metres.
Is he a flat now?
No, he doesn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah. See, that's the issue. Like, I've worked on my friends for 5-6 years, just casually, but the one argument they're like, yeah, helicopters don't rotate. Like, the Earth doesn't rotate under helicopters. That's a good argument, but they don't care because they got their life and they got work and they pay their taxes and kids and
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
which is it's reasonable. You got your life and you want to enjoy it, but I would say living a life of truth is a better life, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but that's your truth. Your truth and my truth. That is only ours. It's only like it's a subjective truth because I don't really know what the truth is. I've found out that I don't know what the fucking what reality is, what the truth is, or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. But to me, I'm allowed to believe what I think I know. But I always hold that in the back of my head. I could be totally fucking wrong. But as I told you, I don't give a fuck about being wrong because I don't care. Because I can take being wrong. To me, if I'm wrong, I've learned something. I've learned the thing that's right, or
but
that I was wrong. And I always look at that. I tell my kids that as well. I says, hey, listen, I say, don't ever be scared of being fucking wrong because being wrong holds you back from just going, fuck it. This is what or doing things spontaneous or going with instinct or stuff like that, questioning your instinct. You know, I've been living on my instinct since I was 16, since I got told, it's a good idea. And I don't come from a hippie commune or fuck all. My dad was a crane driver, a normal family, you know, I worked normal jobs, that kind of shit. But I got told that. And that was enough for me. So I had that, and that's the kind of way I looked at it. And all my life, because I got told to follow your instinct, all my life on all these scientists and police, the police get trained, they get specifically told, don't go with your instinct. But when they interview the detective on these programs that solve the case, yeah, I just got a funny feeling with the guy. I had my instinct, but they get trained not to follow it now. You know, I mean, that's kind of double think. Like how best to confuse someone is, you know, I mean, tell them not to use their instinct, although they use their instinct to, you know, it's irrational. So
yeah,
it's stuff like that.
It's
You know what I
everything.
mean? You'll need to excuse me. I'm just going to the bathroom. If you're still there, I'll be back in a second. What was the thing that convinced you then, Northern?
I would say, I was on Twitter battling people for like 3-4 years. Some guy randomly messaged me, "Have you heard of Flat Earth?" And then he sent me Flat Earth Matrix Masonic Manipulators.
Oh, right, the three.
You remember? You know that one?
No, I
See that?
don't.
Like,
No, I don't.
no?
I don't. But yeah,
It was the Higher Side Chats Eric Dubay interview from like 2015 or 2016. And then
Okay.
yeah, so I was just listening, and he's like, water finds its level and there's no curvature, and I was like, holy fuck. I always knew the government, like, I was a truther for years, and I knew the corruption and government and lies, and then it just was like, holy crap, it's flat. Everything makes perfect sense.
Do you think the government knows, or do you think there's just certain people that know?
I would say like the secret societies, the higher up levels know, but they're gonna leak it to.
Do you think the military knows, but the government doesn't know?
I don't think they know. Like, they're just normies. It says like, oh, you're doing it on a flat earth, but they just don't care. They're like so busy. They're just, I got money, I'm gonna do like the normie things, and like they don't
No,
even
I mean
care.
the high up. I mean the high ups. I mean, sorry, we're on the, not the guys that fly the planes or that kind of stuff, but I mean like the high ups or these astronauts that have, because you.
Yeah.
Forget about the Masonic link. Right, I worked for the government, not a fancy job, but I was actually once in the ops room of a nuclear submarine base, and it's just like fucking James Bond, and that's a fucking fact. It was, man. It was quite an eye opener, right? I was emptying trash cans, man. That's all it was. I started off as a cleaner, but there was someone that was off sick. I was okayed, because it's like a high security. You need a special pass. I had to get issued a specific pass just for the day, just to go up and get rid of all the shredded waste that I had to put in a certain bin or whatever, right? It was just like James Bond. But when I got that job, just as a cleaner, I had to sign the Official Secret Act, right?
Non-disclosure agreement.
No, the Official Secrets Act, meaning not a non-disclosure. I could get sued for a non-disclosure, but an Official Secrets Act I could get done for treason if I revealed any information that happened within the facility, even as a cleaner. And that's everybody that goes in there, right? You have to sign that. Now, I had a friend, and I worked in high security areas. But the new submarine, Britain bought this new submarine. It's a Vanguard generation of submarines. We get all the shit from America. When they're finished with it, we got Polaris off America. There's a deal going on that America builds them, uses them, and we get them second hand. And sometimes some European countries get our old shit, kind of. It's like a passing on, like Big Brother passing on the stuff to wee brother kind of thing. But anyway, so you sign that agreement. I had a friend, brought up all my life, lived in the same village, in a tiny village I come from. One of my friends, and he was working on that was his job, to work on the submarines. He was a civilian, and I was like, oh yeah, nice one, man. My mate, I just asked him, I says, what are you doing? What are you doing? What were you doing today? He says, I can't talk about it. He said, and he took it serious. I didn't. I didn't care about it. I was fucking, anybody that wanted to know what I did or the layout of the base, I didn't give a fuck. I didn't care. Or whatever. And that kind of attitude. But my mate took it serious. So that told me, this is my, like my best friend. And I respected it for him. I didn't go, I was like, fair enough. Right? He signed a contract. He shall not say nothing. And there's, he took that serious. Now, someone that's in the military, Navy, or the Air Force, which most of these astronauts are, I think there's been one civilian or a couple of civilian scientists. But if you look at where they came out of to actually go up there, you have to have there's stipulations. You have to have connections to certain maybe organisations, or you must have had this training or whatever, which just happens to be either you work for a big corporation on space technology, or you work for NASA before, or some kind of thing. If you look at the scientists that have been up there, you can find some connection to the military or whatever. If you look, if you just
it'd be like, does Don Pettit know it's flat? Probably not. He can't even find like his own underwear. Like, he's so stupid. Like Don Pettit doesn't know it's flat. He's just so like it's but Rothschild.
But
Jacob
I think astronauts up there that have been up there. See, the thing is, I mean, I believe, right? There's a thing. I believe that the ISS is up there, right? This is just my belief. It doesn't matter. I'm not fucking. I could be wrong, but I chose to believe that. I've looked at all the videos. I've looked at all the things, and I've come to the conclusion I can accept, and it's actually up there now. And also there's only two conclusions I come to. These astronauts that I put up there, they're just somehow hypnotized, which is possible. It's not, people when they say hypnotism, oh, you're a zombie and stuff like that. No, you can be perfectly, and you can be seen, you can live that until the hypnotist takes you out of that fucking state of mind. You don't suddenly wake up dead easy to keep reinforcing it over the bombs or whatever, right? And you don't walk about zombies. You can act like totally normal, and you don't know you've been hypnotised until there's a trigger or whatever, right? That's how the brain works. People can go and check out the fucking science if they want. Well, that's a fact, or that's what they say is a fact, right? So these people could either be taking that agreement that they've taken. It's the bigger picture. Remember, these people have been educated. Look, guys, the peasants, like all the great philosophers, they looked down upon the peasant class. That's who we are, right? They looked about whether you be rich or not. If you buy into the narrative, the reality that's been presented before you, you're in the peasant class, because Socrates, Democritus, Plato, all these people, right? They were, they were objectively viewing the behaviour. They were doing a cycle, they were seeing it, saying, look at these people, man. This rich dude is taking the piss out of it, and they could see that, and they would look at, and there's people that look down upon us with disdain, because the majority of human beings accept the shit that's going on, that's getting taken the piss out of us. So when these people that discover this are taught the bigger picture, these people don't deserve. Look at them. Look at the state of them. They fucking dance to, look, they let their kids dress like fucking strippers and shit like that. That's an easy sell. That's an easy sell to come in. Hey, come into this club. I know people will die and shit like that, but look, you're better. Look at them. Look at the fucking state of them. Come into this club, you'll be sorted. End of story. That's not like a long stretch to think how the attitude of these people that go to these like the Ivy League schools or Cambridge, Oxford and stuff like that, they get trained like that. They get their brains get manipulated into.
The best thing they bring up is Operation Paperclip, and it'll cause a Glover spiral within 2 minutes.
Oh yeah. Oh, that happened years ago. That happened years ago. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I still use it with that meme. You post that meme, and then you got Globers defending Nazis, some of them not defending. Well, we worked with them because they blah blah blah. You got like, it's but
and it can be entertaining. You know, I have to say, I got to the point. I don't usually come on and argue anymore. I just like talk to people that I know I'm going to get a conversation with, or bounce ideas off, or someone that's actually going to tolerate listening to me go on for about 5 minutes, and then come with an answer, kind of whatever. I don't know. I have to watch.
Yeah, like I can, even like earlier there was conflict. I could, like, anytime you could jump in and argue, but I'm not really, I don't have the energy, or I don't know. I just don't feel like arguing every single time. It's easier in voice chat. I'm not going to convince you anyways. You're a anti-flat earther, so like it's more for the audience anyways. So, but
Yeah, and
like,
that does help. That does help. Even though I sort of look at it from the other point, but that's just me being contrary. That's that curse of looking at things from the both sides. Well, I totally agree that, yeah, you know, it could influence just one person and stuff like that. The other way I put it, I was like, you know, I'm like insulting people's intelligence. But a thing I did learn, right, and it was quite impactful for me, right, because I've been doing this for years, not just Flat Earth, but other stuff about governments, Agenda 21 and stuff like that, and, you know, had the same, aggression in public, in my real life, not in chats and stuff like that, or stuff. When I find out stuff, I go into real world and tell people. You know, as I said, you know, that's the beauty of not being scared if you're wrong or not. That I tell people, and I've had aggression, I've had people judging me as an idiot and stuff like that, but I don't care. It's like water off a duck's back, because that's the way you have to be, kind of thing, not being scared about being wrong, you know, what I was talking about before. So I've shared loads of knowledge about governments. And I live in Denmark. I come from Britain, Scotland, obviously, but I've lived in Denmark, and most of my life I've been subliminally taken in politics, science, a whole lot. My dad, you know, when we sit, it was the news. So I can remember getting subliminally. And as I say, it wasn't a hard step for me. I always believed governments were shit and stuff like that, but only truly, I didn't think anything about banking, but I just knew politicians. I used to think politicians were stupid. Yeah, they're not stupid. They've got a world view. There's a few of them that are in there that like sleepers, or the what do you call it? They keep the lie going, kind of thing. They're there as, because you know how many people does it take to start a riot in a crowd or influence a crowd? You know, it takes 12 people to go into a population of about 100,000 to cause a fucking revolution, man. You know, and that's the influence you know, like one person can have over it. So you put them in the boss position. They could be even a cleaner. They could be in education. I know for a fact, no matter, from all levels of education, there's things that I call spotters. They're teachers, right? They're qualified teachers, but they work for a certain organisation. Could be tied to the government or whatever. Because my friend, I'll tell you, my friend gave me a great story. His best friend going to a private school. He was studying international banking, and he got poached, right? And he got offered a job with the MI5, right? He got offered a job with the MI5 when he was 20 years old. He hadn't even finished his studies, right? And that's and this is 30 years ago, 30 odd years ago, before I got into conspiracies or whatever, and I even noticed then That's a bit fucking strange. They must have teachers there. How the fuck did they? You know, these were questions I was asking, like, for me, normal questions before I was a conspiracy theorist. And I said to my mate Andy, I said, did he get the job? He said he wouldn't tell me. That was it. And it was, my mate had no reason to lie. It was a guy he'd grown up with all his life. He went to university. As I say, he went into international bank, you know, international finances. He was, or something to do with financial thing. And he was poached. He was offered a job, as I said, before he'd even 21 finished his degree or whatever, or his university. You know, his 4 years studying. They already wanted him. You know, so that sort of kind of told me, right. And, you know, as above, if you believe in the Hermetic principles, as above, so below. Well, if there's spotters in that type of school, it was a private school to pay to get in it. I thought, that's going to happen in public schools. And then I thought a bit deeper about it. It's the people that are in power haven't really invented anything. Anybody that's invented anything has sold it to people that never invented it, that will go on to sell it. So these guys don't really invent. Microsoft never invented anything. These guys that own all these huge corporations, they actually use the energy or the brain from the normal human being, the peasant class, shall we say, what they call. It doesn't matter whether you're middle class, you're a millionaire, you're a fucking peasant. It doesn't matter. It's not monetary. It's your actions. It's what you think that makes you a peasant.
I would say most ideas and inventions were stolen from the poor and monopolized by the rich.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying there, but longer. You've got a very way of being very succinct. I give a big, huge story, and you finish it off by saying,
if there's a glober, it's like I get right to the point, and I'm gonna chop them down, like right at the knees, like right away, and then they're gonna run or like but so I'm super direct and like to the point, and yeah.
Yeah, I had a mate. Well, I've had a few mates like that. So what you mean is, and they go on to, I was like, yeah, sorry, I'm Scottish. It's not an apology.
I was like, are you Scottish? No, just because it's either Scottish or like Northern England, maybe, or something, or like Eastern Irish or something.
No, I'm Scottish, and it's probably a mixed dialect or whatever, or words, is because I went to London and I found out very soon. I lived there for 15 years. I found out very soon, if I want to make money in this place, I better start pronouncing my words a little bit better and stop talking so fast.
Yeah,
right?
It takes.
And I made
a little bit more effort. Yeah, but yeah, for sure.
Right, I had to because people were just like staring at me as I was talking, because we do tend to talk fast. Even me saying that was controlled and slowed down so that I had to get my point across. When I go home,
like you know Panto Math, I'm sure. I don't know if
who's
you're
that?
Panto Math.
Look, see this stuff the stuff you mentioned. Send me a DM or something like that, a private.
Yeah, he's just a flat earther from Scotland, and like he's really hard to understand. But I can understand you better than I can him.
Yeah, well, I went to London. That was another thing. So when I used to go home to Scotland, for a holiday or a visit, and they're like, "You snobby bastard, you talk like English now," is because I had to change my accent. If you want to go, if a Scottish person wants to go to London and get loads of money, or earn a load of money and get the fuck out of there, you have to change your accent. I went from working for the gypsies in the space of 3 years, I went for getting a job, working with Irish gypsies, paving, tarmacking and stuff. What an experience. I lived on a gypsy campsite. That was amazing. It was better than the television for me. But the point was, I went from that, realising I had to change my dialect, my accent, to having my own business, my own landscaping business. And not only that, never paid a bit of fucking tax as well. And it wasn't like small jobs, you know, it was like big jobs. I got pointed out a few things earlier on in life about, you know, target your customer base. So if I went for like a sort of more affluent customer that I knew that I could just, if I put in too cheap a price, it would be looked down upon with suspicion. Because these people, you know, they look at the price and the first question they ask, because they're not stupid, why is it so cheap? So I always used to put in a fucking stupid price, make numbers up, fling in, and I got that. But from there, from changing my accent in 3 years, I was doing well. Doing very well, because I'm not materialistic, so it wasn't about houses and cars and stuff like that. So I had a very good life in London for 15 years. But with the accent, I had to slow it down. Sometimes I slip into it.
If you spent 15 years in London, and then you probably adapted, and then if you move back, people notice the difference. But I'm sure you know, like the only thing in popular culture for like Scotland is like Train Spotting. It's like it's the only movie that like represents it, I guess.
Right, that's a great point, because there's a speech that Ewan McGregor gives when they decide to come out. The thing is, I've kind of experienced that culture. So I've experienced many cultures regarding, like, all sort of levels of society, shall we say, I've experienced and indulged in. And that was quite a good film. But going on about hating Scottish people, hating English people, Ewan McGregor, right? He gives a great speech. They got off in, I think it was, I can't remember, not Fort Augustus.
Yeah, it's like, we're fucking Scottish. There's nothing more shit.
That's it. But the best thing, the quote at the end, and the English, we don't hate the English. They're just wankers. With a kind of blasé attitude. We don't really care. It's half the time it was just for the wind up. It was just to to wind the English up. Scottish people don't hate any. Well, in traditional, we never hated. My father never brought me up to hate anybody, no matter what skin colour or anything. Or the first time I experienced racism. And even where Pakistanis were prevalent in Scotland, we called them Pakis, but that wasn't derogatory. That was, Scottish people are lazy with the words. If we can say a word shorter than the full word, we'll take it. It wasn't derogatory. I never, and I never got brought up with that in that era. I'm 50, what am I, 56, 57, 65. 57, yeah. And I got brought up in that era. And it was strange to me. I come from a little village. So racism and all that kind of stuff, it never got. And I think, if you think about that, right, so if I was in a little village, right, and there's maybe about 200-300 people, so it's not a small one. But if I was in that group, and most of my friends, we never, geez man, we didn't, not any of the words would cross our minds about Jewish people, black people, Pakistani people, or whatever. None of those words would even enter our minds. It wasn't like it was, we'd hold them out of our minds. They didn't, to us, they didn't exist or whatever. There was no, we were just people kind of thing. We didn't think about things like that. Now I'm thinking, right, so there's a little villager. So, you know, we could obviously create a mindset like that anywhere. Doesn't matter what in scale. You can create that. So that's what I'm saying. It was like, that was weird. In that certain, and it was a big area, you know, and it was, yeah, you didn't get race things or anything like that.
Even though I know, like, I know about you from like the past 7 years of Flat Earth, and my educated guess would be like you're over 35 or over 40, just even based on like the last couple of minutes. Like you'd have to be that age to like notice the difference in society for sure. Yeah, like everything's different now. Like everything's agenda, psyop, programmed. It's way different than it was 20 years ago when I grew up. When I grew up, there was no YouTube, there was no Facebook.
Yeah, well, it's like that. I remember the first computer that I ever got was a Amstrad PC 464, PC 464 or CPC 464, I think it was, with a colour monitor and the keyboard. I think I was about 14 or something like that. I'm like 57 now, right? And after like learning or sort of actually educating myself on the financial system, politics, and stuff like that, it's like I kind of think, because that was when the big push. Because what I remember, I was 17. I was 17 in the 80s, 82 or whatever, 16, 17. And society, right? Society, it was like it went, because Thatcher and Reagan, Thatcher came in 79, Reagan, I think he came in the 80s or something like that, and they kind of paired up. But the attitude of the society or of Britain at the time, right, was fuck you, Jack, I'm alright. It was cocaine, champagne, horses, earning, it was stock exchange mad. I think everything went commoditised. Margaret Thatcher sold all the public coal, energy, all things that the public owned, right? She sold it to all these corporations, and that's when I sort of see that as the big push. The big push. And then in 1992, it was it came the environment, which actually started in 68 by a book written about, it was quite funny. And remember, I lived through the 70s, right? And in the 70s, I remember as clear as day in the newspapers, on the news, it was called the Big Freeze. Global temperatures are plummeting. This is true. I was there.
Yeah,
this is a fact. And I've spoken to people, when I mention that, they remember it. So I know it's not a false fucking memory. Or it's a collective false fucking memory, but I remember it. I can say it to my dad.
It's a classic story of global doublespeak where they say it's freezing, it's warming, it's freezing, it's warming, and yeah.
How you can one of the ways of controlling your enemy, because that's how they look at us. We are spoiling their fun, because listen, there's more of us than there's more of them, and they literally are constantly looking over their fucking shoulders, worrying that at some point this is going to fucking explode unless this happens.
If you let one ant stand up to us, they all might stand up to us.
Yep. So imagine. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what gives me the satisfaction, right? See, that's the only thing. That's how I get rid of the anger or the hate. They know I'm behind them. Fucking at any point, there could be a billion people like me behind them ready to fucking move on them. And that's the thing. And so that gives me a pleasure. That's not a nice. I would hate to do that. You know, I've been involved in dodgy shit, and I would hate to have. That's why I've always paid my debts, been honest or whatever. Because I would hate to be looking over my shoulder, because that takes over your life. I know people that live looking over their fucking shoulder for 30 years, or they still think about things that happened at 30 years and they live with that. And to me, not logically, that's not doing me any good. You know, why would I hang with about something that's could never happen? Fuck it, if it happens, I'll respond or whatever. But they've got. So
Even
that's
when
my.
that's why I ask, even like a Glober, I'll be like, do you believe in forcing anybody to do anything? Would you hurt anybody? And then they struggle. It's like a minute or two and they're thinking, it's like, what? You're thinking about this?
Yeah, because do you know why they do that? See, if you asked me that question, I would say no, straight away.
That's a test where I ask him the question, and the test is how long it takes him to answer. If it's not instantly, no, I would never hurt anybody. And if they think about it for 10 seconds or 30 seconds, it's like, holy shit, who am I talking to?
Well, right, but there's two types of people you can be talking to. You could be talking to someone that knows you're a flat earther, thinks it's a fucking gotcha. So what they're trying to do is at the speed of light, the electricity moves, they're trying to suss out, right, where's this guy going to go with it? Is he going to try and trap me? He's got a gotcha, because they always think it's to do with flat earth. You ask them the question about the size of their shoes, and they'll go, oh fuck, what's that? What's he trying to get me for? Because they're paranoid, dude. They're paranoid as fuck, man. They're in fear of getting gotcha. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about being wrong. Because when you're wrong, it doesn't. See, if I'm wrong about something, it doesn't mean the Earth's a fucking spinning globe going through. But these people, these people think when you ask them a question, right? They think if they agree with you. Right, well, there's loads, because they've got peer pressure when they go back to James, because some of them have been hammered, man. The rumpus, throughout history, people that have kind of pointed out, like, no, you're wrong there, a baller pointing out a baller, they get fucking pulled over the coals back in the court of the ballers and stuff like that. That's true, that. You know, and I know that from it. Rumpus got fucking ripped. There's loads of people. There's some mad stories that come from that. But anyway, the point is they're thinking that you're trying to get them with you know this, but I'm just saying, you know, it's so funny that they think you're, and how about that? Imagine you knowing that. Imagine the power you've got just to think, right, I'm going to have a bit of fun here and just ask some kind of some oblique question like the shoe size or something. And you know, like you said, you know, when you ask a question, you know whether they wait for 5 seconds or whatever. But just ask a crazy out there question that's got fuck off. How it could be related to flat Earth's fucking impossible, right? But just ask it, you know, and they'll think, you know, and then you'll go, that guy, it's funny as fuck, it happens. That's what I resorted to, Northern. I got over, it's like, it got evolved into, like, I'm just going to troll these fuckers, but not in a bad way or get any pleasure, just for a laugh, you know, like watching a movie. You know, I separate myself, and I'm just observing myself having a laugh. So it's kind of emotionally, you detach yourself from it. You know, if you're watching yourself or listening to yourself having a conversation with it.
I'll even take jabs at myself, not like in even like in other flat earth servers, like I'll jab myself, and like I can take a joke, and like I know what the big picture is. But yeah, like usually, like say there was a server, it just started, it was all good, and then this one Glober came in and he started a dumpster fire. So then it just turned into anything goes, and like I can do that too, or I can be completely civil with civil people. So, but
yeah, that's what that was the thing. I couldn't make the choice. I could make the choice when I could be bothered, but most of the time, stupidly, because it's like that saying, you know, two people fighting looks a lot, just looks, you know, two idiots or two people arguing from the outside looks like two idiots arguing.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
I've
so.
heard that.
That was bad quote. It was the idea of it. You know, it's like it's how you're perceived. No, but it's not that you think there's someone watching. It's from your own point of view. If you forget about, you know, someone else watching you argue with anything, just remember it's for yourself. So when you're arguing with something, be aware the emotions you're going through or the argument or whatever. And is it worth having this argument? No, like Sun Tzu, man. You know, I have to say about flat Earth and stuff like that. Man, I got introduced to, you know, all these philosophers, Sun Tzu, all these kind of books that make you think. You know, like The Art of War, right? It's mostly about, you know, what a good general is and all that kind of thing. But if you look at it from a different kind of angle, like how you know, scientists looks at our brain like a computer. If you look at that and think, oh, I wonder if that system could work in my life or the way that I approach things in my life, nothing to do with fighting or war. And then it was my mate that actually gave me the book, and he told me how to look at it. You know, as a way of, you know, it talks about enemies and stuff like that, but enemies could be just someone that disagrees with you. He's not your enemy, as in, because when that word, if you said, oh, he's my enemy, it invokes if you want to say a chemical reaction or a thought in the person that hears the word. If I say he's my enemy, that person is going to perceive that I hate that person, or he's at war with that person, or he's like that. But it could be also, it could mean someone that you disagree, or someone that you want something off of. You know, you want something, so you've got to regard it like he's my enemy. He's got something I want, but he's not like your enemy that you hate him. It's just you look at it metaphorically like that. He's got something. What's the best? What does Sun Tzu say about that? Say that bank, for example, is your enemy, right? You see that as the enemy, right? And you think, what does Sun Tzu do about that? Well, first thing he said, know thine enemy, out the Bible or out the belief or whatever. So you've got to study that, and then you've got to understand them, and then you've also got to find an ally within that camp. And the best ally, this was me thinking about it. I used this system to get a loan without any collateral, and I got the loan. But I used this system. Right, okay, so I've got to get an ally or a in to that organisation, aka the bank. It wasn't for a lot of money. As I say, it was only a couple of £1,000. It wasn't for a lot of money, but I just decided to use it. Found my ally, which is your financial advisor that sometimes you meet if you want to go for a loan or whatever. It's a good idea always to keep in contact with that. That's the guy that can give you access to credit. And credit's good. Actually, people diss it, but you have to know how to use it. But the point is, that's it. So he's my enemy. The bank's the enemy. I've got to get an ally. Here's this guy. So now he's the enemy. Now, what does that guy want? That guy wants to be promoted. He doesn't want to be just your bank advisor, work behind the counter. He wants to get promoted, so you know his motivation. So now you think, right, so how am I going to make him think by him giving me money is going to get him promoted? And then that's what you do. You come up with it. You've got to have a good idea, good bit of idea, a couple of lies, and you get him, you become his friend. You become personal, you know, how you do, have the chat. And I tell you, get anything, but you've got to make sure you pay the guy back. That's the thing. You've got to make sure you're honourable in that transaction, because you have to, you know, you're not going to get that money so you can go and gamble it away in fucking Las Vegas. If you use it with good intent, because in that process, you're not meant to harm anybody. and you tell him that he get a black mark against his book for okaying the loan, because his boss is going, right, how come you gave him a loan? Oh, he came up with a story and that. What the fuck? No, the rules are this, that, and that. He's meant to give you this, that, and that. You know, he get bullshit. So, and that guy might get promoted. So suddenly now you've got an ally that's your best friend that's a fucking area manager of a bank. And that was like the art of war kind of thing. But as I say, Flat Earth fucking introduced me to all these mad books that made me look at the world in a different place, in different ways.
That's probably why Globers are very afraid, because it'll make you question the government, and they can't have that. It's like you make any post, and they're going to be there posting the Glober rhetoric, thinking they can convince you. And I often say, you underestimate my distrust in government. Like, there's nothing you'll say to ever make me trust the government, ever.
That's a nice statement, short and sweet. Yeah, there's nothing you will say that will make me trust the government. That can be a blanket statement, man, and that's such a truth.
Well, one of my first questions, like, I'll take different routes, but all you have to do is like start out, do you trust the government? And then they're in a conundrum. Ooh, I say no, and then I got them, because then you say, okay, you don't trust government, then you don't trust this, you don't trust that. Or if they say yes, then you just expose the lies that they've already declassified. Operation Paperclip, Gulf of Tonkin, USS Liberty, the Lusitania, King David bombing in Israel. Like, they could still deny it, but like you're denying obvious events.
What was that? What was that King David? Was that when the Israeli Air Force bombed that American ship? Is that one you're talking about?
Oh, the King. I think it was the King David Hotel in like 1946 or 1948. I think they bombed a hotel in Palestine or Israel. It was like the King David Hotel in like the 1948 or something.
I think in the 70s or the 80s, the Israeli army fucking blasted the shit out of American Navy ship on it, even when they were calling it fucking, we're fucking Americans, man.
USS Liberty was in 1967. I think it was like 1966, 1967 to start the 6-Day War. And Israel bombed the USS Liberty, blamed it on Egypt to start the 6-Day War in 1966 or 1967 or something.
Fuck, that was 2 years after I was born, man. Jesus Christ. Hey, I'm just thinking, imagine how many... It'd be interesting if I went and actually thought back, how many wars I've actually been through. Not been through, but like how many wars I've been since I was born, kind of thing. That'd be interesting. For myself, anyway. It was just a thought. I was just expressing.
I'm just about 40, so a lot of my time is spent reflecting on the past and like what you want to do in the future. But yeah, like whether it be the wars that I've lived through or many other topics, it's just like I love history. And then you find history, and then you can make your own history, because we all know that the history they gave us is pretty much mostly lies. So we have to repiece the history ourselves.
Do you know a guy called Anatoly Fomenko?
Yeah, he's like the false history or the different calendars or something like that. But
Interesting. As I say, I always read things where the actual library. Do you know there's about I don't know. I think there's about 12 volumes, 13 volumes of it's like fucking it's gigabytes of actually all the books of the history, because he goes into astronomy and science. He goes into the birth of Christ, that history. He goes into loads and loads of different. It's like about 12 books, 13 books or something.
I would say every flat earther has a different version of history, a different timeline, and so a lot of it is speculation. And
he did it with mathematics, so that's the thing, right? That was the interesting thing. Not that, as I said, mathematics is just a description. It doesn't prove anything. Ballers don't get that, but never mind. They can't be bothered arguing with it. They say it themselves, just a description. A theory is just a description. A law is just a description. All science is by consensus. It's only by consensus. End of story. When you look at the root, if you go down to that fucking root that makes that flower, that which is science, right? It's just at the end, at the root of it, just because a few folk agree that I've studied. That's all it is, man. And when people understand that, all right, you fucking you can believe that if you want, but understand that I'm not willing to believe that just because. I think it was Leonardo da Vinci, and I read this when I was about fucking 14 or 15-year-old. A quote, it was either him or Galileo, one of these guys, one of these dudes, right? And he said, and this so resonated with me, especially at 14, you fucking know you're right about absolutely everything. So that's why I always remember it. And they said, just because everybody says it's so, doesn't necessarily mean it's so. And from the age of 14, I always remembered that. But I never put it into practice with science or, that kind of stuff. It only came to fruition, or that came back to me when I actually started looking into,
that's
law
the problem.
and government.
When people start looking into it, they usually find it like.
Oh, it's right in front of your face all the time, innit? And you're like that going, do you not see this? And they're like fucking shouting at you. Once your eyes are opened, man, they never close, right?
Well,
yeah. True?
For me, I woke up in December 2011, and then I got like full-time internet access, and I was watching like 16 hours a day of like truther videos, Israel videos, Freemason. Like it was uncensored YouTube in 2012. Yeah, so it was like complete freedom to research every topic, and it would go down for 12 hours straight of like recommended videos down the rabbit.
We took the same path, I think. We took.
Not like
keep
today.
Talking. I'm listening. I just need to mute thing, but I'm listening. So keep going because that's.
Yeah, that's.
Back again, Northern. Are you still there?
I got a couple minutes, then I got to take off. But
all right, okay. Because I was going to ask you what was the first thing that you actually looked into?
Like I said, it was the Masonic Matrix Manipulators video, and then it's just the flat water. I don't live near any lakes.
No, I mean in 2011 when you first
Oh,
got into
okay.
sort of questioning things. That
Yeah,
one, that's
okay.
what I'm more interested in.
2011. Okay, all my life, I'm like, I know something's wrong with the world, but all I do is play video games, go to work, and watch sports. I know something's wrong with the world. I can't put the full pattern together. I buy an iPhone, and I get internet access for the first time. And then my atheist friend suggests you should watch Zeitgeist. And then I learn about the banking system and
Okay, yeah, that was
9/11. And then it's like, holy shit, 9/11, the banking system's a scam. Then I find out about Israel, Palestine, and the genocides of the North Americans, Palestinians, Iraqis, and all
everybody.
the Illuminati rituals, the Hollywood athletes, celebrities, geopoliticians. And 2015, somebody suggests I look into Flat Earth. Yeah.
That was. Do you know what? Do you know it's so funny? That was my when I was living in London. A friend of mine. It was just a young dude. He was into computers. He said, "I'll watch this film, Zeitgeist. It's about the bankers, corruption, governments, and all this kind of thing." I said, "I know that. I know all that shit." Right? I hadn't had internet access, and I'm not kidding, man. It was I think the same time that I actually got. But that was my first film. I decided he was on about it for months, but I was like, I know all this shit, and then I watched it. Yeah, and it was confirming what I said, but I found Zeitgeist. It was like anti-God. Not that I was believed in God, right? I at the time I don't know, right? But I can't console myself that we came, we just kind of this evolution kind of thing when I think about it is, and when you actually ask, someone questions, not people online, I talk to other people, man. I know I have friends. My best friend that I grew up with, God rest her soul, she's dead now, but she was what do you call it, a chemical biologist. She was and her speciality, I followed her through her course from when she went to study and stuff like that. She used to cut up bodies. I was, all right, Jenny, right, you cut up a body, and this is like 30 years ago, 35 years ago. So I've talked to experts. I've had friends that are experts, and experts, no matter what field they're in, they always answer questions. The way that they answer, the way they talk about it, the level that they go to. And if someone goes to a higher level than my knowledge, that's when I know I'm talking to, and I want to know more. I won't get cognitive dissonance and start arguing. I'll say, right, this guy knows more, I want to learn more, kind of thing. So when I came into the flat earth arena, now imagine, not just I've done a removal just a year and a half ago. I moved a guy from Sweden. He was a theoretical physicist, believe it or not, right? And we started the job at 8 o'clock, and he goes to us, sound is fucking, I'm still in contact. I took my daughter up. We met him and his wife. But anyway, I was moving his stuff now. I'm a removal man. And I asked him, I said, you're in... I says, well, what is you do? He said, I'm a theoretical physicist. I'm getting a job. He was going to move to Aarhus, which is a place in Denmark, and he was going to be working on proton therapy for cancer. And I was like, right, nice, man. He was like, fair enough. I said, and we slept overnight. He was in the flat. We've got a truck. It's got 2 beds in it. So we were sleeping the night. So I thought, fuck it. So I said, he said, later on, when we finished packing, he said, when you're finished packing, he says, we'll have a wee whiskey. And when we got there at 8 o'clock in the morning, he said, how do you guys fancy a wee snaps? Right, I was like, and my mate, he's Syrian, right, he's a Muslim. And I was like, I don't know. And he poured one. I said, oh, but Mum do might want one. He poured one for him. He went in and he came back. And I thought, oh, he's taking, all right, I'll have one. And about 10 minutes later, he was asking, do you want another one? I was like, no thanks. So he'd worked in CERN. He'd been to CERN. He actually, what do you call it? He spent his apprenticeship when he was, what do you call it, when you're a student or whatever, intern. He'd done an intern at CERN and stuff like that, and I was like a fucking pig in hell. This is only a year and a half ago. I was like, oh, this is great, man. And so he goes, I goes, oh, I said, maybe when we're finished later on, we can sit and we can talk about, you know, protons and shit like that. Right? He's like, oh, yeah, you know, you've got an interesting job. So I went round the corner, got some beers. He had some Motorhead whiskey, believe it or not. So he got that bottle out and we're sat there drinking away, and I asked him loads of questions. And you know, quite funny, one question he couldn't answer. Or not that he couldn't answer, and there was no gotchas. There was no gotchas because he was explaining how they were using protons, because there's a decay time. And when it decays, it produces energy, right? And they use the speed, right? They target the cancerous cell in the body, right? They've got a coordinate for it, right? So it's like firing this ball of energy, right? That affects nothing that it passes through, but decays after, you know, 1,000th of a second, right? It releases its energy and it destroys just the cancerous cell. And then it does no harm. It doesn't harm any organs. It doesn't make you feel tired or whatever. All it does, he's working on the experimentation of it. He took me up to the lab. I've got photographs of this rack. He took me up to where I picked him up in Sweden. We have to pick him up in Sweden, empty his office as well as his house. And there was these big racks of these. They were like these big valves, man, hung in a wall. They were about 1 meter long, and they were some for radium. They were all valves that cause the radiation. The radiation come out. You should see this thing. I've still got the photograph somewhere. It was fascinating because I love science, man, and you know, if they want to say bouncy balls and that's fine. I personally, I don't believe that myself, but they can do something, and the best way they can explain it is with these balls. But he was explaining this process, and I asked him the question. He goes, oh, I said, how do you make a proton? And he couldn't answer it. Not that he couldn't answer it. He goes, it kind of, you know, because we'd been drinking, but it wasn't a gotcha. I was curious. And, you know, after that, I went online to find out, you know, how do you make an electron, or how do you make a proton or whatever. And it was something to do with, oh no, that's a photon. A photon an electron gets knocked off and produces a photon. I can't remember about the proton, but I don't think I ever got a satisfactory answer from that. But I thought the science is fascinating. So what they're basically doing, right, is, and I'm no science denier, so this to me is fucking amazing because it works. You know, they've tested it. They've already done tests, you know, experiments on humans already. That's the last thing he's working on. The last bit they've been through all that. They've done that. But the amazing thing is, right, it's fucking amazing. Right? They're firing this invisible thing that has no effect. It's got no effect on its surroundings at all. It doesn't interact in this space that we live in until it goes boom and it releases an energy. But as I say, I still haven't found out how they make a proton. Anyway, just a little story there. But that was the point. So when you talk to people, when you know, and I've talked to loads of experts, you just know you're talking to an expert. It doesn't matter, even the first 5 things, not that you're trying to quiz them, you're just talking about, you know, if they say, oh, I'm a landscape gardener, oh yeah, nice one, man. So, yeah, I like working with granite or whatever, you know, I always find it hard when I've got to cut the corners. And that guy will respond or whatever, and you can tell how he responds or talks for about 5 minutes whether he knows what
Have
he's
you
talking
seen
about.
the Flat Earth Boxer new video?
Flat Earth whom?
Flat Earth Boxer.
Fucking hell. These are names now you've mentioned. Post them in my DMs because I'm quite lazy at doing it now.
I have to
but
actually go to. I
I've
will.
never
I
heard
can
of
give
them.
it to you tomorrow. But he went to like a couple of like physicists, and he's got it on video, and he's talking to them about the container, the second law of thermodynamics, and these guys are scrambling. You can just see them like live scramble, like science experts and physicists, just like. So yeah,
But
it's
they're getting asked questions, so this is the thing, or what I came to conclude anyway, it could be totally wrong, but they're getting asked questions they've never asked themselves. That's why they don't have an answer. That's why you can see that, because they've never asked it themselves, because they're not told. They're told that they're not told. I'm saying to ask them questions. It's all about that education, man. You know, it's all about that. You know,
I'll search. I can. It was in 24/7. I'll try to find it, but yeah, no, I gotta go. But good chatting with you, and I'll talk to you another day.
brilliant,
Maybe.
yeah. Cheers.
All right, have a good
Yeah, that
night.
was
See
good.
you later. Bye bye.
Yeah.
I'll try to find
but
that. I'll try to get that video for you before
there's
I.
no thing. If you do, you do. I'm not going to be offended or anything. You know, if you can, yeah, if you do, it'd be good to know these the names anyway. But yeah, have a good one, matey.
All right, good chat. Talk to you later.
Yeah, that was a pleasure. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah. Yo, LEB.
Yeah, I'm still here.
You gotta open up your DMs or add me as a friend or something.
All right, bud. I'll do that now. Yeah, no problems. Cheers.
Okay. And I'll send you that video right away, and talk to you later.
Yeah, thanks very much, bud. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Ellie B in the house. How are you going? Very
Is that Bandsaw?
Hey, Ellie. How you
How
going,
you
mate?
doing? Not so bad.
Yeah.
I,
Now, tell
I was just
me.
playing the piano. I was
Oh,
actually just playing the piano, yeah.
nice. Now tell me, Ellie. Tell
Oh,
me,
oh
how
no.
possibly can a sextant work on a globe, Ellie? How is this even possible? Like, well, we need all these straight lines to determine all these angles. Like, how do we do it with these curved lines everywhere?
You don't, do you?
Wow. I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. I don't know what they're doing at the end of the day. Don't know what they're doing.
Well, it's like you were saying about the, yeah, because you can see it in your head, right? Do you know, if you can see that, say you draw a circle, you know, like orthographic. The secret is, or another wee trick I think they use is, right, is they actually mix the orthographic with the line of sight view, right? So they say the line of sight, yep, that's in the star or whatever is in uh, the zenith. The zenith, the height, the altitude of the star above, that horizontal line that is not really pointing at the horizon. They've got to adjust that angle down. So if you, for example, you know, when we look out onto the, yeah, you know this anyway. When we look out in the ocean, it seems to that the ground, it rises up, right? It doesn't, you know. It's if we really thought about it, right? If we were to see what was happening, you know, we're looking at it. It might be 1 degree or whatever, but it's not like where it should be in reality because it's below our feet. But yeah, because it seems to come above, right? And that's the way we see kind of things. So in reality, it's actually down there, and they know that if they see look out 3 miles, the adjustment for dip is that angle because they know that that horizontal line is 6 feet off the ground, and they look at on from a orthogonic, what's it called? Not orthographic. The one you look at the side, right? So they look at it like that, and they would first of all look at that like that. You've got the guy standing. He's 5 foot. They'll draw a line like that, and then they'll draw a horizontal line where his feet is. Right, that'll be the horizon because they'll say the horizon is curved, but they can't do that with the curve because anything after that horizontal line where the feet is to make that angle, you know, from the head height, you have to look down to the horizon. That's the dip angle that they add. You know, that angle that you lower your head. If you lowered your head, if you looked at where the horizon really was as an angle, it's not up at nose height for you or where you see it at 1 degree. It's below you. So they say, well, it's not really there. So in reality, we see it like that, but in reality, it's actually down at the angle. So they take the horizontal line, and then they say, well, you know, it's we can see that far 3 miles or whatever. So that distance above there will lower it down. It might be just a 0.5 of degrees, so that, you know, the measurements taken with that. And then after that, really, you know, you can't really extend that line and take a marking on a ball after that because it's a straight line. It's 2 straight lines going out into infinity. But after where the curve starts, or at the horizon, or whatever they say, where the curve starts, that line continues straight. and the imaginary ball line, it starts curving, and that's how they draw it in front of you. But when they describe it from looking from your line of sight, that's straight angles they're using to the horizon. You know, and that star will be perpendicular, or the sun will be 90 degrees off that horizontal. You know, including the dip. So you know that's the actual. So you're actually taking the measurement. It's a straight line from your feet, right? So you're doing the mathematics. So you're transforming it from the view that from the point of view, the reference frame from the eyeball down to the foot. So it's a straight line straight out to the horizon, plus the is used, and then the height that you are is that angle that it would take to meet that point at the horizon. You know, make that little triangle, no matter how it was, but it's a triangle, it's straight lines. It's a triangle, and it stops there. That's where it stops. That line, that's what they call a tangent. Right? That's their tangent, is your eye line. That's their tangent. So that stops there. Right? But your horizontal line continues horizontal for infinity, forever and ever.
How do you think, because we have to use all these straight lines to determine our angles, Ali, right? Because obviously we can't get an angle from a straight line onto a curved line. Like, we need two straight lines as a reference point itself, right? How do you think they have gone about this to transcribe it onto a globe model? Because you hear quite often, right, that a sextant can't work on a globe. Like, this is a general sort of mantra that is thrown out there, but somehow in their mathematics and stuff, they've been able to transcribe where they see the stars, right, to a globe model. Now, has anyone identified how they've actually been able to do this? And because they're transcribing these coordinates onto a projected globe map, which is obviously, distorted and
No, they're not. They're not. Can I stop you?
okay,
Let me answer.
Yeah. Go, mate. Go, my friend.
Yeah,
Go,
nice
my
one. Because that was the trick I was talking about. Remember when they do they show you the orthogonic or whatever it's called. I can't remember what it's called. Right? You look at it from the side, so you're looking at the globe, this circle that's straight in front of your face, and then they draw that drawn on it, right? And then what I would say, they mix that with when they're talking about the curve, right? What they do with the Euclid's geometry and how they get a curved line on that, they're actually, you're looking, the way they draw it is you're actually looking down on a disc. So you're looking from the top. So what they do is they switch from the looking at a circle straight on, like on a horizontal view, and then going to the aerial view, they turn it round. So they say, oh yeah, we've got curved lines on a thing, but they're drawing a flat circle. It's a 2D, right? What they do is they shift between the 3D model, but to prove what they're talking about, they use a 2D circle, a one-dimensional circle, and lines like that. You know, for example, if you had a pie chart's made up of segments or whatever, right? And there's angles from there, right? What's the outer? What is joining those two angles together? A fucking curved line. And that's how they bring it in. But they transform that in as if that's your line of sight. So in front of you, there's a curved line going down the way in a linear direction, right? But when they describe it, they turn that round and they put you looking from as if you were looking at a horizon, and they turn it like that. That's how they do it. They confuse the. They say two things at the same time. Bob, the science guy, all these guys. That's how they get away with it. They say, yeah, we can have angles that curve, but they're using they're mixing what do you call it, arc seconds and stuff like that, because there's a curve in that. If you want to join those 2 points, but that's what they do. They mix the their pictures up, their reference frames. They fuck about with reference frames and take it into. They argue the point from one reference frame that they can't argue from the real reference frame that you should be talking about. Like
Yep.
Yeah. No, you go.
So okay then. So how has someone like say McToon been able to sew up this challenge that he has out there, that a flat earther can't go in there and win his challenge that is on the table?
Right, because he's in law it's called, right? It's like you're asking for something that cannot be produced. And remember, he's decided, if you listen to what his stipulations for, right, for proving something, right? And then you've been in this long enough, Bansal. Now think about how many excuses for every stipulation. How hard would it be to prove every stipulation that he wants, and knowing that they've got an excuse for every proof or argument you could come up with? It's impossible. In law, it's called, it's like you're trying to prove, I can't remember what it's called, forgive me, it's many years, but Issa probably knows it actually, but it's not called proof, no. It's kind of metaphorically speaking, it's asking someone to prove something that's totally impossible. But it's called something in Latin. I can't remember the exact words, but it's absurd to ask that question because it's impossible. It's one of the things when asking a person a question that's impossible to prove. That it's important. The person that's asking the question couldn't even prove it wrong or right, kind of thing. But there's a word, and that's what his. If you look at any of these challenges, remember he's the moderator. He decides. Actually, right? You understand that? And so, to put effort in it, because that guy, I done an interview. I was the second person to get interviewed with him when he was all nicey. Where it was called Coffee Time with MC McToon. A friend of mine, Chris F.E. Jackson, he interviewed him. Go and listen to him there interviewing me and Chris, and go and listen to him now and how his attitude has changed, how condescending he's become, right? And you see the poison that these people take on, whether it be to make money or to fit in or be popular or whatever they do it for. Go and have a look at his McToon's first. Ask anybody and go and listen to me talk. I talk about the moon landings and stuff like that. Listen to the way that he talks to me with respect and none of that gaslighting or stuff like that. So, but they ask questions when you get these challenges put out there. I wouldn't even bother because I know for a fact, even if I came up with definitive proof beyond doubt, yeah, he still wouldn't accept it. He would find a loophole, and that's it. So why bother with these fucking? They don't win anything. They what do you call it? They make statements just to provoke a response to get someone to come to their channels. Because, as I've told them, As I told them in the very beginning, I've told Steve McRae, Earth Discussions, the whole fucking lot. I said, hey, listen, without us, yous guys wouldn't fucking exist. So fucking know your place. And that's it. They're the desperate ones. We don't have to interact. They come hunt us down to talk to us so they can fucking perform their clown performance in front of these fucking idiots or fanboys or whatever. Meaning no detriment, but that's how these people behave, and that's how I'll describe them. I don't hate them or anything, but these people that follow these people and revel in the, ridiculing people. I hope these people that they don't have children, because I would hate the fuck. Because I always taught my children, I said, see the drunk on the street or the guy that's on his ass, or he might smell or whatever. Look, that guy's had a life. You don't know what he's been through or whatever. And I've taught my kids since they could understand what I was saying from an early age. I said, don't go judging people or don't go hating on people and on. But that's the best way I can describe these dickheads that know it. Right now, you know what I mean? Kind of thing. So I don't entertain that there. There's no need to face that challenge, because that's a challenge you'll never, ever, ever win. Even if you slapped that guy Yuri Bezmenov, that KGB defector, quite clearly says, people that have been indoctrinated, it does not matter if you come up with documents, if you have video of this guy admitting it, they'll deny it. Because it's the indoctrination, it's not the personality. They don't have they don't have their own personalities. They've adopted other people's ideas, which is shaped our personalities. It shaped my personalities. And it still affects me today. My personality is affected by what I've been told, to believe, right? But I believe other stuff, or whatever. But I've still got those things that were indoctrinated into me as a kid. But I'm aware of when they manifest themselves. But these people, or the people that put out challenges, or we discuss things with, That's my opinion. Sorry for going on, Bandsaw.
No. I did ask at the end of the day, and I don't see the challenge. Or anyone.
What about you? What about you then? What do you think? Why do you think it is then? What's your opinion?
About the challenge, or how it's been transcribed onto a globe? Which part?
No, about what you were talking about the personalities, or about that, how the reaction we get, or the the people. That reason why we meet that adversarial position or whatever.
Look, I find it disappointing that it seems the goal for many of these Globe Earth channels is just to ridicule and take the piss. And I don't follow these channels at all, Ali. But I was actually interested in watching Brian go over to Toon's channel and put his theory forward. And even though it doesn't really matter whether I disagree or agree with Brian at all. He's obviously put a lot of thought into what he came up with, and how he came up with his idea, and he hasn't quite nutted it out. But what I did notice throughout the stream, how the host of the channel was taking the mickey out of him, doing things like playing with Rubik's cubes and stuff, like not paying him any attention, which to me just seemed like disrespectful.
It's childlike, though, Bandsaw. Bandsaw, sorry. It's like, isn't it? It's almost, it's like cringy that you're seeing a grown man. Now, listen, These are grown men. You're a grown man. I'm a grown man. We're over 40. Well, I'm over 40. This guy's over 40. And that's sorry for interrupting, but that's what gets me about that is what these people are like children, man. You know.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, and what I found disappointing too, because I can remember it was only about 2 or 3 days prior. I can't remember where he was, but he was in another channel. Anyway, he was there, and there's another character that comes here, rolling my boulder. Anyway, rolling my boulder pitted me up against MC Tune. He wanted us to have it out for a little bit. Anyway, for some strange reason, his challenge came up, and the fact that Brian was going to go on his channel. And I made the direct comment to Toon right there and then. I said, I'll tune in and I'll watch, but I said, be respectful. Don't take the mickey out of him. Don't take the piss out of him. He's a guy that is putting his ideas out there, so there's no need to ridicule him whatsoever. I said, just show him respect. Right? Man on man. And like I said, the whole Rubik's Cube thing. The fact that he was reading out derogatory comments that were coming in from the YouTube chat and whatnot, just it turned me off even more, to be quite honest with you, Ali. It just turned me off even more and kind of just cements my thoughts
Is
about
that Brian's logic? Oh no, it's Brian Flat Earth Experiment.
Yeah, Brian Leakey.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean that if anybody does, he's been the most. I have to say, right. He's been the most. He's got loads of experiments, man. That even though we I butt heads with him all the time, and but not like, it's like we fell out a while ago. We butted heads, but do you know the good thing with Brian and also with me? I'll apologise, especially because I still appreciate and apologise, and that's why I like Brian so much. He's and he knows his shit. He reads. He knows about. He knows it. He was when I was giving a wee rant, he was butting in and say, but that's because they've got this. And when he said, when people button, he said, I'm like, yeah, you've, because Brian's one of the flat earthers that I admire the most, actually. Even though we butt heads now and again, and he's welcome to his opinion as well. But we agree on so many things. But big respect. Yeah.
What he does though, he does things, he has a thought on things, he puts those thoughts out there, right, which are going to be criticized, right, because he's thinking a different way to the globe way. So you are going to get that criticism, you are going to get that ridicule, but it takes a brave man to actually put yourself on the line time and time again, to try and think of things, try and come up with different ideas, different ways of doing things, and these qualities should be commended. Like what advancement?
Like I said, I agree with you. That's what I said. Like that's what I admire. I talked about a bit earlier on. The biggest release is just don't give a fuck what anybody says, and that releases you to pump out these ideas and whatever. And the good thing with Brian is, I've heard him talking to ballers, and he actually gives way, and that's what I like about it is honesty. He goes, let me think about that. I don't know about it. And he does that, and to me that says more about the person. Then you get that. You know what it's like. You're saying yourself. I was actually talking about you. I was bumming you up big time. I was talking to a guy. I was talking to a guy that just went through about fucking 10 minutes of provoking gaslighting or whatever, It was earlier on, and it was like water off a duck's back, and I mentioned you and AC and other things that had that like zen about them, where you could just. It was the fact that I had to try harder to get that zen. I worked for it. You guys used to, you know, and my mate Chris Effie as well, man. It was like, and I always admire people. You know, I don't want to fucking have your babies or anything like that, so don't worry about that. But I'm just saying, I fucking, you know, I admire people like that. But anyway, sorry, yeah, carry on.
No, you're right, mate. But you know, it is there'd be no advancements made in mankind at all ever if you didn't have people thinking outside the box. Not one advancement would be made. Like, you know, we had this funny shaped log once before that they tried to use as perhaps a wheel to move things, right? And it wasn't quite rolling quite. And someone thought to themselves, you know what? If we chop that branch off right there, it's probably going to roll a lot easier. And one was, no, you don't know what you're talking about. No, let's just chop it off and see how it goes. And bang, now we have a wheel, right? All of a sudden now we've got a wheel because someone's thought outside the box. Right, but none of these advancements that we make in society, they wouldn't come about with people being in their garages, mucking around with stuff, fiddling, you know, trying to come up with a different way, an easier way, because people are generally looking for easier ways to do things. You know, easier way to build things, easier way to move things, easier way to communicate, whatever the case may be. People are always looking for easier ways to do things, easier ways to generate energy, whatever. You know, whatever the subject, people are always looking for easier ways to do things, and you need these people that are on the cutting edge, that are outside the box, thinking of these things. So then we can then benefit from these ideas. Like, you can get these ideas, you can go, nah. You can poo-poo it, you can try and knock it down, and all this sort of stuff, but it's got to be in a genuine sort of fashion that you are bringing the criticism for.
Here's a good one. Oh, sorry, Banks, I'll carry on. I'll let you.
Yeah, not just from the gang mentality, Ellie, because it's like a gang. It's like a gang mentality,
Yeah.
and just picking on the lowest hanging fruit. You know, because we have all the answers.
Exactly.
We have this little bit of paper that backs us up, and you've got absolutely nothing to back you up. So I'm right, and you're wrong, and which is just it's just insane to continually just picking on, and they'll even admit it themselves that it's the low hanging fruit. Well, what satisfaction is there from actually doing this? Like, how are you actually progressing yourself by always continually to attack the low
How
hanging
about this?
fruit?
How about this then? How about this in Bansaw, right? It's great you're talking about that. How about this? This is what I always say, right? And now I know McToon. Remember when he invited me on? You know, I was talking about when I go on these. Usually, when you go on a debate, right? You go on like half an hour before. You don't get broadcast. You talk to what it did, Steve McRae or McToon or Fight the Flint Earth. That you go and you talk to these people, and they're so totally different from when they come out and you get on that show, and when they start doing that, they're just basically, that guy there specifically calls himself a Christian, right? I've not got a problem with Christianity. That guy's not a Christian, right? Because in my belief, you know, this is how I am, right? And I'm more of a Christian in the definition than that person is. Because I would never ever think Jose used to do this. There was so many, and I told people, you know, I just speak how I'm going to speak, right? But that stuff that he did, I'm like, but you're a Christian, you're a home teacher, you've got kids, you know, he teaches his kids at home. And fuck yous that say I'm You still there, Bandsaw?
Yeah, buddy, I'm still here, mate.
Yeah. What was I going to say? How long are you going to be here for? Because I have to go out for 5 minutes. Oh,
Go,
well,
man.
10 minutes.
Go. Do what you got to do. And we might talk about vectors when you come back.
Hold that thought then. Oh, yeah, man. I like that. Oh, yeah.
Too
Yeah,
easy,
yeah.
mate.
So I'll be about 10 minutes, right? I swear. I'll be about 10 minutes. And I hope, as I say, I keep telling people, if I start talking too long, fucking interrupt me and just say, whoa, whoa. And I will, as long as it's not the person that I'm talking to. If the person, not you, Ban, so if you say that, if I'm just having a conversation, but if I'm having a debate or whatever, just tell me to shut up, man. It's dead easy, man. I know I talk too much, man. I don't talk too much, but people perceive that I talk too much, or I've been told that I talk too much. But anyway,
See you a bit
but,
later
yeah.
on, mate.
I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All
If
right,
you're still here, I'll be,
too easy.
see you in a bit, bud. You there, Banstraw?
Later? Yeah, something like that.
Just give me 2 seconds, Ellie.
You know where he's, bud?
Allie, do you think that the truth about the Earth is going to come out in our lifetimes? What do you think about that?
Good question. That actually, a bit off the subject there. That's what most like Brian Cox and all these people see when they get asked a difficult question. They always say "good question," and that's to give their brain time, because usually they answer straight away. But anyway, that was off subject. But yeah, it was a good question, and geez. It depends. If it suits what I believe the people in charge is, what do you call it, agenda. If it fits in with that, yeah. If not, yeah, I don't think I've got friends that are worried about way other things. It's not their eyes are already open to there's something shit going on, and it doesn't matter to them whether the earth is flat or not, kind of thing. They've got that attitude. So I don't know. It depends. It was like what Northern was saying earlier on. It could also be a great way of like that social, not like a social experiment. You know how they record data, run algorithms to sort of get ahead of the trends, kind of thing. If they put a meme out, a certain group of people will do that unless it fits with our agenda. I don't know. Actually, I actually never thought about that before. Believe it or not, Gio. Fuck. What about you? What about yourself? What do you think?
Yeah, no, thanks for your thoughts. Yeah, it is interesting. It has a lot of components to it all. My quick answer is that yes, I do think it will. Yep, I think so. I don't think they're going to be able to maintain the globe for much longer, actually.
Yeah, but do you know what I think they'll do, right? See, because what I believe, that this is what I give them, right? They're very fucking smart, right? And for like, I've been taught, right? You always must have a plan B, right? Like I've had to organise jobs or whatever, right? Or plan something, right? But I always allow for, right? See if that doesn't happen, how? I don't always go with my instinct and go full on. In life, I usually go full on. But if I'm going to plan something that's important or whatever, I'll say, right, so say someone doesn't turn up for work that I've got to, what can I do? I always think of contingency plans. So I think, do you know what they do? Because they've got the perfect disclaimer. Got fuck all to do with us, man. They just have to turn around and say, hey, by the way, science. Because remember, the people that'll wake up, they'll go, wow, fuck, you've been lying about us. They've been programmed already. they're not the same as us. If they were the same as us, they would have woke up ages ago. They believe what the narrative is. So all these people have to do that are in control, they have to just blame science. They're already, look at this, going a bit off topic, but still relevant. Do you know in the end up there's going to be no governments and stuff like that? That's why do you know, it's like they've got the perfect excuse, the world government or the United Nations or whatever. Their plan is to have no governments, it's member states. And if you look at the definition of a state, is a member of a ruling organisation. Right, so that kind of the wordage that they use. So that's what they're going to like plan. So, you know, they'll just come up with an excuse and the people will buy it. Yeah, because they're not questioners. They've been proven not to be questioners because they follow the narrative already. And they've heard a million squillion excuses for, but you said this and this has happened. But do you know, that wasn't us. That was the Republicans that put that in. All right, that was the fucking they fuckers, man. Right? It's so easy, it's so simple to do that. So they'll just come up with an excuse. Or it's quite interesting. There's a theory about an alien invasion, right? And it's so funny. You know, to get that was a prediction by what was his name? Not Niels Bohr, a thing or whatever, right? But it's so funny, you know, how they hypnotise us as if they say things more than 3 times. They promote. Well, I've noticed in the last 2 years, and this theory about they're going to promote this has been around for fucking years and years. But in the last 2 years, I have noticed, right, you know, all these documents getting issued by suddenly the military are being, hey, look, we're going to give you our secrets, hey, kind of thing like that. So there's, I think it's just fascinating to watch Geo, you know. To me, it's fascinating, man. Just because of the knowledge or what I think is going on. It's just, let's see what happens, man.
So, if you think it will come out, Ali, right? If you think it will come out, how do you think it will come out? Yeah, just say for argument's sake, it is a one world government, and then all the countries are states of this one world government. Do you think the one world government will take that opportunity to say, well, now all your governments have been lying to you, right?
Yeah.
You don't actually live where your governments have been have told you to live. This is where you live because we've got your back and we're going to tell you the truth. Do you think that's kind of how it will go down?
Well, just imagine this, right? We've heard, you know, a lot of people know about the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab and his kind of stuff. There was actually, do you know, it's quite funny. Just there, I think a week and a half ago, there was a thing called, it was great with the wordage. I love, and I've been fascinated with words because I learned that certain words, layman's words, like if you type in a word that you know, and type in theoretical physics or law or chemical biology or whatever, that kind of stuff, right? You'll come up, you might stumble across a different meaning for it. So that learned me, all right, wait a minute, so there's different languages for different kind of things. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to blacken. They're making these politicians, and I think 90% of them are just puppets, man. They ain't got a fucking clue. There's handlers. That was the word I was looking for. Handlers. I was saying, I was trying to, but handlers, people that are within a certain group. They're in the knowledge, but you know, a certain group has to be like controlled or fed with information, or the, like in hypnosis, for a thing to last, it has to be reinforced now and again. You know what I mean? It's like you can hypnotise someone, send them off in a way, but at some point there's going to be a breakdown in the hypnosis. So you have to, to keep that, you have to have people in place to continue that. That's what I say. Most of these people don't have a fucking clue. They've been indoctrinated by a certain school system that says, hey, by the way, you're in the group that believes in the bigger picture. Other group or in another education system, maybe like, you know, public education system, you're in the group that's going to be a welder and make shit and stuff like that. But the spotters and the handlers that are within, it could be just a little normal public school. There's people in place here that spot talent, and then they'll promote that. They'll remark on it, or they'll report it to the school board. Look, this child's exceptional, and go, oh, all of a sudden they're getting offered scholarships, or oh, why don't you come to this school? Because they're useful in future life. If people understood, right, in financial times, financial world, right, and like government loan money or whatever on the population, right, and they've got a graph from, like, for example, right, so they've got how much it costs, right, it's got a value, say on a scale of 1 to 30, and then bring it down, right? So here we go. We start from you're born, you're costing money, the state or that system, you're costing money, right? Mm-hmm. You get to about the age, maybe about 12. Do you know when you can start doing? You're allowed to do a bit of so many hours work. Right? You're still a child, but you're still. So your rating goes up. It's you could liken it to the Chinese social rating kind of thing, but this is in financial terms. You're talking from worth. You know, if you're a commodity, right? So like a calf, when a calf is born, it costs money. It's got future potential. But anyway, this is how they treat the commodity humans in the tax, right? So anyway. So you're not, I think it's 8, I can't remember, I'll maybe find this. This is fucking years ago. I was like, oh, fuck. But anyway. And then at 12, you're suddenly, you've got a worth, you've got a certain rating, so you're worth that certain amount of money. Then you leave school, and they've got the differential, you know, whether you go to university or whatever. You're worth that. And I think up to 35 to 40, that's when you're most productive. It was quite amazing sort of reading this broken down. But the funny thing was, right, you know, helping the people that have got the conspiracy that's about world population. I never said theory, I said conspiracy about world population. Is that at this age, right, see about like fucking after 44, 45, you kind of, you know, your worth as in like generational wealth, right, for the economy. You know, it's economically based, you know, GDP based. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So they look at it, right, for the GDP, because they have to give healthcare and blah blah and stuff like that, right? So that's the model there. And what they do is they say, right, as a child you're born, and they look at everything. What is it costing the GDP, or isn't it? And they put that value, and then see, honestly, mate, you should see the drop off after fucking 55. Right? And if you think it's people that have got this financial worth, imagine that someone's got a financial worth and he's got told the bigger picture. Yeah, these people stop producing money. If they stop producing money, you're going to lose your house. Your fucking life, the economy is going to collapse. Pure fear factor. Shit. You know, it's quite an easy decision for that guy to make. Thinking, okay, he's not an acceptor, because no, it's a bigger picture. It's not that person's dumb. It's like it's his survival. You know, everybody wants to survive. and they'll prey on that, but they'll prey on it through that education system to convince you, you know, that's the path. You know, it's very strange why, like yourself, Bandit, you wouldn't go and fucking walk up to someone and punch someone. If someone's saying, hey, by the way, you know, somebody's going to die if you don't go up and punch that, the first thing you would say, well, can you prove that or something? But there's people that will be convinced that that's the bigger picture. They won't ask that question. They won't say that person, oh, can you prove that? They'll just go, because that guy's got a certain amount of authority. You know, and you'll go up and you'll do that, and that's it. It's bigger picture thing. But most peasants, as I say, most people, they don't want to go to war. They couldn't even conceive of violence, man. The majority of people have never ever been in a fight before.
No.
Right.
Most people would definitely don't want to take someone else's life because they're told to, even though they do make. You know,
yeah, and where does that come from? So if like what I said, you know, I believe, honestly, I believe in the inherent good in humanity. And that's my conclusion after all the everything I do. Even though I hate people, man, I love being alone. I love my own company and stuff like that. I don't mean I hate people. That's a bit extreme, but you know, I'm quite happy with my own company. I appreciate we need friends and stuff like that, and I appreciate my friends, right? But as an overall judgment of most people, I could quite happy fucking not interact with anybody. I won't go mad or anything like that. That won't be a problem for me, but I will have to interact with people to interact with the society. But the point is, most of these people are, you know, it's like about forgiveness and stuff. Not forgiveness for who am I to forgive? You know what, right? You know, who am I to kind of thing to think that I can bestow forgiveness upon a person or whatever shit like that. But the point is, you know, there's loads of people out there that haven't got a clue what they're fucking doing. They've been brainwashed into having these mad beliefs. Stuff.
It was quite funny you should mention war, and most people don't, you know, want to go out and kill anyone. Like, you know, both my grandfathers, you know, served in the war, so my great grandfather served in the wars. But one thing I noticed about both my grandfathers, the very little that they did talk about it, and I spoke to them as a you know, middle teenager, you know, young adult, because it was a topic that was kind of almost like taboo. They didn't want to talk about it. But I remember for a school project, I actually interviewed my grandfather with an old tape recorder, and we were talking about the war and stuff. And anyway, it wasn't part of the actual interview itself, but it came up in discussion. I said to my grandfather, I said, "Hey, you know, Grandpa, you know, how was it to how did it actually feel to point a gun at someone and pull the trigger?" Now, he was in a very fortunate situation himself. Even though he was in war, he was mainly shooting at planes, right, inanimate objects. He said that was actually quite easy, just to shoot at planes. You know, you're not looking at someone, you're just shooting at an actual object itself. And I found that as a young fella, that answer actually quite interesting. And then I brought it up with my other grandfather. Same sort of thing. 'Cause, you know, he was over in Europe, and you know, luckily, you know, he came back, and I asked him, you know, a similar sort of question. And even though he did point his rifle, and even though he did pull the trigger, it was with reservation that he did do it. It wasn't an easy thing to do, even in battle. It wasn't easy for them to do it, and that's why I think so many of them, you know, suffer from post-traumatic stress disorders and stuff. You know, shell shock is what they put it down to.
Do you know? Here's a very interesting fact about firing squads, German and British or whatever. Do you know why I was 12? Because there was so many of the soldiers that wouldn't even aim at the fucking thing.
11 of them wouldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah. I know they would because well, they maybe did it at the beginning, but then they that got stopped. That got stopped. Obviously, it got stopped, right? Because they could inspect the rifle. They inspected the rifle. But there you go. That's a very interesting fact. Even though these guys, even they were what they were fighting, it doesn't matter if they were fucking crazy motherfuckers want to kill every German. When they lined them up in front of them, there had to be a pile of shooters because the army knew, or the psychology. See, it's been going on for ages, man. They already know this shit. That if like the majority of people, even if you're a trained soldier, man, doesn't matter how you. And there was proof coming from the Second World War, the First World War, talking about experiences and actual papers about why. Why they had so many shooters, why they had 12, why not just have one to go up there and go boom, right? Why not, man? Save the bullets, war effort and shit like that, man. I'm telling you, it's because they knew that they couldn't find someone that had an executioner that could detach himself from looking that person in the eye and shooting them. That's the hardest fucking thing. Because the thing is, right, when someone's facing death and you're looking at that, they're looking that eye of total hopelessness. They know the end has come. I've seen it in a dog, an actual dog, and not from me, but from a pack of dogs. I happened to save the fucking dog, but I was in Mongolia. In Mongolia, and there was just in Mongolia, everybody's got dogs, but where I was staying, they had about 5 or 6 dogs, and they would follow. We'd go out riding, and they'd follow us for about 5-6 miles or whatever. But the point was, we were riding out. Me and my mate were riding out the ranch kind of thing, and the dogs came out. And there was just this stray dog, man, and I'm not joking. These motherfuckers just went at it. They went straight for it, and I was on the horse going, what the fuck? And my mate Lena, she jumped off the horse and started kicking these dogs, but it wasn't the point. I seen the look in the dog's eyes. And to say that animals don't have a fucking... I looked in that dog's eyes and I seen hopelessness. That was going to die. This was getting ripped to fuck. It was getting attacked. It was getting... it was fucked, man. And I seen the same look that I've seen in people's eyes before. It was quite a strange experience. But I had to end up kicking the fuck out of dogs, and I would never kick a dog. I would never harm an animal, but I had to kick this, even though it was like, it wasn't nature. I wasn't interfering with nature, I was just interfering with... This was horrible. I was going to see a dog getting ripped to pieces, and they were just like normal dogs, Banso.
Yeah.
Like normal dogs, man, not wolves or anything like that. They were going to rip this dog, they were going to rip it to pieces, man, and kill it. Anyway, sorry about that.
No, my bad. I kind of took the conversation off track here because we were talking about people
vectors. You told me before.
Well, okay, you want to talk vectors? Fantastic.
No, you said it. Remember before I left?
Yeah, I did actually.
Yeah. I just remembered. It just came there. I too have been partaking in a couple of it. That was my pause. I had to go to the shop to get another beer.
So, I watched which made me think a little bit, right? And I don't know if I'm on board with it yet, but it has made me actually thing, because you know, obviously, you know, a planar sort of environment is where I am, and you know, that's where you think, you know, you are. But things do have direction, Ali, right? They have
Yeah.
direction. Things have direction. No one can deny the directionality that things have, right? And
And in order for them to go in a certain direction, right?
yes, exactly.
Certain. Yeah, yeah. Good.
Exactly right. And things order themselves in a very particular way. Now, me myself, you know, my theory is, you know, a planar kind of service, but this is kind of like base level, right? We are at ground level. There's nothing kind of underneath this at all. We are cemented in place, right? And you know, the talk about how things get its directionality, whether that's through some sort of electrostatic medium, ether, whatever the case may be. All these things are kind of you know, put out there. But I was listening to I think it was Dell's last stream, Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and he was talking about this directionality thing, that things to have an order need a vector, and he is proposing that to get this vector right, which has been posed by the quote unquote flat Earth society, that the Earth is actually moving up, right? So
No,
so
no,
everything,
no.
yes, yeah. So everything is ordering itself down towards the actual uh, surface itself. Now he's not suggesting, or he hasn't suggested, things are moving at 9.8 meters per second square, because that just means infinite kind of acceleration, blah blah blah. This sort of thing. But he is suggesting perhaps that this is where we are getting our vector from, because the actual ground itself is has a vector in an upwards direction. What do you think about this kind of notion?
I'll be back in a second.
Yep.
I have to take a bathroom break.
All right, mate. All right, you ponder it and come back.
But yeah, I'm not pondering it. I could answer it now, but I truly need to. Yeah, I'll be back in a second.
All right, mate. Anyone else want to jump in with their thoughts on it?
Right, I'm back. So the only reason I was laughing, right, and this is the only reason I'm laughing, because it's so funny. It's so funny, right? So anyway, so the Flat Earth Society talked about upward acceleration at 9.86 meters per second, or 6.8, or whatever they were. I'm sorry, I got the number wrong, guys. I got the number wrong, guys. Don't crucify me. Anyway, Banso. So anyway, right. So now, if you look into Einstein's, and this is a fucking fact. If you look into Einstein, the last two, I get the one with, I forget it was special or general, whatever it is, right? But his theory says, right, where Newton's, and this is his last theory. This is the one that he Boiler's quote and giving shit like this, right? And this is why I was laughing, because where the Flat Earth Society got this, because they believe we're a disc accelerating at this, right?
Yep.
Well, Einstein's theory, general, I think it's the last one he wrote, it doesn't matter, right? The last one he wrote was that we were actually, as Newton says, that the apple fell on his head, right? But in Einstein's theory, right, Newton actually accelerated up towards the apple. And that's where the Flat Earth Society gets that idea about. So if you believe that, then you're believing in fucking Einstein's theory of relativity and stuff like that. You know, you're no offence to Dale, I've known Dale for years.
Yeah, I know.
Or whatever, yeah. I've known Dale for years, but see, when you start going down that road, when you understand that, you know, Einstein said that. Einstein, you know, that means that you want to believe all that shit about bouncing atoms and fucking, you know, an atom that's here is going to happen. It's not he predicted this. His mathematics demanded that it was possible. They demanded that this happened, right? It doesn't mean that he predicted, when he talked about he predicted black holes. Did he predict black holes? His mathematics, out of his mathematics, another guy with mathematics goes like this. It's like you with an engine. Ah, right, so, oh, wait a minute here. See if I do that and that and that. That's going to give me that fucking result. And that's what they do. And that's what they did. But so that upward acceleration, you start going into that shit, that's fucking stupid, man. To me, anyway. To me, it can't even be proven. Why would they even possibly think about it? But Brian Koch specifically quotes that Einstein's theory. I did it on Gem Pandas, right? I was on years and years ago. I was on Gem Pandas. I watched. You know, I'm just one of these people that likes to watch fucking 2.5 hours of these motherfuckers talking. But well, I did. Honestly, I had loads of times. I had the pleasure of having loads and loads of hours, man. And I was watching Feynman, Fox, deGrasse Tyson, Guth, fucking Steinhardt, all these mad cunts, and just sit and listen to the theory of quantum physics or the electromagnetic effect or all that kind of shit, and just saying, because I believe, you know, I was fascinated, so I was interested in the subject, but now I was looking at the point of view, is this guy actually telling me what exactly is that? You know, is exactly what's happening? Is this? And the more that I watch this shit, I was like, right, all this shit is like based on suppositions. And then I thought, right, and I can understand it. What the trick is to promote it, or whatever, if there is a trick, is they bring in, you know, they never bring in actual physical objects and go, look at this and show you the experiment. What they do is they introduce in your head pictures, right, of bouncing balls. Look at light. Light moves that way, like a bouncing ball. They can't really show it, or they can show it, right, but they can't ever show that it's a bouncing ball or atoms are little bouncing balls or anything, right? It's a way that from time immemorial, man's trying to rationalise. Do you know, here's the thing, if they decided atoms were cuboid, right, they were cubes, right, and just promoted that, they could still make up the same they would just make up different mathematical equations to describe what was happening. Mathematics is so manipulative. It's like a language. They say it's a language. Yeah, well, you can change a language. You can lie like fuck if you want. You can obscure. You can illuminate. You can do what the fuck thing, can't you, if it's a language? So they're obscuring shit, man, by mathematics. Because the world is not tick-tock. The minute you believe in the Fibonacci code, right? See this Fibonacci code shit, right? It's the same thing. It's the same. Oh, nature seems to have this. Has anybody actually went and fucking measured on a microscopic scale the pine cones? That pine cone, they say, oh, that's the proof the swirl. Nature doesn't work with that. It's entropy. It's spontaneous. There's no pattern to it. That's what in mathematics, right? So if there's no pattern to anything, how could you put mathematics to it? You can't. So they tell you, hey, by the way, you know, nature's structured 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, I bought into Fibonacci code, Fibonacci sequence code, the Fibonacci sequence, and then so as I evolved, not evolved, and I thought, right, I'm going to fucking question it because I didn't blindly accepted it. And then I looked at the nature of nature, and you look at leaves. I'm a landscape gardener. I now drive. But I've worked with nature. I've been a forester, cut down trees, climbed trees, topped them, the whole lot, man, right? And then you're like, well, no leaf is exactly the same. No tree is exactly the same. So how the fuck can you put a mathematical equation to the growth of a tree? Because I've seen trees that they might look similar, but if I look, oh, that's got an extra branch there, and so it's impossible to describe nature as entropy. It's spontaneous, man. They might look the same, but we've got different fingerprints and shit like that. So to put an ordered, what would you call it? An ordered view on reality or nature, even nature, it's fucking absurd. It's hubris. It's what we got accused of. It's what scientists actually preach. Oh, you know, people have got hubris. What's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about that, accusing people that don't agree with science. These guys don't know jack shit. Absolutely nothing. Yeah. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, on first listening, like to me, it doesn't. Well, it's one of those things also too that if because generally in the real world, right, you know, something needs a vector to give it direction. That's how things work. Right? That's what we generally experience.
It needs magnitude as well. It needs magnitude. That's the thing. It needs direction, magnitude, and another thing. It's three things. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
But then when you apply, you know, this same way of thinking to then so the Earth does have order, and the only way it can get this order, well, a way of getting this order is for the Earth to be moving up, right? That's one way it can get its vector. Well, you know, I don't experience that. Like when I look up above my head, I don't see it rushing, you know, towards me in any way, shape or form. Right. So then, you know, bears the question. Then, you know, opens up all these other questions. You know, okay, then if the whole sky is part of the Earth, like it's all one unit, so to speak, and it is enclosed and it all is one. Well, that whole one unit then has to be moving upwards to give it that directionality as well. Moving up in what? Is it moving up in nothingness? Like, you know, it just opens up a can of worms that, you know, to me, my imagination just can't get my head around it. Because
What about this though, Bansal? Right. So this is what I think as well. This is what keeps me, shall I say, grounded. What if say it's flat, right? Where does it end?
Yeah.
Where does it end? That's my question. Yeah, but if it's flat, right? So what's it? What is it sitting on it? Not a turtle. I'm not going into the fucking turtle thing, because that's the people that came up with the turtle believed it was flat, ancient times and that, and they experienced it that way. That would be the logical thing to do, right? Because they knew what the moon was like. They knew what the moon was like. They looked at the sun, flat discs. So that's what they assumed this was, and now they maybe found out it was a ball. But the point was, I was making it. It's like, you know, they kind of thought it was flat. Oh.
Like, you know, look, boils back down to, to me, Ali, there has to be a start to something and there has to be a finish to something. Nothing in my head can be infinite. Like, to me, it can't be an infinite plane, right? It can't be an infinite space above our head. There's got to be a start. There's got to be a beginning. I can't even get my head around the notion of a creator even thinking of something that is infinite and goes on forever and never has a start and never has a beginning, because just the thought process alone, if there is a creator, which I do believe in, that creator had to think of something to create it, and that something had to have a start, right, and it had to have a finish to be able to make a creation in the first place. Like, you can't just go, you know what, I'm just going to think of everything and it just goes on. That doesn't make any logical sense to me. It just doesn't.
How about this, Banzo? Right, there's a book. It's called. It's so funny how I stumbled across it. This was my step into this world. Not Fly Earth, but the this putting the pieces together world about 20 years ago. It's so funny, right? And it was in fact, when that book came out, Da Vinci Code, right? I read it, and during that reading, it was it talked about the woman character and had a brother. He was an anthropologist, and he had a book. He collected books, and it was only this mad one-off line about. She just said blah blah, and she mentioned a guy called Hermes Trismegistus, right? I was like, oh, that's interesting. For no other reason, I was because now I had access to a library. I didn't have an internet or anything like that, right? So I had to go to the library, which was about 15, 20 miles away from the house when my friend that I stayed with, she liked reading and stuff like that. Fuck it, let's start going, because I used to read. And that was me getting back in. And that was one of the books. Oh, I've heard about this book. What's it about? Read it, and just that name. And the point I was going to make. So there's a guy called Hermes Trismegistus. And then there was a book. There's certain principles. There's 7 principles of nature, right? But what if you look at them in a certain way, you kind of understand. I actually took on that philosophy and approached life in that way with my humour or how I talk to people and stuff like that. And it was quite funny how it worked, acting out and knowing about vibrations and stuff like that and stuff. But anyway, the point was there was a book written about it in the late 1800s. It was called A Hoax, and it was written for Masons. And if you've looked into Masons, they actually practice the Hermetic teachings. They know about vibration and causality and polarity and duality and all that kind of stuff, but they look at it in a certain way. They got taught to look at it look at nature in a certain way that just happens to work that way. It's not explaining how it works. So anyway, this book was written, 7 principles or whatever, but during the introduction, it actually explains these people, like Masons, they believe in the creator, right? They don't understand the creator. They're told not to try and understand the creator or analyze the creator. Yeah, just understand the principles of nature. To try and understand what God is, where he came from, it's not banal, but it's unrewarded quest, because imagine that you do suddenly find out the secret of life, the truth. Who the fuck are you going to tell it to anybody? And I think that was a metaphor, because suddenly you would be, what it says is, once you understand the all, you become part of it. And I always thought, right, fuck it, if you become part, but like you know everything about it. You know, my character is, I want to tell people, how the fuck am I going to, they'll think I'm fucking crazy to understand it. And that was like look, this is just the principles of nature. That's all you need to understand is the principle of nature, how things grow, how things vibrate, how you can higher your vibration as in mood, or lower it into depression, how you can higher make someone else's vibration. It was only those words are only used to describe a phenomena that's happening. This shit works. Like, you know, but when you get into theoretical stuff, you know, that crazy stuff. It's imagination. But you can do this stuff if you think, right, you know, it's more simplistic. It's so simplistic. Is it not a fact? Right? Imagine, right, say if your vibration goes higher, you smile, you feel happy and stuff like that, right? So anyway, a scenario, you're in the shop, you go into the shop, you buy something, and then you look at the person that's collecting the cash, sitting there going, that'll be $5 or that'll be 20 cents or whatever they're going to fucking say. And you smile at them and you go, yeah, there you go. And no matter what, they'll smile. It's so hard for someone. And that's simplistic way that you've actually influenced someone's mood. You've totally fucking changed their chemistry. But by a smile, is that not crazy? Now imagine that power. Imagine, so now you understand that. Imagine now how you can actually control people's moods, their interaction with you, the whole lot, just by the way that you act. And that's the secret for the fucking these people know. That's the hermetic side or the occulted side. If people understood that, people know it.
It's so easy to affect people's moods. It's funny you should talk about just the person down the shop. Like quite often when you go down to the shop, Ellie, you do your shopping, you go up to the register, you pay your money, but that brief interaction that you have with the cashier, generally one of the first things they say is like, "Hi, how are you?" Right? And generally the reaction is, "Oh, look, I'm good. How's yourself?" When people, and you'll smile and whatnot, and they'll smile, and all good in the hood. But me, I take the tag, right? They'll say, "Oh, hello, how are you?" And I just look at them in the eye, and I go, right, with this kind of serious face on my look, and I go, "Do you really want to know? Do you really, really want to know? Like, do you really know how I feel?" And they'll look at me for a moment with this bewildered kind of look on their face, right? And then I'll smile, and then they'll laugh, and they kind of get where I'm coming from. but
that there, Van, so there's two great points. It's as subtle as that, right? Even though what you did first of all is you asked it, and that his or the person that you asked their chemical reaction or whatever. I can do that because I'm into science. There is chemical like adrenaline goes through his brain. You put him in a state of right, and then you broke it by smiling. So what you did is you put that just by you did that, you created that in another person, and that's how, if people understood how simple it was, it wouldn't sound like a mad conspiracy theory that Obama could talk a load of shit and do hand signals and you'd buy into it, or Donald Trump the same, or whatever politician. They've been trained to fucking do it, man. And that's like, to me, it's like, well, look, if I can fucking do that, if I can change a person's view or mood or whatever, I'm thinking, right, well, wait a minute, let's go a bit deeper into that. What could I actually achieve if I went fucking, could I do that to 3 people? Could I actually, or 4 people, or 10 people? I could actually learn, like, stand in front of a camera that's getting broadcasted to hundreds of thousands of people, and just by the way that I talked and the way that I moved my hands, I know I could get them to think I was a great guy. I was a motherfucker. I was whatever I wanted to think. Whatever I wanted to make those people think of me. Just by my hand gestures, my my grammar, my words, my vibrations, my looks on my face, or whatever, I could make them think anything I wanted about me. And
Look,
see that? Yeah, sorry.
it's a real skill to be able to grasp the attention of people, especially in the public forum, Ali. It's a real skill, and it's an art form in itself. And when you hear some of the speeches, both president and in the past, people like say JFK, um, Hitler, Obama, these sorts of people, even Clinton to some regard, they've got this cadence to their voice, right, and this tone that they can deliver a message that kind of grasps the attention of the people. And it is an art form to be able to do that, to be able to grasp the attention of people with your
You
mannerisms,
get
with
taught
your
that
tone,
though. You get
with your
taught that though, Banso.
with
Taught
your
that.
cadence, all this sort of stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, man.
Some people can do it just naturally, right? But these public figures that are out on the limelight, behind their little pedestals in front of the camera, they definitely do take tips and training, and you can see them improve in their journey, how they are addressing people. It is quite fascinating, that actually, quite fascinating. Like, I thought Obama was a great public speaker personally. Like, I didn't necessarily agree with what he said, but how he delivered what he wanted to say was very deliberate, very direct, and you did
And he was
kind of.
trained. He was trained. He was trained to do that. He was trained to do that.
Yep.
Right. How about this, Banso? Here's a funny story, right? I stumbled across a subject, neuro-linguistic programming, right? And when I honestly, I just go fucking full into it, because at the time I had loads of times I just go mad into it, read books about it. Who's that? Who's this? So anyway, I started reading about it, and I began to understand what it was about. It crushed my world, right? Because what it did was it set blocks, and when you discover something that you might have thought you knew years ago, it was like a niggling thing, and then suddenly it's the best way you could, all the blocks set in place, and you're like, oh fuck, I knew that. And that was, that's what that was. You get that, right? So anyway, when I was younger, right, I for some reason, I used to attract very attractive girls or ladies, and my friends always said, you ugly bastard, or that's how the fuck do you do that? I honestly did not know, right? So whatever, right? So let's flash forward 30 fucking years or something, right? And then get into neuro-linguistic programming. I suddenly realised, right? Why I could convince my friends to do. I was always a spur of the moment person, ever since I can remember, and it was me. It was always me that instigated things, and I used to. It just went back. That's how I used to convince people to do so many things, and I attracted all these girls. It was basically I was hypnotising them, Answer. Where the way that I was talking, the way I was expressing myself with my hands and stuff like that. But it was unbeknownst to me. It broke my world, man. Because the first thing I thought, oh fuck, I thought they liked it because I was women liked me, or the girls liked me because it was me. It wasn't because of that. It was because of fucking hypnotising them. It was like a cross to the ego. Not really, but that's a little funny thing. But then, as I say, it blocks that even what do you call it, cemented that this was a fucking. And then what happened is it's like anything. I've studied body language, micro movements. You know, if I'm looking at someone's face or whatever, it was like what happened to my friendie. And you know, I told my thing. That's why you have to watch who you tell. I told my mate about something, and he decided to go down the body language thing, and it freaked him out because what happened was he said everybody's lying to me because he took the scratching the nose or the covering your mouth as right every time someone does that, right? Every time someone does that, they're lying. But sometimes people do. I've done it myself, and that's how I discovered that kind of thing, because I looked into body language. But I remember having a conversation with someone. I scratched my nose in real life. I scratched my nose like that, and because I'd be thinking about body language, I was like, oh, they could think I was lying. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I was like, but I wasn't. And that's what I'm saying. Ah, right, okay. And that's what I'm saying. Nature, when they say this is this, this is this, it's not that, and that. There's it's entropic. Life's entropic, or nature's entropic. And when you understand that, if you work in within the rules of nature, psychologically, emotionally, physically, fucking get in tune. You know, it's like old sayings, get in tune with nature. And I think the hippie movement, they so use that. If I go out in real life, as I say, fuck the internet, right? I've done all this stuff before. I know the minute I say, you've got to get in tune with life, and everything vibrates. You've got to. They think I'm a hippie, right? But if I explain to them, by the way, science says the exact same. You can there's sound cannons that can change your internal chemistry and stuff like that. There's there's sounds that we can't hear that can actually that can change our moods. Of course, there's tech out there, and it's out there. It's been around for years. You can just go and look at it.
Yeah, even the language. Like, I found it a very interesting read. A link you dropped a few days, maybe a week ago, about the 52 cards with language.
Oh, I was just going to ask you about that.
Yeah,
But
no,
yeah.
maybe you haven't yet. You might want to. A person may like all these different ways that you phrase the way you talk. Can hypnotize the the listener to a particular way of thinking or a particular way to answer. Or you can guide them down a particular path. Yeah, I found it a very interesting read.
Yeah, mate, and that's just that. That was the band. Sorry, I keep that to yourself anyway, unless you hear me, because it's kind of And did you notice? We won't mention the name, but now you might look at that person in a different way when you.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. No. I actually, when I read it, that popped into my mind immediately, Ali. Immediately. And I'm just thinking, oh, damn, clever. Very, very clever. But anyway.
And it just gets enforced. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. And do you know what? See, the thing is, I'm sorry I said that. I'm like hiding information because I said, what do you call it? Oh, keep that to yourself or whatever, right? But see that there, within the Hermetic principles as well, and Socrates, Plato talk. Do you know what it is? And one philosopher, I can't remember his name, right? There's people like us, and I mean, like, we question things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? We are here, our sole purpose, right? Our sole purpose is to remind the people that are above us doing the shit, is that we know what they're doing, right? It's not our job to pass it on to people that are paying their mortgage, driving their cars. It's not our job, man. And that I got that. I read that. I think it was about a year ago, and I was like, boom. All right, okay, that's right. And then if you look at the principle, remember Socrates, or this casting pearls before swines. Yeah, what you're doing by if you go about energy that you're using, thoughts or whatever, right? So if you're focusing, when you focus on something, you're using energy or whatever. So, but it's not that they don't deserve to know or whatever, but it's not your job to tell these people. Your job is to remind these motherfuckers that there's people out here that don't buy your bullshit. But that's what the casting the pearls before swines. It wasn't a derogatory, statement to say. It's been perceived as derogatory. But when you understand it's not your job to drop knowledge. The people that are going to get the students, the student only hears the master's footsteps when his ears are open, and that's like a hermetic statement, right? So if you're not ready to hear it, so you just have to talk. You're not talking to anybody. You're not trying to save nobody. You're expressing yourself. The people that will hear it and want to hear it will hear it. They're the people you want to talk to, not the people that don't hear it and you're going to argue with. And if the people are approaching that, so it's a very good book. I might drop that on you as well. And if you
send me a link and whatnot, because some of the, I definitely do. Open up your links and have a look at them. But yeah, that one
but the
in
science,
particular.
right?
Yeah,
but I have to say, right, pay specific attention. If when you read the principles, right, what you do is, because you know loads about science and gravity and all that, think how maybe, and remember this knowledge is written thousands of years ago, right? Think how, for example, I'll give an example. When I read these principles, I was able to explain what quantum physics was to a ball earther, right? A ball earther. I said a ball earther that was one of the most like shouty. We had to, as I talked about before, I've had loads of experience. Even the shouties, I've had normal conversation with, and we talked about it. I said, all right. I said, how about this? I said, I made a video explaining. I done this in my mate's back garden with a bit of rope and 4 golf balls, right? It's so funny. Right? And I said, I want to explain quantum physics. And it was quantum physics. It was covering everything. Right? And I made this video. I done the video, right? And, I got the usual stuff. This is years ago, right? But I got this guy that he knew all about what the science and that. We were on the same level, and I also learned stuff off of him, kind of thing. So he was on like a higher level, but I could talk up to a good level, and he went further. I was like, all right. And I proposed the scenario that I presented in my video, and I said, would that be a good description of quantum physics? And he goes, yeah. And I was like, beauty. It's so simple, man. Like, I've said it before. Do you know what quantum physics is? The basic. It's just a law of probability. And that's all it is, man. And when people conceive of that, they'll get it. When they start talking about what particles over here and interaction that are spooky, all that kind of stuff, it's all about probability. Go and look at Feynman, go and watch, and then look at the root of it. It's all about looking at the root. Don't micro, but there's wee bits here and there. No, look at the fucking root, because that's what tells you. And it's a law of probability. The chance of this doing that, if it's not here, it's probably there. Or it must be there. You understand? It's like, and that goes into the quantum eraser shit as well. Like, let's start in the basics, right? I read a book about it, and do you know when when Newton put his light through and created and said, "Oh, light's made up of these colours," right? There was loads of backlash, right? And there was people coming out and saying, "Well, unfortunately, that's a very good statement, but we cannot prove that it's the quality of the prism that light goes through that breaks it into colours." And I went, "Oh, that's nice." And then I went from there. And then they say, right, "Oh, well, it's a mixture of blue, partly it's a mixture of all that colour." Look, I done art. I was let loose with a paintbrush and oil paints when I was 4 years old at the primary school I went to, and I splattered the fuck out of this thing. And I can assure you, no matter how much little paint or whatever, I could come up with yellow out of all the colours that I'd be supplying, or white, or anything, right? And then that's what I said. And then I found out, well, what happens if it's a red prism? Go and have a look at experiments that have been done with a red prism or a blue prism. And then you start asking, then it's like that, then you start asking, how come a tree's green if light's red? And they go, the only explanation, it sucks in all the blue light, right? Say, for example, I've got a blue object, right? The sun's shining upon that blue object. Their theory is it sucks in all the reds, the yellows, and blah, blah, blah. No, actually, it doesn't. Sorry, that's my apology. It sucks in this specific blue. They don't tell you what happens to the yellows, the reds, and stuff like that, right? That's fine. It sucks in the blue, and then it emits that colour. Because for something to absorb something, right, so it doesn't absorb all the colours off it. Because they're telling you that it's bouncing off, it's decided, I'm blue, I'm going to absorb all these colours, and all I'm going to go and fucking show to that person with his eyeball is the colour blue. That's bollocks, man. And if you explain it in that way, that actually, what do you call it, insinuates consciousness, right? A choice. I want to be blue, or the leaf. Ask if you actually ask a scientist, it's a great question. What pigment is? Ask anybody what pigment is. Pigment, the colour. It's just why things are different. Have a look at what that fucking is, man. And it's ball. All these balls are bouncing off at a specific angle, but if the sun's behind me at this degrees, blasting off 100 squillion photons, and these specific photons out of all them are going to bounce exactly in my direction, so it forms an exact picture of this beautiful mountain or tree. What? You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's fuck off.
It absolutely fascinates me how they talk about light in these forums and how they understand light, Ellie. Like, it absolutely fascinates me that they know exactly how it acts, pretty much, and in what mediums and stuff. And I've been banging on for about 3 or 4 weeks now, right? Because
I've been listening.
Yeah,
I've
well,
listened.
you know what I've been
Yeah.
banging on about there, nature about this curve
Yeah, but
density
keep going.
gradient.
Yeah.
Like they tell you how refraction acts, right? How light refracts, through a density gradient, right? And how it refracts, and this and that and the other thing. And they put all these mathematical calculations to it, and they can demonstrate, light refracting in a density gradient. Thus, the fish tank full of sugar water, they shine a light through it, and the light tends to refract, downwards towards the denser medium gradient, which is fine. Right? I've got no problems with these sorts of theories whatsoever, right? But they don't actually, and they haven't demonstrated how light acts in a curved density gradient. And it's really a bugbear of mine lately because they say that we're on this spherical surface, but we're on a curved surface because we're not, we can't see all the way around. So we'll say curved surface, right? And the density gradient adheres to this curved surface. So it itself has to be curved, right? So how light is acting and reacting in this curved density gradient.
Now you wanted to see an experiment. That's right. You asked for the experiment to show, and I was laughing. I heard that. I was like, "Oh, fucking what a great question!" I would have never thought of that actually. I thought, what a great fucking question.
And the only thing they've got to show me is a butane bottle with gas poured over it and a bit of plasticine, seeming to be loomed up in the background. Right, that's the best they got. But they'll drop these papers, these drawings, right, that shows how light acts in these density gradients. But then that's where it falls short. They've got no experimentation actually to take their theory from a theory to a drawing to a computer simulation. The next step is now let's actually test it, right? They've got nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. And they go, well, we've got absolutely no responsibility whatsoever to show anything to you. And I go, well, it's not my responsibility. But if my job or my field of expertise is to talk about how light acts and refracts and mirrors and does all these kind of different bits and bobs, I'd actually want to test my theory in the real world. Well, how would you go about testing it? And like it's up to me. It's up to me to come up with a way that they should be able to be testing these density gradients and stuff, which that kind of befuddles me a little bit there. But they don't seem to care, because anything that I've seen, Ali, as you know, and as you've seen yourself, right, has only ever been tested in a planar type of environment. And they are taking these planar experiments that they can demonstrate planarly, right, and attributing them to a curved density gradient, which is just ludicrous. It's not even scientific to even go down that path for starters. I shake my head. I absolutely shake my head.
I was just what do you call it? I like to go for a stroll through the internet, right? And there was a topic about this theodolite shit, man. I'm just. But anyway, so I don't know. I typed something in, and here I stumbled across, and it's a paper, right? It was a paper on errors in geodetic surveying, not planar, geodetic surveying, right? So I was reading it. I seen the usual pictures, man. You should have, you would have laughed. Oh, Rumpus draws these ones, or whoever. You've seen it before. So anyway, and it was chapter 3, and it was just all the errors. If you don't do if you don't do these, you won't get a proper reading. Basically, you have to do these. This is otherwise you're fucking you're on a loser. You're on to a loser, right? So I'm reading away. I was like, seeing the drawings, having a little chuckle and going down. Further down, I was like, blah, blah. And then it came a list of the errors. Right, the first one, second one. I was like, oh, yeah. Third one, I thought, for fuck's sake, right? And right, the first error that you can make, that when you do, because, if you get a theodolite, we know we look out in a horizontal, even if you put in a dip, it's a straight line or whatever, but you add that after, you take your measurement or whatever, you do that, right? But the thing that got me, so anyway, so you take a measurement, you write it in your book, right? And then from there, then if it's over certain distance, right? And I've even got the equation somewhere. It's so funny. It's so minuscule. Actually, the 8 inches per mile squared thing got fuck all to do with geodetic surveying, right? It's got fuck all to do that. I'll send you the thing. That is not the same error. It's not the same. It's not the same geometry. Curves, yep, but it's totally fucking. Put it this way: after 10 miles, right? If you're measuring 10 miles, from the equation that it gave, it was dead easy because it was like this number times the distance, whatever, and it was like it ended up seriously about fucking 5 inches or something like that. It was crazy, right? And this is what this was the. But anyway, one of the errors was forgetting to take an account for curvature.
Oh, no way.
So what they did was, right? So what they do, so that's an error. If you don't do this, you're not going to get the right. So that tells me straight off, right? Has been saying for fucking years, right? When you look through, I've used a theodolite, actually not a theodolite, I've used a dumpy, which can only look out horizontal, but in a 360 degree, and you set it, you put it on the legs. I've set it up, I actually set it up for the guy that was the surveyor, because I was quicker at it than him, where they set up to get it, because you've got to get it level, you've got to get the legs level, or whatever, right? And then adjust the screws on the optic. And it's like, yeah, it's like an optic. There's 3 screws. You've got the X, Y, Z axis.
You got to level it. Yep, you got to level it.
Yeah.
Gotta get it
But
up.
the legs, he couldn't get with the legs. But you have to get the legs. You have to, when you set the legs down, it has to be near enough. Otherwise, because the screws can only adjust so much.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
my surveyor, it was a young dude. I was only like, I was 22, but the surveyor dude, or the young surveyor, he was the same age as me. We used to smoke on this huge site, man. This was massive, but anyway, he was only a young dude with the same age. I held the staff, but I asked if I could set it up one time, and I set it up quicker than him, so he used to get me to set the legs up. But I learned to set the legs, let me look round. He'd hold the staff, not that it would get written in the book, but he'd explain what the crosshairs meant. You know, so when I heard this was like 30 years ago, right? So when I heard the conversation about theodolites or before a few years ago, I was like, wait a fucking minute here. I've worked on it. No, you've got a straight line. But as I say, the errors is, so what you do is take your measurement. This is a fact, I knew it from the beginning, but now so you look through your fixed theodolite. You're not looking for dumpy. You're looking through a dumpy, a fixed thing. You just want a horizontal line. You don't want the angular, the theodolite, where you're looking for altitude or stuff like that, right? You want to just look in a straight line. If you want to do it over water, you would look straight out over a straight line. And then what you do when you observe an object in the distance or whatever distance you are, you measure that. You have to know that distance for starters. To know in geometry or whatever, you have to at least know one distance. You have to have a distance and then the angle, right, or the height of an object. But you have to have one number, one distance, or one measurement on any side of that triangle. You have to somewhere. You have to have a number. If you don't have that number, you don't have a fucking clue. Nothing at all. So you have to have one number, just one number, and then you can derive your distance from it. If you know the distance to the top of a building or whatever, just even, you don't even need to see to the base of it. Oh well, you actually do. You actually have to know the height. You have to see the base if you're doing along the line of to the measurement on the vertical. I think you would have to know, but the other, if you know the distance planar to there.
Yeah, but you need at least one measurement.
Yeah. Yes. Well, of course you do. Yep. Yep.
To work with those angles, because the angles by themselves aren't going to give you anything.
I know that from school. I know that, and everybody knows that from school. But we meet people that that's the fascinating thing as well. You know what you're talking about, like Bob and stuff like that. You know, and yeah, you know, it's just it's so funny. It's so funny. You know, it's not much to demand.
Well, no, I don't think it is personally myself.
Or not demand, or to ask. You know, how about this? You know, like what I was talking before. Oh, sorry, on you go.
Well, that's why I keep on asking for the experiments that back up their theories in regards to how light refracts over a curved surface. And I'm like a dog with a bone now. Now that I'm on it, I'm like a bloody dog with a bone. I'm not gonna let it go because I know they've got nothing, which it kind of gives.
Yeah, but are you, Bancho? I've got to ask you a question, right? Are you? I don't think you are. Well, no, what do you mean? I don't think. Your drive, is it to prove the Earth is flat, or to get these motherfuckers to think and at least question? Is that your drive?
Yeah, and I've got no drive to prove anything one way or the other. But what I'm not going to do, Ali, right? What I'm not going to do is accept blindly what they tell me about what I am seeing, and it's for these particular reasons that I am seeing them, and we have calculated this, and we have calculated that. Okay, then show me how you've calculated. Well, you've got all these numbers, and you know, you'll get Ruby coming in here showing me all this weather balloon information and adding all this, you know, to refraction and all that. And that's fine, well and good, right? Okay, then great, you've got this, but now demonstrate to me how refraction works through a curved density gradient, because all you've got is theories, right? Because you can't back up what you're telling me just with a picture, because a picture is a picture. It's not a real life demonstration. And but you know, they soon jump off it because they want to actually talk to someone that will entertain their notion of this is how refraction is, right? Because plenty of people will talk about how this is how refraction is, and we have this 7/6R and blah 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 blah. when we're talking about
Not mentioning any names. Not mentioning any names, but I know who you meant.
Yeah.
So, and it's Pollock's finally. The equation is actually the equation is 4/3. It's 4/3, but his 7/6.
That's water refraction over
Oh,
water. Yeah. 4/3 is over water, and the 7/6 is over terrestrial.
Right, okay, nice, thanks. I never knew that, right?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the way it goes.
I believe you. I believe you because no problems there, mate.
But there are two different forms of it. But you know, it's if you can't demonstrate to me side by side, right, that this is how refraction is. This is planar refraction, and this is spherical / curved refraction. Like no side really has an argument, really. Like we can presume it's planar, and the globe can presume it's spherical. But until you can show side by side the difference between the two, you've really only kind of got words. That's why I don't like talk. I never talk about things like the black swan or anything like that, Ali, because to me, photos and pictures are inconsequential because I
But
don't
it
know
is, it's quite a, you know, and I'm not thinking because it's whatever it is, it's a photograph that that gives loads of questions, but it's been yeah, you're just going to go into get marshy land in a conversation if you even mention that. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly
It's not
right. Look,
worth it.
the photo does demonstrate that we do see too far according to the measurements that we're being given. I've got no problems with that, right? But then now we start getting into refraction, and this is why we see too far, and blah 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 blah. Right? So that's why I don't think it's
I guess
good one way or the other for me personally, because they'll just explain away the 4/3 or 7/6 whatever the case may be, or the different temperatures and blah 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 blah, and then you just get lost
or
in
the
the weeds.
bendy crane. Oh,
Yeah,
never mind the horizon. Look at the bendy crane. Ah, fuck that. So
exactly.
that's all you're going to get when you enter into that discussion with that. Yeah, exactly. So I get it.
Because there's hundreds of photos, you know, there's hundreds of photos, you know, the long distance photography, you know, where you're seeing mountains that are 250 odd kilometers away, or whatever it is, all these type of things where we seem to see too far. But then once again, it comes back to the argument about refraction.
Can I give a addendum? 1 second, right? I have to years ago, right? Yeah, I seen that that photograph. It was I can't remember what it was called. It was from the French Alps to the Italian or something like that, right?
Yep.
And then I stumbled. I found there's actually YouTube channels that have long distance photography. This is really this is years ago. And then I discovered this guy. He was called, I'm not going to mention the name because I kind of fucked up his channel. Because what I did was he went up to Pike Peak, or he went up onto this elevation mountain thing, and it was absolutely nothing to do with flat Earth, globe Earth, absolutely none. He was a guy that had got this fucking big zoom. It was what the fuck was it? I think it was a Sony. It wasn't the P900. It was way before that. It was way before the P900 came out, right? And what I did was, right, is I watched his video, and actually I was in you know, the German people were getting a bit of grief at the time, right? In a certain community that I was in, and I made quite sort of. I would record songs and make videos. So I would make a video and put just songs, not commentary, just the length of the song about a certain subject. And at the time, it was the what do you call it? Pink Floyd, "Goodbye Blue Sky," right? But what I did was, because I can't remember, I actually got old footage of the bombing Dresden, and what we were talking about there actually.
We were talking about refraction and long distance photography and short distance photography,
right, that was
and
it.
seeing too far.
That's it, right? So anyway, I borrowed this footage off this guy, and I just made this. It was nothing to do with flat Earth, but I made it as a flat Earth proof. I took his video. I even emailed the guy. I said, "Here, mate, look, you know, is it okay if use your film, I want to make a video, I'll send it to you and stuff like that. Yeah, he was fine with it. You know, I went through the protocols. It was like, no problems. And then I made the video about, like, you know, because as I say, the German population that have basically done fuck all wrong. We're going, I'm a bit of a whatever. But I made this video with that, and I used his film as it began in, was this zoom in, and if you know Blue Sky by Pink Floyd, you know, goodbye, and that the beginning, right? And imagine, right, that was this forest, and then suddenly it was zooming in on these miles away distance, right? And I made that video, and I thought, all right, I'm going to share the video. I'm going to say, hey, explain this, ballers. This is years ago, and his channel got fucking bombarded, man. He only had, but he only had, like, you know, he was like from another world, man. He was doing his what do you call it? Photography thing. You know, there's people that are with telescopes that know fuck all about flat Earth, don't know fuck all about, don't care about, you know what I mean?
No.
And
Yeah,
like
they
just
just do it.
all these globers just piled in there. And it started getting shared by flat earthers, but the globers went in, or the people that were of the different opinion or whatever went right into the sky. And I was like, oh, fuck, man. And that was years ago. Yeah, and it was and the thing was, it was I did it totally innocently or whatever, you know.
Well, you
But
don't always foresee the repercussions.
but back to the photographs. That's the thing. What you're saying about the long distance. That was the little story. Yeah, we see too far. It's fucking, you know. And now they've used that as, I bet you're going to say that you see too far. Well, yeah, fucking do it. You know, they've made it as if it's a bad thing, you know. Oh, you're going to use that and it's good. Well, yeah, I fucking do see too far, right? Come on and fucking explain it. It's so funny. Yeah, but it's so funny.
And then the comment response is, well, that's what we'd expect to see on a globular Earth because of refraction. That's exactly what we would see. The mathematics tells us so, right? We have the mathematics to back up what we should see, and this is what we would see.
Right, so think about this then, right? Because I always thought of this, right? So say it's orthographic view, that's the side view, I'm sure it's called that, right? So anyway, so let's look from the orthographic view in colour, right? And let's look at it as a ball. And then let's look at from the side view, I'm there right in front of me, and there's this image here that's been bombarded with squadillions of photons, but these photons have decided to organise themselves in a way that they're going to be perfectly observable right on the fucking curvature, and they get lifted up or whatever. It's absurd to think that. For me anyway, to think that, you know, when I look out, right, here's a question. I challenge any motherfucker, right, to go down to the beach, get his mate to row away and actually see him fucking disappear. That he's actually disappeared, and then look through a pair of binoculars and see if you can still see him. Right, now, the guy that looked out on, who was it, the guy that, the curvature, the Earth, that Greek dude or whatever. Now I'm thinking, he didn't have fucking binoculars, P900, Sony's fucking thing. And I can assure you, I can go to the beach, right, and say to my mate, right, off you go, disappear. I will lose sight of him, right, before he actually disappears from view. And the way to prove it is wearing fucking binoculars. And you look, he's still there. So for that guy to say, for these people to say, oh, you know, the fucking curvature over the not Aristotle. Who was that? Can't remember the name of the guy that said that boats over the curve. Nobody ever sees that. Nobody has ever observed that with the naked eye. So to use that example back in the Greek times, because I still see that on, you know, it's very interesting, like when you type in flat earth, even now, because I watch sometimes watch flat earth debunk videos, but not by trolls that I know here, like people that have 3 million subscribers and they're still doing it, right? And it's so funny how about this, there was that's another conversation, but anyway, I was but I kind of go off in the tangents and stuff like that, but the point is that these guys, I don't know what the point was. The other point was the other point I was going to make. As human beings, we notice patterns, right? So being a flat earther for this times, for the time that I have been, 7 years, 7 years, maybe 8 actually, possibly 8, right? We notice patterns. It's natural. I'm not any different from anybody else. That's how human beings fucking notice things. It's just a normal thing. So a pattern that I noticed through flat earth was, right, when there was really an intense discussion about a certain subject, perhaps about theodolites or whatever, because I subscribe to science channels as well, or get recommendations. Right? So anyway, it was so fucking funny that when there was, I always noticed when there was a peak in this question that the ballers were, ball earthers were struggling with, right? Suddenly I'd get recommended a video explaining just this thing. It doesn't happen all the time, right? But remember, I've had 7 years here, man, and we naturally look at see patterns. And it was so funny. The reason I brought it up is what I was talking about. This video that I just watched the other day got a recommendation, and it was all about how to explain bendy lines on horizontal fucking planes, man. Right? Because it's been getting really intense. People have stopped going to bevs, man. And when people stop going to places that were fucking, you know, look, even though he says he's not a flat earther or whatever, that doesn't matter to these people. I could say I wasn't a flat earther. I've had the same channel, I'd be getting bombarded. It's just because they haven't got the fucking answers, so they keep the fuck away. But it's so funny, right, that suddenly this thing, this subject about having bendy lines, and it talked about planar, specifically planar, talked about Euclid and everything. It's about an hour and a half long, 2 hours long, or something, right? And at the beginning, all he had on his whiteboard was equations, which had R's and stuff. That's the only reason I've learned, right? You can learn if you see an R in the equation, unless you're talking about what do you call it? Oh, fucking black holes or something. It's there's a certain R. It looks like an R, but it's got 2 lines, but an R and a little 2 above it or whatever. When you see an R, you know there's curves. There's curves there somewhere within that equation. Doesn't matter all the Z's and the A's. The minute you see that, talking about curves here, and that's it. You don't need to know the rest. You just need to know the curves. But you could see that was in there, and he was explaining like what was happening and all these vectors and coordinate points and reference frames and all that without even showing a picture or anything. It was all on that equation here because you could see. he was looking at that. The numbers look like pictures to these guys. Yeah.
Hey, Rumpus is in the house. There you go, Rumpus.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, Rumpus, come out, wherever you are. What's wrong, Rumpus? Don't deafen
Can you not hear me?
yourself. Oh, we can now. Can now. You've unmuted. Yeah,
Oh
you
right, sorry,
unmuted.
I was sorry. Yes, I was.
Yes.
Never mind.
So, what fun and games do you bring for us today, Rumpus?
I
Well,
wasn't in a.
first of all, I hope you've had a very enjoyable Easter. Yeah,
I've been
that is.
busy DIYing and gardening, so I must admit it hasn't been as much fun as it. I've been.
Oh well.
I've been out and about in the sunshine, some long walks and cycling and things, but I haven't been doing anything too exciting. Been too busy having to deal with DIY stuff and gardening. Yes, I should. I normally go, and also the weather's only just
What
started
about
to be
the
sensible enough.
experiment, Rumpus? What about the experiment? How's that going?
Yeah, I haven't done anything on that for 6 months, but it will come. I'll be back on that shortly. When I get this sort of doing this DIY stuff I need to do, and I will be making some videos explaining exactly what I'm doing, and then hopefully in the next month or so we'll be back on it. I'll be doing some more proprietary work for it. I've got to get about another 3 or 4 people involved, which I seem to have, so that should take me up to about 10 or 12, possibly more. And then I should have, because I didn't quite have, I only had about 7 or 8 people last year at the end, so I didn't quite have enough to do the.
Yeah, but you couldn't have done that. What about the restrictions? That thing that would have stopped that. That was kind of shit because I was actually looking forward.
No. You mean the code? You mean the COVID stuff? No, that wasn't.
Yeah, but forget. I don't need to say it, but I'm just saying about that.
I don't know what you're talking about then. I don't know what restrictions you're talking about.
Okay, COVID then, yeah.
There were no restrictions for me. No, it wasn't a problem.
What, to
in
meet
this
up
country?
with people?
In this country last year, there wasn't a problem after you could go outside and do anything you liked. It wasn't an issue.
Oh.
And yeah, for most of last year.
So why didn't you get it done then? That's my next question. Why didn't you get it? I'm waiting for this. There's people waiting for this.
I know. Well, it was when you're trying to do something over 6 miles and you're trying to position these things, and it's about an hour's walk from the nearest point of access, and you're having to carry things that are 2 5-meter poles inside one another and things, and it's a lot of work, even if you've got 5 people there, and then placing them, and then we had to move them around so that you could see them from the observer side. Then there's the issues with that we had. There's still an issue potentially with the internet connection, and just positioning where the observer is, just putting the targets where they could be seen and not obstructed by trees, just building them mechanically, and it just. It was a lot of effort, and also it's about 2 hours drive from me, and just doing the stuff mechanically, just building the stuff, and just positioning them, raising them up, finding the problems with raising the targets, doing all the surveying work to get the height of these things, and then of course because we had to position it, all 4 of them have to be visible from one observer location. That was tricky. So when you've got something that's sort of 6 miles away, and then you're trying to work out how to position these things so that they're all visible within one auto level view, it just when things are an hour's walk from a drive, and you have to, it's just an incredible job. It's just extraordinarily difficult.
I'm going to give you credit, Rumpus. I have to say, I understand exactly the logistics involved in what you do, and fair play to you. And I was hoping you were going to.
I also didn't have the videos in place. I needed
Nah, it
on the
doesn't matter
day.
to me.
I needed 8 people. I needed 8 people. I've got 4 I've got 5 stations. I've got 4 posts with the targets, and I've got an observer station. And then I need about 3 people at the observer station. I need 2 on each one, and then I've got also as well as the 4 posts, there are 3 thermistor array things that measure the temperature up to a height of 15 feet. And I had to build those as well, and I had to test those, and I had to have them test the thermistors calibrated, which George helped me with. Then I had to build them, and they have to be able to raise and lower these things to cover the 15 feet. So there's 3 of those on site as well. So just getting all those in position, and also just getting 8 people to be in the same place and available.
Rumpus,
And also the weather.
Let me solve this. Let me solve this thing. See if you didn't have the fucking attitude that you couldn't trust flat. There's loads of flat earthers, really good people that are really interested. The reason they're here is to learn it. I guarantee you would have got an influx of volunteers for that. You would have had no fucking problems. But you don't trust flat earthers, and I understand. I totally get it about, if they took photographs and shit like that. I get that, but I could. I can't talk forever, but that's probably a thing that's held up. You've actually talked to people that I think you trust that are flat earthers. You should just let them come.
Well,
We want to know the truth that we're driven.
I've got
it's not to prove you. Yeah.
I've got Brian Mabbott. I promised Brian Mabbott that he can come there.
I'd recommend him. Yep.
Yeah,
I would.
Though he's got some disability, so he can't actually contribute. He just wanted to be there to see me jump in the water if I don't see any drop.
I know, it's funny as fuck.
And Blood's Thicker has also wanted to come along.
That's brilliant, though. Come on, man. That's funny, man. But it's good. Yep, I would feel Brian Mabbott wouldn't reveal anything about you or anything like that.
No, Brian Mabbott seems like a nice guy. He actually. For a flat earther, he's actually the only reason I get
snidey dig for a flat earther.
The only thing I don't object to flat earthers just in principle for being flat earthers. I don't think I don't think all flat earthers are wankers or anything. What makes me dislike certain flat earthers is when they behave badly. So, for instance, Brian Mabbott, although he swears and abuses people and shouts at them and swears at them quite a lot, he's actually clearly a decent moral guy. So, from that point of view, I just say, right, this is a reasonable, decent guy.
You see through that. That's good. You see through that. That's
yeah,
nice.
And he's a bit swearing, he's a bit aggressive, but he doesn't go in for. Although I don't know whether you call it personal abuse, but he answers questions and he asks questions honestly, and he doesn't try and misrepresent people. He doesn't, he misunderstands things obviously, but that's allowed. But he doesn't try and misrepresent. He doesn't seem to lie. He seems to have a moral code, so that's great. And Blood's Thicker is another Bev character who wanted to join in, is bringing his son. Apparently wants to bring his son to the day in question. So
I would go with him. Yeah, I think, I don't. These are the same as you, Rumpus. They've came on to my channel and talk, but I would say, he wouldn't. I could never conceive of him fucking flashing photographs of you over. So that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got. So you're saying. So that's 2 flat earthers I've been prepared to engage with, and I've now got, as I say, about another 4 people. On the Globe Earth side who are prepared to join in. So though not necessarily in the build up, they might just be doing it on the day in question, but I've got at least probably another 5 or 6 actually potentially, though obviously some of them won't be able to make it, but potentially I've got up to 6 more people, and that's the sort of numbers I need to perform the actual experiment. And also I didn't have all the videos in place. I want to have lots of preparatory videos explaining exactly what I'm doing, showing the mechanics of it all and the theory and some sort of behind the scenes type stuff, how the things are built, what exactly the observation is going to be, and then also some videos to run on the day in question.
Height above sea level, height above the whole lot. Yeah, go for it. The whole height above sea level. Everything.
The whole geometry of it, showing it in 3D, doing fly-throughs. I've also got organised some drone footage as well. So there's quite and just organising, just doing the graphics as well myself, and designing the graphics on the video feed and things. That took quite a long time, and just writing the stuff up and getting some documents ready and stuff like that. It's all very time consuming. In fact, I spent more time last year, I think, actually on the video and presentation side than I did actually on the.
I was there. I lived every moment, Rumpus. Honestly, that your experiment or the when you first proposed it and you started building it, and you were talking about these monstrous, not monstrous, but high things. I was there. Yeah, it was funny. I've lived through it, so I would love to see it.
Well, you will all be live, so you will be able to see it. And what's more, you'll be able to make requests. You'll be able to see the post being raised up and the view through the auto level at the same time in the same view, in the same feed. And you'll be able to say, I don't know, I don't believe this or something, or and then someone will be able to respond and say, well, okay, we'll do this or something to demonstrate this, or you can say, well, this is an error or something here, and we can then. So we can, in other words, we can respond to live comments. In other words, that's the point. Obviously, something like Bev, for instance, wants us to do it from both ends at the same time, which we can't do. So that's the sort of thing we won't be able to do.
Stream it live from both ends? Is that what he wants?
Yeah, we'll be streaming live from both ends. But what Bev wanted us to do was to have the observer position at the other end and then raise targets at the other end. But that's just not physically possible.
Well, couldn't Bev be at one end and you be at the other, for argument's
sake? No, you're not listening to it. You need different things. You need at one end, you need an observer with an auto level, and then you need a series of targets that are on 15 or 30-foot poles. Yep. And then if you're going to do it the other way round, you then need an observer at the other end, and then you need to have a bigger targets at the other end. But I've got small stations near to the observer, and then they get bigger further away, So you need to make all the poles huge, and also you don't necessarily get you don't actually get a line of vision, the same line of vision going both ways. Where we've got it going the way we've got it, which took quite a lot of finding out. You wouldn't necessarily, if you're going the other way, I'd have to do a whole. It would be twice as much work. You probably have to have a whole new set of poles and things if you wanted to do it coming the other way. It's not because the banks of the river, the banks of the canal are covered in, not quite covered in trees, but there's enough trees there to make it. You have to be in particular places to see particular things, and it had been anyway. So that's also, so it's basically almost, or not quite twice as much work. Probably, who knows?
But anyway, you don't have a line of sight from point A to point B. You don't have a clear line of sight all the way down, or do you?
Well, well, the thing is the different locations, because I'm raising up these things to about 30 feet up, these targets, and so I can't put the camera up there. The camera has to be near about 15 on a bridge, and there is a bridge at the other end. Unfortunately, the bridge I would need the bridge I would have to observe from at the other end is actually more than 6 miles. It's nearer 8 miles, and so unfortunately there's these it gets to the limit where these things that I'm building already are about 28, 29 feet high. And if I wanted to do it the other way round, I would have to build it. Well, I suppose you could put them in different locations. If I had to cover between bridges both ways, I'd have to build something that would be about 35 feet, possibly a bit higher than that. Actually, these things are telescopic that I've built.
No, I get that. But if you are viewing from both ends, why do you have to make the viewing point on the other end higher than the other?
Right, well, I'm measuring drops. So in other words, close to you. The idea is that you're looking through an auto level from your observation point, and then you're having to raise in the distance targets on a pole up to the height of the observer level. As the Earth is, we propose, is obviously a globe, then the Earth will dip down, and so at 8 kilometers away, the Earth is 16 feet lower than the horizontal. So the further you are away, the more the taller your pole needs to be. Now, that means that the distance, right? So if you did it from the other way, you would then need again to have an observation point. Say, the observation point in Welney Place is 15 feet above the canal.
Yeah, but that's going on the presumption, though, Rumpus, that the Earth is a sphere, and this is why you would have to actually do it. So if you did it, right?
Did what?
Well, set up a viewing point from point B.
Well, I don't. I've got what? Well, but the point is, I don't need more than one. One is quite sufficient to demonstrate the principle. If I have one observation point and looking one way, I don't need to do it the other way, looking back, which is more difficult.
Well, it could be a interesting thing to view to see if actually the whole refraction thing actually is
refraction. You get
different
refraction both ways. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Well, from one point to another, viewing from left to right or right to left, does it change at all depending on what part of the corridor you are looking
Yeah, well, okay,
through?
things are interesting. Yeah, well, I'm doing measurements of the temperature gradient between. But yeah, it's all very interesting to say things are interesting. But if it doubles the amount of my workload, which has already been absolutely unbelievably huge, I could do without twice the workload of something that's already absolutely huge and costs thousands of pounds.
Rumpus, I'm not suggesting that you doubled your workload.
It would be.
Hold on.
You would need to build another 4 posts. It's not just a matter of going to the other end and looking, as I was trying to describe. It's not just a matter. I need to build 4 more posts in a new line. You can't see because you're in a different location. At the far end, you would be 30 feet in the air. So when I'm looking one way, the destination point is 30 feet in the air. And obviously, I'm not going to be able to put a camera up on. There's no bridge over the canal that's 30 feet in the air, so you have to start lower at the other end, and you then have to be looking at something that's 30 feet up in the air at this end. Now, that's not necessarily possible to do. It's not just like sticking someone at the other end and looking back. I'll explain all this in the video, but what you seem to have in your head is it's just a matter of someone getting an auto level at the other end and looking the other way. And that's not how you can't do that.
Can I jump in? Banshaw, can I say? Let me say something, Rumpus. No, I think what Banshaw was saying, right, is, do you know when you look from one side, you're looking from through a certain amount of atmosphere, which is going to cause refraction or whatever, right? But he was saying from the other side, it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, you're not listening to me. We're looking along the line of poles, and the final pole is 35 odd feet in the air. I can't stick someone up there. They can't. That's not where they can be. They have to be down on the ground.
Listen, Rumpus, one second. But Banshaw, wait a minute. Banshaw was just wondering. Or the thing looking back. I know you can't do it.
You can't look back. You're not listening to me. You have to be 30 feet in the air to look back.
Rumpus, calm down 2 seconds.
But you're not listening to me.
Rumpus, hold on.
You're not understanding the issue.
Rumpus, I had to mute and deafen myself, so I did come in partway through the conversation. Okay, then. Now, my question for you is, right, all your targets that you have along this Bedford Canal type of scenario, right, the first target is at X distance above the canal. Does each target incrementally get higher above?
Yes.
So it goes in a diagonal line kind of pointing up.
No, it's curved. It's curved because the Earth is curved. I've got to allow for it. If the Earth is flat, it will also accommodate that. But I've got to allow for the curvature of the Earth to cope with that as well. And that means that as they go further away, it's a parabolic function. And so it gets up to 30 feet odd at the far end.
Okay, then. So you're not taking your targets. They're not all going to be the same distance off the water.
No.
Okay,
from the very start, because you didn't listen to what I said. I said about, I don't know, I must have said about 8 times that the distance increases with the height the targets increase with up to at the distance of 8 kilometers, 30 feet. And I must have said that somewhere between 5 and 8 times, and you didn't listen to any of it because you were only on output. If you'd listened to what I'd said, you wouldn't be asking me stupid questions. Well, listen to what I'm saying. And stop and try and think that I'm telling you something is sensible, and you need to listen. You need to listen.
Right, we misunderstood. I misunderstood there the same as I misunderstood what you said as well. So sorry. There's no need to start shouting. Explain it again about the height of the why we can't look back the other way. Right? I know you said, but explain it slower, maybe. Or
Yeah,
something.
well, I did try and do it quite slowly, and the point is that the final post is 30 feet in the air. The observer position is only 15 feet in the air. So, one end, near Welney, you're 15 feet above the water level. At the other end, I've had to raise the target by an extra 30 feet in the air. In the air, not on a bridge, it's in the air. So I can't put someone up there with an auto level. If I bring someone down with an auto level to
I
the
don't
same...
think you get many
Oh,
volunteers, Rumpus. I don't think you get many volunteers to stand up upon a thing that was 30 foot up in the air that
exactly.
you built.
I can assure you these things are terrifying as they are. Just to raise them. When you're underneath something that weighs as much as a person, and they're 30 feet up in the air in the wind flapping about, even though it's got supported by guys and things, I can tell you just raising it and being next to it is quite intimidating.
I remember you describing it. I remember when you were telling, because, you know, as I say, I've listened to your experiment, but when you were describing, I knew you were building this stuff and you were determined to do this, and when you were describing it, I was there with you. I know exactly what you were going through. It's just funny. But yeah, and
there will be lots of videos of this, so you'll be able to appreciate more when I've.
But you wouldn't share them. That was the fucking thing, man. Yeah, I know.
No, that's correct. There's reasons for that. I want to make them polished, and I want to make them clear because, like you didn't understand what I said just now, I've got to make it sure it's absolutely crystal clear what's going on, so that I don't have to repeat explanations, or you don't immediately think, "Oh, that's not correct." So if I make it, that means I have to do a good job of it.
You were so condescending at times, Rumpus, really.
Yeah, but fuck it, that's Rumpus. It doesn't matter. But that there, thanks for the explanation. Thanks for the explanation, Rumpus. That was spot on. Now I know where you're coming from.
So you go into the observation with the presupposition that it's already a globe.
No, it can. There's nothing about my. No. You're misrepresenting me. See, this is the sort of behaviour that annoys me. This is the sort of behaviour. My experiment does not require the Earth to be. If it turns out to be a flat plane, this observation will show that. There's nothing in the. There's nothing in the design of the experiment, of the observation, that means it has to be one thing or the other.
Okay, then. So then why, I ask you this follow-up question then, Rumpus, right then, why aren't the targets equal distance above the water?
They are telescopic. They can be changed. So if they are all in, they would all be the same height to give you horizontal, then I would be able to position them in such a way to do that.
I just asked you if they are going to be pointing up in an angle. Are they going to be all the same distance off the water?
Angle?
And you said no.
Well, no, that I'm assuming. Okay, I said they will. Okay, when their final position, if the Earth is a globe, they will not be at the same height, but they're telescopic.
I asked you how are you going to set them up? Are they all going to be the same distance above the
what do you mean? Okay. When you say set them up, they will all have the same.
Explain. Let me Rumpus.
They're telescopic. They can be at different heights. They're telescopic.
Right, but Banso, what he's doing is right. He's just going to make them in a curve like that, not presuming anything. If I was going to prove that the Earth was, this is how I would prove water goes flat. Is I would do what Rumpus was doing. I would make the curve of what it's meant to do, and I would measure points, and I would be able to determine what it was. That's the exact experiment that I would do if I wanted to find out if water is flat or curved. There's no point doing it flat. I would do it curved because there's a determined.
They can do both. That's the point. I can adjust the height of them. I mean, Banselback says, "What's the setup?" Well, the point doesn't matter. I can change the heights of the targets.
Yeah. It was just a misunderstanding. That's all it is. It's just misunderstandings.
Okay, so when you ask me if there'd be at different heights, I'm imagining that would be the result. Obviously, because I'm a globe, I'm imagining the result would be they would all end up being at different heights. But potentially, if the Earth was flat, then all the targets would be at the same height.
Ali, if you were going to set up your targets in a curve, right? I don't see why you'd have to set them up in a curve. If you just follow the level of the water, right, it would naturally be in a curve anyway. If the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't actually have to set up your targets so they are curved.
They're not
But
curved.
listen, wait a minute,
They're
Rumpus.
just they're
He
all
was
positioned at the
addressing
same.
Hold on,
They're
Rumpus.
all
Hold on,
the
Rumpus.
base of the things. The base of the things are positioned.
Rumpus.
Let me make my point, please. The
No,
base
don't,
of
because
the
it wasn't
base of these
addressed to you.
stations are about the same
Rumpus, he
height
wasn't
above
talking
water
to
level.
you.
They're not raised
Rumpus,
or
he
anything, and then
wasn't
I can
talking
raise
to
the
you.
targets up using a
Rumpus,
telescopic
talking to
facility
you.
to any height that they can go to.
Okay, go Ali,
Right, ask the question again.
If the water is curved, Ali, right, and you wanted to prove that the water was curved, you would set the targets according to the water level itself, right? You wouldn't have to set up your targets in a curve at different
Yeah, and
They're
levels.
which
not
because
set up.
Right?
They're not
Rumpus.
set up to be anything.
Rumpus,
All right,
I
never mind.
Stop
addressed.
No, let him
saying
go.
they're set
Let him go,
up. They're
Banter.
not set up.
Rumpus, you're making it impossible. I addressed Ali. You can come in when Ali is finished, all right? You're more than welcome. But I did address Ali, so go Ali, please.
Right. Okay, Banter. Right. Now, if I was going to prove, right, if I was going to prove something flat, right, and someone told me it was curved, they gave me the dimensions of it, I would go, all right, and I'm going to set up their dimensions, exactly how it should curve, and I'm going to take measurements of the difference between the depth of the water, how far away the water is from the proposed curve, do you think, to the proposed height. It's dead easy. That's the way I think. I could set up a straight line, but I explained this. Bob the science guy asked me about 3 years ago, or 2 years ago now, or a while ago, when we talked. He said to me, all right, he said, Ali, he said, how would you prove it was flat? And I goes, right, the first thing I would do is I would set up a line that was curved. And then I would measure the difference between it. And the guy agreed with it. And it's the most logical, never mind putting straight lines out. Do the curve that will tell you that's meant to be there, because you're addressing what they tell you. You're not saying you're flat, look, I'm going to measure it flat. No. All right, you say it curves at this. I'm going to measure. I'm going to set up sites or pins or how to prove this or whatever, and then you measure the difference. If there's a difference there, well, there you go, man.
See, what I had in my head, Ali, was all these targets being set up along the Bedford Channel or whatever it is, and they're all, say, 6 foot above the water level, right? Every single target. But let's just say they're 20 foot. Whatever, it doesn't really make any difference how high they are. Obviously, it does a little bit for refraction, but this is what I had in my head, right? So all these targets are basically 6 foot above the water, all the way along the Bedford Channel, river or canal or whatever they call it, and Rumpus being down at point A, looking through his theodolite, sighting all these targets all the way along the Bedford Channel, right? So then I thought to myself, okay, then you get someone like Bev, right, at the other end at point B, looking through his theodolite back down, exactly back towards Rumpus at all. But Rumpus was kind of indicating that the targets are going to be, one of them's going to be 30 feet in the air or whatever the case may be, and it's too high to get up there and blah, 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 all this other kind of stuff. So I had a different picture in my head about how everything was going to be set up, if you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, because it's not been explained properly. I still don't even know Rumpus. Well, that's it. That was the problem, Rumpus. That's why you're having this, and you get angry, and I get angry, people around you. It's because you've not released the videos.
Oh, well, it's not beyond my expectation. I think when I say to
Release
someone,
the videos,
hold on,
right,
let me finish my sentence.
Let him
I
If
will
finish.
I
blank out
say
the
these
faces.
posts
Blank out
are
the faces of people
telescopic,
just steal
if
the
they're
business.
telescopic, it doesn't matter what you set it up for. I can change them to accommodate whatever happens in the measurement. They're telescopic. Do you understand what that means?
So if you were to set them all up at the same height above the water rumpus, right, and you're at one end looking through your theodolite down towards the other end, I still think it would be interesting to then take the theodolite down to the other end and actually look back down the other end just to see if there is any difference actually.
Well, yeah, I mean, might be, but yeah, I say that's nearly twice as much work. Another £1,000 to do that.
How is it another £1,000 pounds to pick up your theodolite, jump in the car, drive to
I've
the
got
other
to
end?
build because I don't think you can see them from the other end. I would then have to spend another, I don't know, I spent £400 on petrol alone to do this, to do what I have done, to install 4 more posts, which is what you're saying, because I think the line of sight is doesn't work the same way from the other end.
I'll give you £30. Rumpus, I'll give you £30. Just give me somewhere to send it. I'll give you £30 for the petrol you've spent. No problems.
Well, 400 is actually how much I spent just on petrol.
Yeah, I'm not going to pay fucking 400, but I'll give you £30 for your effort
Well,
because I do
that's very
appreciate
kind
that.
of you, Ali. That's because I've spent an awful lot on this, and I'm going to do some.
Yeah,
and
well,
I'm gonna,
listen, but that's all I can give. That's like.
that's very generous of you, Ali. That's very kind of you.
And
Yeah, fuck
at
it.
the end of
Well,
the
why
day,
not?
at the end of the day, too, props rumpers for doing something.
Message me or DM me.
Okay, I
and I
will.
can
Thank you, Ali. That's very, very kind of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. Of course I will.
Very,
Just
very kind of you.
I'll mute. I'll mute.
Are these targets just single-sided? Are they rumpus?
They are, yes.
Would it be difficult at all to make your targets double-sided?
These things are 6 foot by 6 foot, the biggest ones. They just painting them, just putting the paint on them cost £10. With the particular paint. I mean and to manufacture them, then I'd need to put something. I've got this special arrangement on the particular side with the target, so they're clearly visible. So I would need to buy twice as much wood on the targets to put it round the other side because you can't rotate them. It would be if they would, but I say I don't think you would have the same line of sight. I think you would need a whole 4 set of new posts because I don't think the line of sight one way works the other. Because I can't position someone on 30 feet high. I'd have to have them down at a similar level. And as I say, that unfortunately that bridge that you would have to do the other end from is another mile or something, mile and a half in addition to where it is. So you'd have to have basically another 4 set of posts because the line of sight would be different, which means I'd then have to spend another £1,000 on it.
Fair enough, rumpers. Well, I'm just spitballing here. Don't take it personally.
Well, no, I don't. No, I'm happy to talk about that sort of thing, but what just gets my goat is I keep on telling you about the telescopic thing, and you don't seem to be absorbing the fact that
rumpers, please
don't
go
up.
there.
You kept on using the phrase, if you set it up to be flat. There is no fundamental setup to be flat. It's telescopic. I can raise or lower them to just, somewhere between up to 35. Some of them are small.
Let's move on, right? Because obviously your explanation to me was a little bit muddy, all right? Whether it's your communication or my reception.
No, it will be clearer when I make a video. Admittedly, it will be clear. I mean, there's a lot of information to take on board. I do accept that. I do accept there's a lot of information, and exactly what I'm measuring, I haven't described to you verbally in this encounter. So I accept that, and this will become clearer when I make a video on that subject.
Let's move on to a brighter topic that you can't get a angle from a straight line and a curved line.
One thing I will be doing part of this thing, so I just quickly want to go back to it. One thing is that I will be doing some sort of fund me thing, and if people want to name the stations after, give them a name, the top 5 or something contributors to this will have the opportunity of naming the stations after whatever they want, providing it's not offensive. So Ali may get the opportunity to, if he wants to have.
But you don't sell it in that way. Just say, look, I've done it. Look,
yeah, I'll do that as well. I just thought people might like. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say.
You're,
No, I'd say
you're
this has cost me several £1,000s. Would you please
yeah, I
help
know,
me?
I know,
But then I thought, then as a reward, I thought people might like also to have the opportunity to say, well, this might be called, let's say, Station
It
1.
should have been
Would
funded.
Ali
You
be or
should have
something? I
been.
don't know.
You should. I don't care about that, but you should have been
Okay, fine.
inundated. You should have been inundated with funds, not from flat earthers or anything like that. But I thought that the amount of
Yeah, well, I
work
didn't
that
want.
you
Well, the thing is, I didn't
have
know
lived
until.
through your
Well, I
pain.
didn't know.
Have lived.
The reason I didn't go for a full fund me at the
I
start was
know.
because I didn't
I
know
know.
until about the last 3 weeks that I had the line of sight that would enable me to see all of the targets through an auto level. So although I had to do a load of work to get to that point, so
Okay.
it'd been a bit
All right.
crap of me to say, oh look, I've spent, I don't know, 2-3 months on this, and then last month, I can't get this line of sight. I don't think I can. Or let's say the white. Let's suppose. Let me finish, Ali, please. Or there's a problem with the white. Oh Jesus, can I just finish a sentence? Or issues to do with connectivity, and I say, oh look, sorry guys, I've taken, I don't know, £1,000 off you lot. Can't do it. I can't get you make it live, or say it wouldn't be live when I said it'd be live. And I just wanted to make sure of some of these things before I started asking people to contribute. Finished.
Right. Okay. And the only reason I was interrupting is because I was going to support you, but not what you should have done. But it might have been a good idea. But to me, it would have been a no-brainer to contribute if I was on your
I
side.
didn't want to take money off people if it wasn't going to be. You know,
No.
if I portrayed it as being a live event and then I screwed that up, I think people would say, "Well, you promised me a live event, you tosser! Don't you've taken this money on for me off false pretenses?"
I know.
I didn't want to be accused of that.
Let me finish. Right. So, but you could have said, no, you could have said, you know, because it's great hindsight. Hindsight's a great fucking whatever it is. But you could have said, like, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. I can't promise anything or whatever. But even if you didn't do that,
I did want to promise something. I don't like the idea of me saying, because I don't want to be accused later on of saying you even if you didn't promise it, even if you said you might not be able to do it, people are always going to say, well, you mostly said you were going to do it and now you haven't, you wanker, and I've given you some money for that. And I didn't, and even if it's something like it wasn't live or something, I still would have felt I like to live to my word, and if I'm going to say I'm trying to do a live thing that's doing this, and then I fail in that, and I've taken money off people, I feel a moral obligation. I don't know. It'd be a horrible mess anyway. This time, I'm now more confident, and I feel I can say, look, if you contribute, you will actually get the goods.
Yeah, and that's always the thing. Like I've always liked about you, because you've had so much shit off of ball earthers, flat earthers, whatever, because you know a lot of stuff. But that's what I like about your Rumpus. You're being honest about it. But I think the point I was going to make, if you were a flat earther and you were putting in the effort of what you were doing, I would have bombarded. I would have contributed, and you would have got a lot more contributions than what you got. I think it's disgusting, right? I think it's disgusting. It's just an opportunity to slag off the other side, I suppose. But on a humanitarian level, I think it's disgusting. The effort that you fucking put in, and not one, well, maybe a couple of people have, but you weren't bombarded with contributions to.
Well, so I was guilty making contributions if I wasn't delivering. For instance, we've seen recently, what was there? Some guy was trying to do that extend the line thing. He got a couple of £1,000. And he went. I said he was going to do it. And then finally worked out it was going to cost him, I don't know, £10,000 or something to do this line, the Brian Mullen experiment. And but he took £2,000 to sort of basically work out what the problems were. And I mean, I could have said to him, it's not going to work under any circumstances. But he still took £2,000 and he didn't return any of it. Now, so I don't want to even be accused of getting anywhere near that.
I know. I get you. I get it when you've done it, and that's why you've not taken money or done anything. It's all right. Yeah, but I think I think you should have got more support.
Yeah, I should
have
done more.
Yeah, of course. But you don't need to say it. You just need to say nothing. I just have to fucking say it, and then you don't get it.
But I have
a
had some
huge
wonderful
one.
people been helping me. I mean, I've had
Yeah, you
5
have.
people who've been really, really nice and generous, and WS and Farmer's Boy and others and a guy called Andrew Dart and my pal Nigel and a few others who've put in many, many hours and hundreds of pounds in petrol.
Farmers Boys, and that's why I said, even though, you know, we have our whatever fights or whatever, and I think he's a dick or whatever, I still respected the fact that he came on your experiments, because I heard about, you know, or he came on your surveys, and he was there. He turned up for you. That says a lot.
He was
a good
really,
guy.
and of course he collapsed at one point due to overexhaustion when he and I were carrying.
He's a good guy,
very
man.
heavy. And so God, you know, I felt really guilty about this guy. Really put all this, you know, pushed himself to the limit to carry this incredibly hot sunshine. We were walking through 3-foot grass and nettles, being covered in skins, going over the most uneven ground you could possibly imagine. It was really, really hard work over 2 miles, and he just nearly killed him.
Yeah. And that's it. That was the kind of thing. Even though I do when I talk to him, I think he's a dick, but for doing that, because I heard that story before. I know about it. I was there. I've been through the whole thing, and respect goes to Farmer's Boy, man.
I've got this image in my head now of Rumpus wading his way through all the reeds and the weeds with the machete trying to set up.
It's a bit, it was quite similar to that. Absolutely, 3 foot high. You try walking through. There's a big difference between just walking through 3-foot grass and walking over 3-foot grass. It's basically like a boulder field. Every step was awkward, and then also carrying something that's about God knows how many. It must be about 50 kilograms, something. It's in hot sunshine. There's a huge difference between those things.
I know your pain, Rumpus. I've been there and done similar
Respect,
things. So
and that's it. Respect, though. Respect, and that's what I respect about Rumpus and Farmer's Boy and the people that I know exactly. I worked in forestry. I walked up mountains over exactly the same terrain as Rumpus was talking about. When you know you've talked about it for a while and stuff like that. I was like, fucking hell. So respect. No respect for doing it.
You got any photos or anything? You can
Yes, I've got a lot, but I haven't been. I have got a lot of them, but I haven't been sharing them. As Ali said, I haven't been sharing them, but I've got a whole pack, and I would like to present them in a nice way for you to see them and appreciate them. But yes, I have got.
Yeah, we're not all fuckers. You can make your mistakes. Sometimes to make mistakes and show who you are makes people maybe kind of change their opinion.
There is one video I've got of Andrew and I, a guy called Andrew Dart and I, trying to erect one of the far posts and it falling over on us, and I was wondering whether it might make it an amusing comic piece that I'm considering.
I do that. You can blank out your face and stuff like that. It's not that. It's just that, you know, we don't. Well, personally, I don't care. But unfortunately, I cannot totally understand why you wouldn't want to show people's faces in films.
Most of the people are happy to be on film. I mean, Farmer's Boy's happy. This guy called Andrew Dart, my pal Nigel. WS is the only one so far who's not been keen, so I've avoided taking photographs of him. But other than that...
Yeah, but it'd be great to see you constructing it. Honestly, Rumpus, it'd be great to see that, because I've known you for years now.
It's actually rather funny. I think everybody who's seen it has thought it was rather amusing, so possibly I might consider showing that.
Do that. Just one video of it, and it would make it'd be good, because I need to see something. Not that I require, but it'd be good to see.
I think most people would find it entertaining. Everybody who's seen it thought it was rather funny. So and
I want to see the size of this. I want to see, because you've explained it. You're like, it's like 15 foot, and I've 30
foot. I've 30 foot.
Oh, 30 foot. I've lifted.
It's two 5-meter things inside one another, and that's what makes it telescopic.
And to lift yeah, man. People,
so therefore, I can raise one post within a tube, and that makes it up to about 30 feet high. And that's what. And when it's raised up, it's super scary.
Yeah.
It's also got a 6-foot target, 6-foot wide target on it, 6 foot high.
I know that's the thing, though. This big, huge, round thing upon this fucking big
Well, it's rectangular,
Stick-on,
actually. It's a 6 foot by 6 foot rectangle.
rectangle, right? But on top of this big, huge, it's like holding, you know, it's like the placards that you see in the films. You say it's the end of the world, right? But extended like fucking 30 foot or something. You know?
No, I mean, for instance, when you walk a mile away from this, you can still see this thing towering above the side of the bank of the river. It's quite an awesome sight.
Did you have to get permissions or anything to do this, Rumpus?
I had to fill in the form but fortunately the area on the bank is not is just a bridleway, so we have access to that. And
okay,
and there's a bit on the bridge I need to fill in the form for. But yes, but fortunately, there's almost no one goes in the areas where we are. I don't think anybody goes there. Or one of the ones nearer to the observation site, they do, but they don't go in the bit where we go, which is nearer the bank. There's a raised area about, God, it must be about 40 feet. The bank goes up 40 feet because it's designed to be a flood protection thing by the side of the canal, and it goes about sort of 30 feet away from the canal. Then it goes up an angle about 45 degrees up to about 40 feet, and the people do walk along there rather than along the side of the bank. So fortunately, there's no interference with though they do come and hassle me all the time whenever I'm doing when I'm at the observation site trying to see if I can see these things to get the line of sight sorted. Inevitably you get someone coming along saying, what the hell's going on here? And then when you say, well, we're measuring the radius of the Earth, they get quite interested, and then you get stuck into a half an hour conversation while you're trying to do something.
Fair play to you, man. It's like, that's not like the normal answer, you know, when you meet someone out in the middle of nowhere, you say, what are you guys doing? I'm measuring the radius of the Earth. That must have been quite
It's next to a pub. The actual observation site is a major bridge next to Welney, and about 100 yards away it's from a pub. So in the summer, then obviously there's a sort of pub crowd. And one of the last times we were there, a great bunch of bikers came along and occupied the car park of the pub. I was wondering what they might take an interest, but fortunately they were too busy being bikers with leather jackets and looking for one another. Fortunately, so taking an interest.
Rumpus, you're diamond, man. Yeah, of course, man. How about see if you interacted? If you just said, if you just went across and interacted, and even if they thought you were crazy or whatever, you might have got a bit of help just because they were drunk or stoned or whatever they were.
Well, I mean, the trouble is when trying to managing when you've got 6 or 7 people trying to do, and if you've got set up 2 teams, just giving them all the tools they need and then telling them what they need to do. And unfortunately,
that's your job, though, Rumpus, right?
It is my job, yes. Indeed, right, and the paperwork generated from making sure you've got all the right tools, all the right equipment, and then a job list. And inevitably, I mean, few people there who, I mean, some of them, these guys they come from Cambridge, and one of them I gave a job list. This is the 3 things you have to move from this position to this position, 2 kilometres away. I gave him the list. I gave him this printed out list. He then took a photograph of it with his phone. I don't know whether he just got shattered or whatever, but even though he had the list, because I print out these lists of what people have got to do, he went out again. He forgot one of the items on the list, so he didn't move one thing from one place to another, even though it was on a list I'd given to them. So this is the level I have to go to organise. It's proper project management going on here, and which is fortunately it's what I do. But even so, so yes, even just organising people and getting them to have the right tools in the right place. And the trouble is you've got to walk for about an hour and a half to get anywhere. So when you've got that problem and you suddenly you're an hour and a half away from where you've suddenly forgotten your particular screwdriver or a saw or something, then you go, oh, and then you're stuffed for an hour and a half. So fortunately, I haven't been in that position yet. I've remembered every tool. Well, once I forgot something small, but fortunately we were quite close to where I needed to get it from. A water level, that was it. I meant to pick up a water level from the car, but I for some reason didn't, and then someone had to walk back quarter of an hour from when I realised I didn't have it. So that is actually the biggest problem.
Have done that, Rumpus. That's the thing. You should have done that, because see the beauty of if you've got troops or whatever, you should never ask anybody.
No, they didn't. They volunteered. They volunteered to go and go.
Yeah, but fuck's sake, it doesn't matter. I would have insisted, no, you do this here, organise. You
Well,
got
the
on
thing
with
was,
that. I'll go
I
back.
could do the stuff at the. I could carry on and do because I had another half an hour
Yeah,
walk
of
to
course.
the thing.
Did you
And
measure
so,
the radius? Or
yeah, that's what I was doing, measuring the radius. That was the idea. Yeah.
what did you come up with?
No, I haven't done it yet. This is
I thought
I
you
will
measured
be as part of the rect thing that I'm doing. Rumpus Earth curvature test, rect. That will be measuring the radius of the Earth. That's the ultimate objective. If there is a radius there, if the
Son of
radius
a
is
bitch.
infinity, if the Earth is flat, it will come back. My measurement will show radius of infinity. So I will have a measurement one way or the other.
Very interesting. I'm wondering, do you have a proposal or how you're going to measure it, your methodology or anything?
Yes, this will all be in videos very shortly. Well, not very well. Hopefully in the next week or two.
All right. Well, fucking
will have
time's ticking. Let's go. Stop being lazy.
Right, thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, so there'll be videos explaining exactly what the theory is behind it, and then I've got some videos of some of my exploits and some comedy acts as well that Ali was asking about, showing. And also I've got a video on all the tools I needed to do to generate this thing, and the videos of the actual things themselves, these stations and the observation point and the location and God knows what else. So yes, you will have a video of the theory, and then you'll be able to comment on it, and then say ahead of time. That's the idea. That's one of the reasons I didn't finish it last year. Was I wanted to give people an opportunity to see the theory and then criticize it whatever way they like, and then possibly respond to that. And then, of course, when doing the actual observation, people will be able to comment live and then say do this or do that or something. Doing whatever we can do. Obviously, something. If we can't do it, but the number of things that perhaps we can do to respond to people's requests live. But we will end up with a radius of the Earth in the end, hopefully. But or flat, if it turns out to be flat. If there's no drop, and I don't have to raise up these targets anything more than so they're in a straight line above the water. This 8 mile stretch of straight water. I mean, this is the unique location in the country. So that to do this observation, you need about a 6 or 8 mile stretch of water that's not a river, that's not sea, that's not moving, that's completely stationary, so that it's following the curvature of the Earth. You then also need that to be perfectly straight. And you also need there not to be any bridges over it or any trees in the way, so you can see from one line to that. And I think this place, this Bedford Levels, is possibly the only place in the country which satisfies all those requirements. And that's why Robotham picked it for his observation.
Robotham, he's a bit dodgy, isn't he?
Yeah, he was a fraud. He was a criminal, charlatan, a liar. And in fact, so much so that one of the stories when he was at the Bedford Levels as part of this community, the rest of when he was trying to pass a motion at this community's a meeting of this community to make, as well as this was a socialist community, and what he wanted to make one of their underlying principles was their support for the flat Earth. And as a response to that, 2 other people supported him or something, but the rest of the community in this meeting then grabbed him and then locked him in his room and hammered the door closed. Nailed him in his room. That's how well he was regarded. And it happened again. There's some other thing he did when he got hammered. He got again hammered into a room. I can't remember where. But my video will be describing his antics and his experiments and what he got up to, and as well, so you'll get a full history of the thing.
Fact is,
And when I was at the place, I put loads of posters through people's doors telling them about Robotham's previous experiment, and I was going to repeat it to get support from the local community. And as I seem to have done so, one of the locals running a newspaper is going to include the experiment in their local newspaper.
What about the Rumpus? Did you hear about the Wallace? The Wallace controversy, the bet.
Yes,
you know that's wager.
That's right.
What
Indeed,
was that about?
Well, that was when Wallace. This is the guy who co-invented evolution with Darwin. He challenged Rowbotham's results, and he then had a bet with someone else who was a Rowbotham supporter, and they then did. That's right. Yes, correct. Yeah. And they then had a bet, and Wallace said it was the worst thing he'd ever done. It took him 10 years or something, and about God knows how many lawsuits between them, and They had this. They had an observation, and it supported what Wallace said. It showed that in fact Rowbottom's results were wrong.
Carpenter went to jail, yeah, because he defrauded.
That's right.
He was accused of cheating. But
yes,
what happened in the end up is his money was given back to him, and he was released from jail. And it was Wallace that was proven to have cheated on the experiment.
I didn't hear. You're a bit distorted. I didn't quite hear what you said in the last sentence there.
Right.
He did get the money, but what he did do is he gave them his own personal money. He was made bankrupt, and he gave his money away to his I can't remember children or something, or wife, so that he couldn't pay the money up. Sorry,
there was a wager made, right? There was a wager made, right, between Wallace and Carpenter because they disputed it, and Wallace went out and done this experiment.
It wasn't just if they went out together and they had an arbiter with them. So it wasn't just like Wallace went out there and got the results. He had Carpenter with him, so they could agree on the results, agree on the observations, and they both verified. They also had an arbiter there, which I think initially Carpenter was initially a flat earther proponent who was going to Carpenter wanted to be. So there's a whole amazing story.
Yeah, but wait a minute, I stand corrected. But wait a minute, what happened was but Carpenter went to jail because he refused to. You know, it's an honourable thing. You know, if you don't pay you go to jail, man. Right, so he went to jail, but got found out very quickly, or when a few months, that Wallace had actually cheated.
No, he didn't.
Well, he did, and Carpenter got exonerated. I've got the document.
Absolutely not. The only way he avoided all this was he gave money to his wife or something to avoid having to pay up, and then eventually I can't remember what this is. I must admit, this is going to be part of my video. I've only covered half this story. He didn't get exonerated, absolutely not. But there was some reason why. I think basically Carpenter gave away the money all the money he had to avoid having to pay up. He then had to go to jail because he didn't pay up. But there was some long legal action that in the end that meant that Wallace never got his money, but Carpenter was bankrupted as a result. And Wallace said it was the worst thing he'd ever done in his life, and he gives an account of it in his book called My Life, which I haven't fully read yet. And some guy called Bebby, who turns up on Bev's turn, he's got a book by someone else who was covering.
Okay, I'll read that, Rumpus, because I like that. I like, I've got one. I'm not saying you're totally wrong or whatever, because what you're saying, you obviously know the story, right? I'm going to look at that because it's very interesting.
The fulsome account of what happened is documented by Wallace's autobiography, and there's this called My Life. I've got a link to it somewhere. I'll tell you what, when I give you this DM, I'll give you the link as well. If you as you're kindly going to help.
I don't doubt it. I can find it myself.
Okay, well, it's called My Life. It's an autobiography called My Life by Wallace, and he has a whole chapter on this. It says the worst decision he ever made in his life was this thing bet with Carpenter, and he goes into excruciating details about the something like 10 years worth of legal pain he went through and didn't get this money in the end, and it cost him God knows what. So that gives the full account. And there's another account of the same thing.
That's another side from what I've heard, and that's fine. I'm going to look at that because, as I say, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't change my opinion, but I like historical things. Well, here's the thing, right?
It's a right fight, anyway.
I need to say to Bandsaw Bandwidth, I heard a conversation the other day, right? And it was about, tell me that someone that's been uneducated, you know who I'm talking about, He said, who's uneducated, that, made an amazing discovery or whatever, right? And I was listening to it, it was probably about 2 weeks ago, right? And my first thought was Michael Faraday. When they said,
that's right.
When I said that, he left school at 14, ended up a bookbinder, decided He loves it. But it was like one of those things, the questions I was like, fuck, I want to get in there, kind of thing. Because there is people like that. The guy was uneducated, and if you look at, there's loads of them. There's loads of them that made all these discoveries, and they chose to. Michael Faraday, what he did was he was so interested in science and stuff like that when he was bookbinding. He read all these books, and in those days in London,
I think he became a bookbinder. I think he used to attend the lectures by Sir William Davy, and then he became a bookbinder.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't remember if he was a bookbinder for him or before that, and then he became a bookbinder for him when he gave his lectures.
He was before him. What he was is his father died. I think his father died dead young, right? But his mother, he didn't come from a rich family or whatever. But his mother made sure, and he went to an education, but because of the circumstances, at 14, he decided to go earn a bit of money. And in them days, he was a bookbinder, so he was binding books, and he got this fascination as a young boy, especially in the 18 or 17, I can't remember. But in them times, reading about science and things. And
he used to attend the lectures. That was the thing that did it. He went to some William Davy lectures, as you could do. You could just walk, as you can do now. But of course, there wasn't the
That's
TV.
What he did.
He kept on walking to these lectures. I mean, I don't know if people hear, but I attend literary festivals and things. It's amazing when you see an intelligent person talking and giving a lecture. It's just awe-inspiring. And he went to these repeated lectures by William Davy. Was it William Davy?
Imagine Rumpus, right? In them days, right? Forget about what's now. In them days, right? He went there, and that's right. He went there, and he actually, what he did do is he wrote down word for word that guy. I think it was that guy Davies that took him out in Europe. He took him to the France, Vienna, on his lectures, and got him to write down, instead of filming with the video cam, he wrote it down. He bound them. At 14, I think he was about 16 when he actually listened to a lecture. He bound it. He wrote it. He bound it, and he sent it to that guy Davies, or whoever it was, right?
Humphrey Davy. Humphrey Davy's the name.
Humphrey Davies, right? He was so impressed. He asked, obviously, look. And Humphrey Davies gave lectures all over Europe with science and discovery, electricity, and all that man shit. It was like the big thing at the time. And he took this young fucking 16-year-old dude, and he wrote and he listened, and he came up with a fucking theory of electromagnetism. So people from, he didn't come from rich people or whatever, but that was the point. That was the thing.
Oh, you're right. Yes, he was a bookbinder actually before. That's what led him. In fact, that was how he did a lot of his reading, because he did all this bookbinding. He actually read the books, and that was what interested him, as you were saying.
And his pocket money, he used his pocket money to go to the lectures you talked about in the Royal Institute of Science and whatnot. Yeah, he used his pocket money. It's a great story. And it doesn't matter what you think the world is, man. There's stuff there's amazing history there, amazing people. So,
apparently, it says here, I've just gone to the Wikipedia page. It says many of the tickets for these lectures were given to Faraday by someone called William Dance, who was one of the founders of the Royal Philharmonic Society. So in fact, he didn't have to even pay.
Oh.
William Dance, he was one of the founders of the Royal Philharmonic Society. So he actually, and then, as you say, Ali, he then subsequently sent Davy a 300-page book based on his own notes taken through those lectures. And Davy was so impressed that he then employed him. And of course, Davy damaged his eyesight. There's the other thing. Davy damaged his eyesight in doing one of these experiments. In fact, he's making one of my favourite chemicals, nitrogen trichloride, and then Faraday sort of took over as his assistant because he'd hurt himself, hurt his eyes.
There you go, man. And I'm not anti-science. For me, that's amazing. I get a buzz off of hearing them stories when I read about Faraday. And the only reason I ever learned about Faraday is because I got into flat earth. Forget about what the shape is, but I learned about these guys.
Yeah, I do wonder sometimes the fact that some of these people had to put such an effort into learning things and reading things. I mean, if you sort of read an old textbook, the amount of effort you have to put into understanding what the hell's going on. I mean, if you ever read the Cavendish paper, the amount of effort you have to put into understanding is much greater than the effort in reading a modern textbook. And you can think that if they're capable of understanding what the hell's going on in these sort of old style textbooks, that means you get a sort of deeper understanding of what the hell's going on. Whereas these days, you know, you can just use a bloody Wolfram Mathematica or something, and you don't have to really understand the underlying stuff. You get a real grip of the underlying stuff with these old ways of doing things, and therefore I think that deeper understanding actually helps you to understand it more, and means you can then develop it further. Whereas you can just pick up quite a lot of knowledge these days with very little effort, and in some ways that means you don't get that deeper understanding. And I think these old style scientists did, who had to put enormous amount of effort into just doing anything and reading anything.
Yeah, I totally.
And sending letters to
Brilliantly
them.
said.
Good.
Brilliant. Yeah.
I think actually the letter writing is also important. If you have to write your ideas down on paper repeatedly and send them off, I think the this is one of the things that my boss used to say, is that when you're writing code or something, the fact if you don't just do it, you think about it harder. And in fact, he was even suggesting using pencil at one point rather than coding it. They're saying that there's some suggestion that by putting effort of writing things down in pencil rather than in a computer, the fact you've had to put that much effort and think about it that much harder, you actually tend to come up with better solutions because you've thought about the problem harder rather than just banging some stuff out and then just going with it.
They always say, there you go, right? It's always, yeah. I can't. I had a friend, right? I had a friend of mine, and she used to say to me, you know what you don't know, you know. And you saying that, it's the same thing.
Say that again. You don't say again that phrase.
No. You know what you don't know, you know.
You know what you don't know, you know.
Yeah.
Well, of course, there's I have to think about that. The key thing is, of course, you don't know what you don't know.
Sometimes we're unaware. It just simplified. It just means sometimes we're unaware, actually, how knowledgeable we are. For example, you've obviously gotten into conversations. You're a freestyler like myself, Rumpus. You've got loads of knowledge. You know how things work. And so you can kind of freestyle, and that's like a natural thing. But sometimes you actually surprise yourself. There must have been times that you surprised yourself you actually knew this, right?
There's certainly sometimes when you're explaining things and you say something, you suddenly realise you said something moderately profound, or something is by explaining it or saying something, you suddenly go, oh God, you suddenly realise you've sort of taught yourself something by just saying something, and you didn't. Yes, there are definitely examples of that. Yes.
But and that's what that means. That's the whole context of that. That's what it means. You know what you don't know, you know. So it's like so there's my friend, we had I'm pretty scientific, but I'm also into the other side of it, and she was talking about the other side, and that's how I took it. Actually, that's right, because it's subliminal. You know, sometimes you might even react. You don't know why you react, but when you react, it's the best thing for you. So, you know.
No, I do agree with you. You do find, I mean, I think it just happens just in general life, not necessarily through science, where you say something or sometimes you're arguing with someone, you say something without, you just said something automatically, and then you actually think, oh, look, what I said there, God, actually, that's a really good point that I've just made. You don't quite realise why you said it, and then you think actually examining what you've just said, and so it came from a lower level, and you sort of consciously interrogate what you said. Yes, that's a good point now, and then you suddenly discover that's worth developing. But it's almost like sort of automatic knee-jerk reaction that something else said it, and then you think about it consciously, and then think, oh yeah, that was a good point I just made, wasn't it?
Yeah,
or not. Or sometimes you can say, oh, that was bollocks, of course.
Yeah, of course. Loads of times, man. But not too often. See if your thing is, honestly, Rumpus, this is great having a conversation with you about that, because that's like totally. But sometimes you can choose, as long as you're aware of, you know, what you're doing, kind of stuff. But
Sometimes
that's it.
one friend of mine, God, this is when about 20, made this very point when he was drunk. He was saying that when he was, sometimes when you're drunk and so you get to answer a question, you actually say something sensible, and you sort of almost hearing yourself and saying, "Oh, I actually made a sensible answer there, even though I'm feeling incredibly intoxicated," as though you've devolved the answering to a particular question or something, or to some lower part of your being, some lower functioning consciousness not affected by the alcohol. You're thinking, "God, I said something intelligent, even though I don't feel capable of speaking," but in fact you do.
Yeah, exactly. He went past the drunkenness as.
Well, this also comes back to another important point that they've discovered, that when you decide to do something, that in fact your muscles, the thought of you doing something, there are certain things that you do where things start to happen before you've had the thought of doing it. And this is why they're a bit confused about how the brain works. So, for instance, the decision to move your arm or something, your arm actually starts to move before the associated thinking part of your brain says that I'm going to move my arm. And they've demonstrated this is a real thing. This is not something that's just some sort of airy-fairy thing. This has been scientifically shown to be the case. The thought that's connected with the movement of, say, an arm, or something to do something consciously, actually it's almost as though your brain is on the receiving end of the information, like something else has made the decision, and then it informs your consciousness. Yeah, we're moving our arm, mate. Catch up, keep up to date. And it's rather confused. There's a lot of literature about this, and scientific literature, and they don't really quite understand what's going on. But your brain almost seems like your conscious brain in some ways seems like a slower, trying to keep up with the developments that are going on in the real world. And it's not being initiated in your consciousness, which may seem a completely contradiction, airy-fairy piece of bollocks. But no, it's actually a scientific fact.
How about this, Rumpus? Right, here we go. Right, I've what shall I say? I've been involved in different. I've had lots of friends that do martial arts, and they're very good at it. I'm like, well, teach me, and I've basically been a punch bag and stuff like that. But about the fact that you're aware before things happen, right? And
that's what you're about to describe is sort of motor memory. That's not what I've been describing. Is not quite the same as saying, for instance, when you get something hot and you hurt your hand, it doesn't have to go to your brain and consciously think, "Oh God, I'll move my hand away." And similarly, when you're driving, what happens is that the actual process of driving, for instance, goes into your lower brain, and you don't have to think about it consciously anymore. When you're first learning to drive, you think about it consciously. What the hell's going on? You make a cock up, and gradually as you get better and better at these things, like or playing tennis or something, and you don't have to consciously think of what you have to do. You leave that to your lower function of your brain. In fact, there are more neurons in your lower brain than there are in your higher brain.
Yeah, I know that. Rumpus. No, that's it. I'm going to liken it to martial arts, right? Is that you can actually see that movement in other people. If someone's going to hit you in certain martial arts, you can see it's micro movements. Right, as you're moving,
you're talking about watching someone else move. It's coming to attack you, and you just want to know what they're about to do. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but the thing is, right, but it's the same thing. You're giving a message out, so you're standing there, right, and you actually make movements like a micro. They're called micro movements, right? Before you're aware of them, they've got in science what you're talking about, right?
Oh,
they've
right.
got in science. They've got in science.
So you're responding to someone. So in other words, you're responding to some potential attack more quickly than you decided to do.
Yeah, but the thing because you can feel the micro movement, right? But the point I was agreeing with you there is they proved that before you actually do something, you've already decided what you were talking about.
Yes,
they
indeed.
measured it on a mic. That's so amazing.
I mean, it's not much.
You know?
It's only half. It's less than half a second. I think the difference is very small, but nonetheless, you can demonstrate that this is happening.
The point is, it happens before. It's like you know what you're going to do before you know what you're going to do.
Yes,
kind of thing.
Indeed. It's a bit weird. It suggests almost like there's another brain going on, and your conscious brain is is just receiving a message somewhat later than after. We made a decision, mate. Oh, by the way, I'm now informing the conscious brain this decision has been made, and we're going to wiggle our arm or do something. And whereas you feel obviously as though you made the decision, but it seems as though, in fact, actually, to some degree, you are the receiver of you are the slave to something else, and you're just following orders. Which doesn't feel like that way, of course, but it could be almost as though there's a sort of conscious side of things, and then, and this is all part of the Americans saying, "Oh, they're trying to find themselves." I mean, obviously, it goes into that sort of realm of
and that's
dubiousness. But there is something anyway. There is something physiological about this. There is something that goes on that means that decisions are being made before you actually consciously make them.
Yeah, and the problem with the people that believe, it's spiritual and hangman, it's all hairy fairy. What you said, it's all hairy fairy, but
we can measure this.
Exactly.
This is not just hairy fairy, because we can actually measure these things where the muscle action. We can see when the signal to the muscle to move, and you can find the associated part of the brain, the conscious brain, that's made the decision, and you can see that one is occurring before the other. But the wrong way round.
But there was civilizations, and there's books written about this hundreds of years ago that this was a phenomenon. So we shouldn't be amazed by it. But this has been a phenomenon. People have known about this phenomenon for hundreds.
I'm afraid I don't have any regard for old text. I'm sorry, just because it was written down 1,000 years ago. There's lots of bollocks written down.
No, not 1,000 years ago. I could quote a guy called Huxley.
Aldous Huxley.
Aldous, but his great grandfather, or his grandfather, Henry Huxley.
Is that the Darwin supporter?
Yeah. He's the bulldog. Yeah, exactly. But his during his childhood, right, in the early 1800s, right, as a 14-year-old, right, he served as an apprentice for a thing. It's called mentalism. No, it wasn't. It was mesmerism, right? And what he was, as a 14-year-old, he got sent away by his parents to go here to practice. And what it was about is they understood that the body had their thoughts were the body had an electromagnetic field around them, and he was getting taught how that there was a big thing about healing, which got poo-pooed, but he went and a member of as I say, Albert Henry Huxley, Aldous Huxley, and
it's called Thomas Henry Huxley. It's called Darwin's bulldog.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Yeah, he was called. But if you go back further, as I say, as a 14-year-old, he went and done this, and there was a thing called mesmerism, and I was thinking, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, but he went and studied it. But there was an actual. If you actually look into it, we do have a electromagnetic field. That's science, right? Can be measured.
Yeah, well, we use electricity in our body to obviously drive nerves and things, and
but
we have
potential. But we have an electromagnetic field around us, and that's a scientific fact.
Yeah,
there's a little.
we use electricity. Our body uses it. Yeah, electricity body uses electricity to do all sorts of things. Therefore, it generates a field.
Right. Okay. Right. So, but now let's go back to the 1800s. This time, when you can think, and if I could, for example, I could show you a trick. Where you could heat up your hands and make. You wanted to measure energy or heat. I could get you to do that, and you could produce higher heat than you would expect to do just by doing a little certain thing. And these people understood, right, fuck, this is what you got, the study got into, is they imagine it could be true or not. It doesn't matter. but they imagine that as a metaphor, they've got this thing around their hands and someone's sick, and they can put their hands over there and they can feel disturbances within a electromagnetic wave, which we've got electronic meters that can read it or whatever, but these people believed they could do that. And
Yeah, I know.
he studied that.
Yeah, but it was bollocks though.
Well, you know,
mesmerism is bollocks.
Yeah,
no scientific
no,
basis.
I don't know. I can't say yes or no, but I can't say you're wrong. I don't know, but I do understand in science we've got an electromagnetic field. These people talked about whatever. So
yeah, well, don't forget, as you were saying with Faraday, they didn't really. He discovered electromagnetism in effect. Faraday discovered that law of induction and things, and they didn't really understand electricity until sort of the mid 19th century. So it was all
yeah.
I mean, they didn't. Although that's what they invented a battery. I suppose Volta. And when did Volta create the battery? They were confused between what electricity was. Some of them thought it was an animal. The animal electricity was different to the electricity you could generate with a battery, and it was only Volta who then established they were both the same thing.
Yeah. All right. That's right.
So that was So yeah, we didn't. That was some years before the. When let's see when Volta was around. He was the one who. He had a big argument. He had a big argument with the someone who claimed that the animal volts and
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was a big argument and between these two people, and the Volt. I think it was oh, for God's sake, Volta, Alessandro Volta. That's it, Volta. And he was around. Oh right, yes, he was quite late. Yes, so we only started inventing a battery in the sort of turn of the early 1800s.
Okay. Right.
And there was a fight over whether or not, as I say, between animal electricity, which you could generate, for instance, if you did something like frogs' legs was their favourite thing. If they poked it with, it was only I think with a thing of frogs' legs, they poked them with a voltage and they could get the legs to move even though the animal was dead. And it was only at that point they decided that the voltage that generated by animals was the same as that generated by batteries and things. And Volta was the advocate of that. And some other guy was having a huge argument with for decades, and they have a huge fight. I can't remember who it was. Oh, Galvani, that's it. Galvani was the one who believed in animal electricity. That's it. And so they had this huge argument for God knows how long, and it got very, very vicious until eventually Volt. That's where we get the unit of potential difference, the volt from, won the day and said they were equivalent.
It's the fact it got very, very vicious, you know. I mean, and I get it. I can imagine because I've read books from that time and they were brutal. If you came up with a new theory, man, you got ripped to shreds, man, or you got opposed or whatever. So yeah.
I can't remember why it got particularly vicious. I think Galvani even died as a result of this fight or something like that. It was a real
Galileo nearly got fucking hanged by the Spanish Inquisition. Bruno, he was a goner. He got done over. But that's what I'm saying. It was dodgy in them days to say, hey, by the way, do you know something? I don't agree with.
Well, this was a scientific. It wasn't quite so bad. By the time we got to Volta and Galvani, it was a scientific battle, but they were quite abusive to one another, and
psychologically, then,
yes, they weren't going. It wasn't quite like Galileo. But I mean, if you want to talk about another huge battle, then the discovery of how to solve a cubic equation was a huge fight in the 16th century when they were when someone who claimed they could solve certain sorts of cubic equations but not others, and then someone released this secret on how to do it, and then they sold the secret and they didn't, and someone else said they weren't going to believe it, and they did, and it turned into these huge battles about solving cubic equations, and it was an absolute mega fight. And people lost their reputations and taken to court and shunned by society and God knows what. SWOT over these claims and counterclaims, because these things are really valuable. If you could solve a cubic in those days, then you were, you know, if I gave you, if you understand what a cubic is, with just something with a cube in it, so x cubed, so say 3x cubed plus 2x squared minus 3x plus 1 is equal to 0. That's a cubic equation. And they could only solve quadratic ones up to that point. In other words, with just an x squared in it and no higher powers. And there's this solving, and it was the discovery of how to solve that equation that led to the concept of imaginary numbers, if you're familiar with that, square root of -1 and all that. That was the consequence of solving cubics. Anyway, that led to a huge fight. I can't remember if it might have even been a duel involved or something. I'm not quite sure about whether someone had stolen the rights to it. So these things, these scientific and mathematical discoveries did get a bit vicious. Well, of course they get a bit vicious now. I mean, you get Dawkins versus some of these other scientists shouting at one another, and so I suppose it does. Much of it continues when you really believe you've got right on your side. Your whole career or something is involved in having one side, and then you get someone else who challenges it. Then even these days, scientifically, you can have these quite large battles, but they used to be really vicious in years gone by. And I think Galvani is the same.
If you can get online in archive.org, right? You can get what do you call it? Lectures out the Royal Institute of Science from like 1800s. You can actually find some of Newton, but you can get Faraday and other scientists of the time. Their lectures, you know how they write them out. You can read them.
Well, of course, Newton was an A1 bastard. I mean, he and Leibniz were fighting over who invented differential calculus, and it turns out that Newton was first, but he kept it quiet for a decade or something, and then Leibniz came along and then used the modern notation that we know, if you're familiar with that, how to differentiate something and get the gradient of a curve. And Leibniz appealed to the rules.
I've heard the names, but I don't. I've heard the name. I know Newton or whatever, but Leibniz,
the modern notation,
I don't know the intricacies. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you wanted to work out the gradient of a curve, if I gave you a parabola and I said, "Tell me what the gradient of the curve is," at say x is equal to 2 on an squared function, and I said to you, "What's the gradient of the curve?" You do that. To do that, you need to do something called calculus, differential calculus, and Newton invented this, and you need it for all sorts of engineering. You need calculus for all sorts of physics and engineering, and Newton invented it in 1670 odd, and Leibniz, but he kept it quiet, and then Leibniz also invented it independently, and he uses what we would now call the modern notation. But he then appealed to the Royal Society, which was the premier scientific institution in the world at the time. And he appealed to, and of course that was being run by Newton. So, so I think it was after Leibniz, and then Leibniz died, I think, and then Newton then did a review from his position as the head of the Royal Society, sorry. And then he said basically, no, Newton was correct. Leibniz was talking bollocks. So there's the fights are, and of course Newton was fighting with everybody, including not Bacon, Roger, the other Hooke. That's right. This is when he used to abuse Hooke. He made the phrase "standing on the shoulder of giants," and of course Hooke was some deformed dwarf or something, and it was an attack on basically attacking Hooke.
Is that what that was? Yeah.
Yeah, it was supposed. I mean, not everyone agrees with it, but a lot of people do. Saying he deliberately, Hooke was the contemporary. Was also head of the Royal Society before Newton, and he did a lot of fantastic work. Did Hooke, and Hooke, Newton, and Halley used to have lots of chats to one another. And it was that Halley that got Newton to kicked him off within.
That's where Halley's comet came from, wasn't it?
Exactly. He was a bright lad, was Halley, and he got Newton to do all sorts of work on Newton, on the universal law of gravitation, and all sorts of motions of satellites and things. It was him who got him to. I think it was him who got Newton to show how the inverse square law, that sort of stuff. And Hooke was part of this triumvirate, and but Newton hated Hooke for some reason. Well, Newton hated everybody basically, so the fight. Yes, these fights go on in the scientific world.
He was also came from a single parent family as well. His father died very young as well.
Okay. Oh, wow, I didn't know that, but
Yeah.
But anyway, but Newton, of course, yes. Anyway, Newton was a bastard to everybody throughout his entire
God,
life.
all I'm saying is, right, all I'm saying is God bless mothers. Love your fucking mother no matter what. Because these women, that's why they were celebrated as, you know, the moon was celebrated, which was the representation of the female god or whatever. Because they give birth. Men, imagine,
They do
right?
give birth.
Yeah, they do, and that's what it is. That's why. Well, that's why you should celebrate, because they gave us. No matter what I think of Newton, or I disagree with him, he was a great thinker, and he inspired a lot of thought or whatever. So shout out mothers, single mother families, man. He done well, man. He done fucking well for being coming from a single parent family. That guy done well, no matter what anybody thinks.
Right, we go into social science now. Okay, all right. Okay, yes, he was a. Yes. Anyway, so basically, these fights that happen between scientists were vicious in times gone past, and they're even vicious today. I mean, you think of scientists being quite well behaved, but in fact, even these days, they get into quite vicious battles with one another. But not quite.
And they disagree. They disagree, Rumpus. So the fact that they disagree about everything, why? I mean, for me anyway,
Not
personally.
everything.
Oh, they
Just some
do.
things.
They do. Well, look. Well, for me, the biggest thing is how the start of the universe, right? How they how the Big Bang Theory or whatever, right? Or quantum fluctuations, or quantum fields, or whatever, right? Or how it ever started, right? They disagree with that. So I'm thinking, right, so if these guys are disagreeing with each other, and these are the supposed experts, why the fuck should what? I'm going to pick a side then. I'm going to pick a side. I
Well,
believe
they only
everyone.
disagree about the finer details. They don't disagree. For instance, quantum. The received understanding, for instance, of quantum physics is accepted by 99% of all people. In fact, occasionally there's some people who wander off, like there are some strange guy who's got some alternative idea about how gravity works based on thermodynamics or something. But 99% of them, 99% of them do agree on, say, what happens with quantum mechanics. And the point is, they got to, because things like experiments, these people don't just have theories and say, well, that's it, I've had an idea, I'll sit down now. No, someone else, an experimentalist, goes out and tests those ideas, and then we know, for instance, the mass of an electron, the way it behaves, and we've got pictures of them, we've got photographs of electron levels and things inside atoms which match theory. So now we've got experiments that back up the theory. And so similarly with the Big Bang and inflation theory, people proposed 4 or 5 different theories for what happened after the Big Bang, and then we get something like the cosmic microwave background radiation, and that eliminates 3 or 4 of the theories, because the pattern of hot and cold on there doesn't agree with 3 or 4 of the theories. So then you chuck away those theories and you're left with the ones. And eventually, through observation and experiment, you then filter out all the crap theories and you end up with the ones that work. So there is what you will do is you'll, in the news or whatever what you're talking about, there'll be something where there's some small amount of contention. So dark matter is obviously a bit contentious.
All right, okay, wait a minute. Let me say then, right? So you talked about the microwave, the background microwave.
Cosmic microwave background radiation, yeah.
Yeah, cosmic. Right, okay, the radiation or whatever. Right, so the theory was it'll be homogeneous, but it wasn't.
Correct.
So,
but lots of theories say exactly how not homogeneous it is, and the inflation theory accounts for... Well, the inflation theory said... No. The inflation theory made a prediction about how non-homogeneous it was. They then had better and better resolution maps, WMAP and things, and they then agreed with the inflation theory. And so they said, aha, there we go, this inflation theory made a prediction. We finally got the resolution we require of the cosmic microwave background radiation, and it matches what the inflation theory said it would be. So therefore, another theory said it would be something else, and so we throw away those other theories, and we left with the inflation theory.
Do you know how many models they had for the that fucking cartoon that you seen? Do you know how many models they had there?
Or what? The creation of the universe?
Well, the picture, the explanation that they gave
The
of the
doubly map.
theory. Do you know how many models they had to pick from?
Well, I have no idea. You got someone?
Yeah,
Have
of
you
course,
been by
because
who's? I don't know who they is, but if someone sitting, hold on, someone sitting on a park bench might have an idea. Is that included in one of the potential models, or are you
okay.
talking about scientific
So,
institutions?
yeah, well, scientific institutions. Every
Okay,
model.
well, I mean, there could be some Chinese institutions that got some ideas as well. I mean,
No,
adding
the
these up,
map,
I think,
that
would
was
be
a
quite
model.
incredible.
But they had a choice of models of 10,000.
Quite possibly,
10,000.
I suspect that's a bit on the high side.
Possibly. Right, so here we go. You've got a pick of 10,000 models, and you get this signal back. You go, hey, look, I've got one here, by the way. This one fits. There we go. We're predicting it. It's not homogeneous. It's not nothing. But they found a explanation for the anomalies.
The inflation theory had credibility before. Hold on. Well, maybe you claim there are 10,000 models. I'd like to see that there's evidence of that.
Right.
But the point is, this guy. Hold on. Let me just finish. This guy Guth, the guy Guth who proposed the inflation theory, he was well respected. So that was one of the competing. Was well regarded as a. Hold on. Let me just finish. Was well regarded as a model. It wasn't just like there was 10,000 kicking on the floor and we just pick up one that correlates. He had lots of other good reasons to believe in his model. And then the evidence that came along with the better and better maps of the microwave background radiation then supported him.
Right, okay, so what you do is then, right, so Google, right, announcement of the first gravitational wave for that, right, and they actually had
gravitational waves is different from the start of the universe. Hold on, you've now changed the subject. Hold on, have you changed? Hold on, are you talking about the? Hold on, I've got confused now. Are you talking about gravitational waves now, or are you talking about the start of the universe? Which of those two are you talking
W map, and that's what it was. The W map. That's what it was.
Okay, were you talking about gravitational waves? That's a separate subject.
That was the image that they got.
No, that's nothing to do with gravitational waves. The gravitational waves have nothing to do with the microwave background radiation map. Two completely different subjects.
All right, actually. Sorry. Right, okay. Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah. The prediction then for that. Well, I need to. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Anyway, so there were lots of ideas as to what the microwave background radiation would be. And I can't remember, there were 4 or 5 believable ones, 4 or 5 credible ones written by people who were bright. And then the inflation theory was one of them, obviously. And then, but people believed in the inflation theory beforehand. They thought that was the most likely one. And then the other 3 or 4 theories, when they got this detailed one, about 20 years ago, the doubly map one, they then said, okay, that agrees with the one that we actually thought was most likely. And we then kicked out the other 3 or 4 other leading contenders.
No, but they didn't think it was. I got mixed up there, but they didn't think it was. It was going to look like that because that wasn't what their theory predicted when they seen it was homogeneous.
No, it wasn't. Well, it wasn't homogeneous.
Well, it is because there's
the inflationary theory. The inflationary theory said it wasn't going to be homogeneous.
Go and look
but
at
it looked homogeneous. When our very first map of the cosmic microwave background radiation, the resolution was so small, it looked homogeneous, but the inflationary theory said that it shouldn't be. And it was only because the theory said, no, we should have a non-homogeneous background radiation. They then went ahead and then generated higher resolution versions of it, sending up satellites with a higher resolution detectors. They then detected the predicted non-homogeneity. So the non-homogeneity was predicted before it was observed. Like many things in science, you don't start off with a phenomenon. You start off with an idea that something should exist, and then you go away and search that area of interest, and then you find the predicted phenomena.
But the inflation, but the inflation theory's been it's been
It's been
debunked.
revised. No, it hasn't.
Well, it has.
There have been various forms of the inflation theory. So some
Alan
of the
Guth
older ones.
wrote it. Alan
That's right.
Guth
But he
wrote
modified it.
got
He upgraded the theory to some degree, but it's fundamentally what.
No, he
it's
never.
Fundamentally,
He never. And that's what. No, he never. He got the Nobel Prize. This is how. After the Big Bang, there was this fucking inflationary period where the universe expanded or whatever, and that's why.
faster than the speed of light. Yes.
Yeah, and well, actually, I kind of. That's good that it involves that, but the point is. But he said that it expanded. But now one of the co-writers, the guy Steinhardt, Brian Steinhardt or whatever, or a co-writer, came out years ago, and they've known that inflationary theory hasn't been valid since 2011. They knew it was.
I think you'll find it's still the accepted theory, although
it's not.
It's a bit contentious. It's a bit contentious still. It's not because there's some. For instance, there's I think
this was one of the writers. This was one of the co-writers.
Well, that doesn't make him right. But Ali, that doesn't make him correct in what he's saying.
Yeah,
he could have fallen on his head. Goodness knows, he could have, just decided he didn't like Guth anymore. Who knows?
Right, I agree, but it doesn't make him
Guth
wrong.
hasn't changed his position.
He has.
No, he hasn't. Hold on. This is a claim. This is an important claim. You're claiming that Guth no longer believes in inflation theory. Is that correct? Is that your claim?
Yes, it is actually.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I don't believe that for a moment.
But we're going like.
Go on, then. You Google. You go find a citation for that.
No. What it is, what I've said by what I've done by that. You go and what you usually do is go and look for yourself. That's what you usually do.
I am. That's what I'm doing. Well, you've made the claim. You should back it up.
No, I don't need to. You're going to prove me right or wrong.
Okay.
I don't need to do any work. You're going to prove me right or wrong.
Well, if you're going to make a claim, you should back it up.
Yeah. Say Guth. For example, Google Guth changes opinion.
Well, I've asked if he's retracted it.
No, just as he changes opinion on, maybe not retracted it, but changes opinion.
Well, I told you he upgraded it. I told you, didn't he? You claimed he hadn't. You were the one who said he hadn't, and I said he had.
Right, okay, he upgraded it. Okay.
Well, so he modified it slightly, yes, but it's not. But you implied that you said inflationary theory had been refuted. No, I don't think so at all. No one, I think, claimed they've refuted it.
Do this right. Paul Steinhardt, Science Institution.
How's that? Steinhardt. How's that? Oh yeah, Paul Steinhardt. Okay.
Yeah, he's a fucking.
Here we are. Paul Steinhardt disowns inflation theory. He helped create.
Not disowns.
That's what it says here. That's the name. That's the name of the title. There's an article in Scientific American in which says Paul Steinhardt disowns inflation, the theory he helped to create, which is this is presumably what you're referring to.
Hey, Rumpus, have a look at what I posted.
I didn't know about that, but it was a video that I watched.
Well, it's actually agreeing with what you said. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but that's not what I'm... But on you go. Yeah,
well,
you read it.
It encapsulates exactly what you're claiming.
Rumpus, stop talking for a second. Have a look at what I posted. What's up, Ali?
Okay.
What's up, brother?
Okay, looking.
How you doing, AC?
Good, bro. Good to hear from you.
That's good to hear you as well. And Rumpus, I have to say, come on, guys, kudos to Rumpus. It's been a good interaction, right?
Has actually been, it has been a good one to listen to.
Yeah. So it's not a bad day.
Started off a bit rough, but
it's not a bad day. It's not a bad.
Yes, actually, I mean, it's not universally accepted. But that's different. The Big Bang, as I actually did say this about 5 minutes ago, that there are some. I didn't get the sentence fully out. that I think something like 30% of people, cosmologists, don't agree there was a Big Bang. Now, I'm not quite sure if the lack of a Big Bang means there wasn't inflation. But although it says it here, if there was no one-time Big, there was no one-time cosmic inflation. Well, that says no one-time cosmic inflation. That's being quite careful there. So it could be that there are several, because what I've read is there are several Big Bangs in effect.
Well, yeah, they keep changing their mind. That's what I want to show.
Well, you're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Rumpus, what do you think? Here's a question. Rumpus, 1 second, right? Forgetting what we just thought. What's your opinion of what reality, the universe is? What is it? How did it start? And you know that kind of stuff.
The obvious. Well, the.
What do you think, though?
Well, okay, I believe I'm no Alan Guth. So when someone says Alan Guth could say, you know, black is white, and I basically have to go with him because
you're a very intelligent dude, by the way. So don't start.
These people make me look like an idiot. I mean, so what I understand is I believe there's a quantum fluctuation, just like we have quantum fluctuations that cause things like radioactivity.
What do you believe?
I'm telling you. So I believe there was a quantum fluctuation, just like there is in radioactivity, where you have a random event. So, for instance, radioactivity, you cannot make a prediction for a single atom undergoing a radioactive event, just like we can't predict, for instance, quantum theory is random at its heart. So, for instance, an electron could be in one place, one nanosecond, and in theory it could be the other side of the universe in another as a result of a Schrödinger wave equation randomness. It's unlikely, but that's what can happen. That's what the quantum, the Schrödinger wave equation tells us. Random things, it's based on randomness. So similarly, you get these quantum fluctuations where things like particles, virtual particles, come and go randomly, and all sorts of events are governed by randomness. So some sort of random event, some quantum fluctuation initiated the universe, seems to be my level of understanding, and then that led to then I'm not quite sure. There's the Big Bang, and then there's the inflation part, and I can't quite remember which one. There's I think some of the textbook I've read by a guy called Mark Tejmark. Tejmark.
I know. Tejmark. He's Dutch. Yeah.
I didn't think. No, I think he's Swedish.
No, I think he's Dutch, but he could be Swedish. But I know who he is. I know who you're talking about.
He's a guy really worth reading.
Yeah, he's good, man. He's a philosopher.
He's absolutely brilliant. Max Tejmark. And he's written a fantastic book that I've got called Our Mathematical Universe. And I must admit, the first 4 chapters are difficult enough, but he tries to put them in little boxes at the end of what you've learned at the end of each chapter. And if you want to get a grip on understanding the main theories and in very well described book, then I would recommend Max Tejmark to do it. And I think, and in the latter part of the book, last 3 chapters, he goes into the most amazing claims about, and he's Swedish, by the way. He makes the most amazing claims about what could be happening. In fact, I think he also suggests that the theory of time is the B theory. In other words, that everything's determined. So, anyways, lots of really wacky stuff in that
right.
book.
That's nice.
I think he makes that because I think several people have shown that the B theory of time works and not the A theory.
But he majored in philosophy. He's a philosopher, but he's scientific.
No. He was one of the key people on the cosmic microwave back. He's not some airy fairy philosopher. He actually did
No, but I've seen him on the Science Channel. I know the guy Max Type. I know how he looks.
Tejmark.
Well, it's Tejmark.
Yeah, Tejmark.
Yeah, but whatever he's called. But I'm sure he was Dutch. I don't think he's
Tejmark. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Or it could be.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? But he's
I wonder if I think it's pronounced Tejmark, but it could be Tegmark, I suppose. I can't remember. Yes, how do you pronounce it? I mean, someone how you pronounce that. Yes.
I don't know. In Danish, because I live in Denmark, right?
Right, yeah, he's Swedish.
Yes, Swedish. My apologies. All right, okay, so that'll be Teg.
Yes, perhaps you're better qualified to know how than I would.
That'll be Tegmark.
Ali, Rumpus, have you guys ever heard of repulsive gravity?
Yes, that's part of the. It's called inflate. It's called inflaton or something.
Yeah, have a look at what I just posted. What these magicians claim.
I'm just finding out how to pronounce Max Tegmark. It's Tegmark. Okay. It's Tegmark, not Tegmark. Okay, Tegmark. I've just. Okay, I'll have a look at that. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah. And it's called inflaton or something. I can't remember what the name of the force is, but it was only in existence for this period of inflation.
Yeah, so magically, when they wanted it, gravity was a repulsive force, and then when they needed it, now it's an attractive force. But wait a minute, then Einstein came along and threw all that stuff out.
Well, it's not gravity. This is another force completely. It's not like gravity changed its behavior. There was another force in action at those small dimensions. I mean, surely you're aware that.
Read the literature.
I know it says a repulsive form of gravity, but it's not gravity. In other words, it's trying to say there's a repulsive force, but it's not gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it says here. Oh, it actually says general relativity describes gravity's distortion of space-time and allows for the possibility of repulsive gravity. Oh, okay. Yeah, but I thought they couldn't do that because I thought you needed a positive curvature for space-time, and I didn't think it was possible to have a repulsive form of gravity. Okay, well, that might be.
Neither did I, but that's what it says here, and these guys just make shit up, Rumpus.
Well, no, they don't. They do not. I think you think that they just get up, have an idea, and say, "Oh, we'll go with that." But Einstein spent 10 years on going through the maths to justify general relativity. This is not, and then they has to be interrogated and peer reviewed, and he has to explain these things in detail as to why he thinks they're the way they are. And this is not just something they've thought up one night and then come in the next morning and said, "Oh, yeah, we'll have this." They don't do that. They have to justify
Rumpus,
every single line they come up with.
Hold on a second. Rumpus, you just said there's no such thing as repulsive gravity. What are you talking about? And then you read it, right?
Well,
and then you accepted
as I understood general relativity, you couldn't have repulsive gravity. But if there's a guy, if you've got this quote from some credible source, like someone like Guth or Sean Carroll or some other really clever chap, I'm going to defer to them. I can barely write out the Einstein general relativity formulas. I'm not going to argue with some guy who spent 30 years understanding this stuff. But I had thought that it was impossible to have a repulsive force of gravity because the curvature of space-time only went one way. But that was something I read from someone else. But, that was me picking up some information from someone else. I didn't prove that myself from pure maths. I had to rely on some clever person telling me that. So if some another clever person has come along later and said, no, I can show that original idea is wrong, I'm going to accept it because I can't argue with these guys. Because this guy, if he's made that claim, hold on, if the guy's made that claim, Montreal, hold on, Montreal, he would have had to have made that claim to other people and justify it. So it's not just like he had an idea and comes off the top of his head. He would have had to have justified that if you've got a credible source. He has to go to his peers, he has to go to lectures, he has to publish a paper that then gets peer reviewed, and then they say, and if someone else says you're just talking bollocks, mate, because I can show with maths you're not.
Can I just say something, Rumpus? The thing is, Rumpus, you're more intelligent, and this isn't bullshit. You're more intelligent than probably anybody that's tried to tell you, or you think that's more intelligent than you.
I hate to say that, Ali, but you're right. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, and that's what he's missing. He misses that. He's arguing, and he doesn't realise how intelligent and you're more intelligent than you realise.
I know. When I read stuff, I've talked to intelligent people, and their intelligence is scary.
You're fucking intelligent. What do you mean? Intelligent?
Yeah, but there's grades of it, and I am a moron in comparison to people like Sean Carroll or Guth.
No, they've convinced you that you're a moron.
No, they can show me. I can barely open my. I have been in environments where I've had to deal with these people in Montreal, and I can tell you that I would dare not open my mouth because they can say things in a nanosecond to get to some conclusion, demonstrate their know much more about the subject. They're much more intelligent than I am, and I can barely understand what they're saying, and I can only just about keep up on their coattails.
Yeah, because they say gibberish, Rumpus. They say stupidities. That's why you can't keep up with it.
It's because I can spot gibberish very easily, and what you don't when you're not very bright, clever people saying clever things looks like gibberish. When you've got a slightly more appreciation of what they're saying, then it's no longer gibberish, and you need to be sufficiently intelligent to understand someone else is a bit more intelligent than you are. Unfortunately, if it was a really clever person, I suspect even these really clever people, and they were to go along and meet someone from outer space or something, got super intelligentness, they would probably not understand what the hell was going on, saying this sounds a bit like gibberish. But as you learn more, you appreciate more.
Let me respond. The magic trick, Rumpus, has been played on you and a lot of other people. The whole objective of these guys is to convince you that they have the answers. So you've been conditioned to think that somebody is always smarter than you, somebody always has the answer, and you've been conditioned to accept this, Rumpus. Believe me, these people are not smarter than the rest of us.
I can read the text.
The only other caveat, the only other caveat I'd add there is that Rumpus doesn't believe that anyone would also lie to him. It's not only that these people are so it's also the caveat that he doesn't think that no one would lie to you. Everyone is so specialized in their field, and everyone is but like that's the thing though, because I've talked to you.
The point is, what you don't understand is that all these people are rechecking one another. They can't get away with telling fibs and making stuff up because all these people are fighting like rats in a sack, trying to come up with a theory that will sustain interrogation and experiment. And so they can't come up with some old crap and come together because the institutions around the world, if they did that, would immediately spot this and then come up with some, oh, look, these people were talking bollocks. I mean, Einstein, for instance, he overturned the orthodoxy of the time. It took him a few years to get through, but he did it. And he didn't just come up with some random idea. He had to face the skepticism of the entire world for much of what he was doing, certainly with general relativity. And eventually he pulled them all round when they realised all the arguments and all the evidence in the real world, like, for instance, the behaviour of the orbit of Mercury and other real world stuff, and all the stuff we've seen since, has all reinforced that he was correct. These people do not just come up with some crap and then just say, believe me because I'm me. No, this science is, the great thing about science is it's checking itself all the time. And I'm not qualified to compare with all the thousands of scientific institutions around the world, full of thousands of people, each one of them, all doing this checking, to think that I am in a position, I'm not a professional scientist, can compete with that. So I accept the authority of these people, and because they work, I mean, they come up with computers, aeroplanes, all sorts of amazing stuff that works. They've been tested in the real world.
That's technology. Cosmology is a different thing. I'll give you an example, Rumpus.
They make predictions.
Hold on. You talked enough. Give me 30 seconds. Okay, example, Guth and the expansionary theory, right? Mm-hmm. That is not a proof. That's just a theory. By what mechanism, what caused the universe to expand in a billionth of a second? That's just sheer nonsense. That came about because they needed to explain the expansion. How can you believe that? What proof is there?
Right. The proof is in the eating. The inflationary theory makes a number of predictions about how our universe should be before we had the data. So before we had the high-resolution cosmic microwave background map, the inflationary theory said, this is what this will be like. And then came along and then took some high-resolution images of the universe. Oh, no, look, they all agreed with this inflationary theory that Guth had. Now, I don't think inflationary theory attempts to explain where the universe came from. It just says what happens afterwards. So I think you're getting mixed up, I think, between the origins of the universe, the very thing kicks off.
No, I'm not mixed up at all.
Guth doesn't. I don't think inflationary theory has anything to do with how the universe started. What it just
said
says
about anything about how the universe started.
Well, you did. That's what you said.
No,
you said the Big Bang.
No. I said,
okay, repeat what you said. Then.
What is the mechanism behind the expansion theory?
No, you didn't say that.
Said.
No, you didn't. You said something else. Now,
well,
that
if I did, and you misunderstood because I clearly did.
No. I was very careful.
What is the mechanism, Rumpus?
Yeah, that's different.
Behind the expansion? What
yeah,
is the
that's
mechanism?
different. That's not what you said before. But anyway, we'll go with that. That is indeed what inflationary theory covers. That's not what you said initially. But yes, so that is indeed what Guth is interested in. It makes some predictions. It talks about this inflationary force, the one that you found, and it makes some predictions about how our universe will look. And guess what? Our
What
universe
is
will
the
just
mechanism, Rumpus? The mechanism of the expansion in a billionth of a second, Rumpus.
Well, they put it down to this inflaton. I think it's called inflaton.
Yeah, they make shit up. What the hell is an inflaton?
Well, we have mathematical descriptions of it.
Right, mathematical descriptions of an inflaton. It's nonsense, Rumpus.
No,
You know
it
it's
makes
nonsense.
predictions. No, it's not. If you have a mathematical description of something that actually matches the real world, you can say there's a pretty good chance that that's correct.
Okay, what is an inflaton?
It's a bit like
It's
a bit like gravity. Hold on. It's a bit like the gravity situation with Newton. Newton said we can show there's the inverse square law. The force between two masses is this, and dependent on the inverse square law and the masses and this constant g. Although he didn't actually specifically identify the constant because he didn't do that in those days. So he said this is the formula that works, and he would then pressed on it. He said that famous letter where he says, "Do not ascribe to me the way this works." He didn't bother to try and explain it because he couldn't understand how this mechanism would work. All he described was, this is the formula, this is the mathematical description that he knew worked. And it does work. The formula he gives works. And it was only when Einstein came along and said, well, why is this the way it is? He was unable to explain that. So in a similar situation with this Guth inflation thing, he said, this is the stuff, this is the formula, the maths that describes how it works, but why this is happening, he probably couldn't tell you. So we're just at that level. We need another Einstein. Hold on, nearly there. We just need another Einstein to come along and say, well, why is it that way? Go ahead.
No, the question was, they saw that there was a problem. They couldn't explain the uniformity. And instead of saying, holy shit, man, we don't know what the hell we're talking about. This dude, Guth, came up and said, oh, I can fix that easy. Oh, yeah. We'll just say, hold on.
And what is shown to be correct.
Hold on. We'll just say that the universe became like this in a billionth of a second, and we'll call it the expansionary theory, which explains
you just think he came off the top of his head, woke up one day and said, we'll have this. But he has got a whole body of work.
That's exactly what he did.
Exactly. No, he didn't. You see, that's where I'm afraid, if you really believe that, then you really need to think a bit hard about this. He came up with a body of work to support that theory, and it makes predictions. Before we knew about the microwave background radiation, he came up with that theory and said, this is what it will be like. This microwave background radiation. Then we detected it, so it's this is there. Then we got, it wasn't high enough resolution to match what the inflationary theory said. The inflationary theory that he came up with said you'll see certain non-homogeneity, and it'll be of this form. And it's only recent, 20 years ago, when we had the WMAP images of high resolution, that they then matched what Guth said. So it's not like he just said, I think it's like this. He came up with intricate predictions about the shape of the cosmic microwave background radiation. He didn't just draw something on a sketch out something. He said the maths will give you this particular shape, and what's more, we then see that.
It doesn't matter what shape. It doesn't matter what shape.
But it's not like he had a thought just off the top of his head. He had to go through.
There is no explanation of the Rumpus. Don't talk over me, please. There is no explanation of the expansion theory itself. What made it expand in a billionth of a second from a small little thing to the huge thing it is now?
But then I've just described the situation. This is like the Einstein-Newton situation. Newton had worked out the maths for gravity and what happens, and he can make predictions with it and how you could do satellites and orbits and things like that. And then Einstein came along and he then said, I don't understand how something you can have action at a distance, how this object over here can affect that object over there instantaneously. He knew there was a problem.
He realized what kind of bull it was, and he said,
but he was right. Yeah. Everything he did, but he said, this is the equation.
He wasn't right.
Listen, you're over-talking me now. He was absolutely correct. He said the force equation between these two objects will be this, and that's turned out to be completely correct. But what he did say was, I don't understand how instantaneously this thing can affect that thing. And he was indeed correct. There was a problem because, in fact, it doesn't happen instantaneously. Einstein then came along and said, he said Newton's equations are correct, and this is the reason why they are the way they are, why Newton's equations are the way they
So
are.
Newton was wrong then. It's not instantaneous. Newton was wrong about that, correct?
About that part of it. Well, I'm not even sure he did. No, when he knew there was a problem.
You can't even say that he was wrong, can you, Rumpus?
Well, hold on. I think he even said that he had to assume it was instantaneous, but he said there was a problem with it. He said he didn't like it. I don't believe this. There's no mechanism here to do this, but nonetheless, here's my equation, and it works. This is the force.
Yeah, but he was wrong, though. He was wrong, right?
He didn't make. I think he avoided the claim. He said, "Well, for the sake of purposes of my thing, I'm going to say it's instantaneous, but I know this is not how it works." So
he was wrong. He was wrong.
He wasn't wrong. He was correct. He said, "I'm going to assume it's instantaneous, but I know this is not how it works." So he was absolutely correct.
So he was correct about being wrong. Okay.
No, he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong. He was completely correct.
They can't say it. They will never say he was wrong.
You don't understand the subtlety. If I say to you, I believe that the moon will do X, Y, Z, and I'm going to propose a mechanism that covers this, and it has and one part of my assumption is going to be that I'm going to assume this particular feature of my theory, but I know this doesn't work. So I'm actually correct. So I get the results that I want, but I say to you, I've declared that this part of it that I've assumed or installed in my theory doesn't work. It's not correct, but it seems to create the results that I want. And that's what Newton did.
So that part is incorrect, right?
No, it's correct to say that that's not working. It's correct to say I've got this thing I've made an assumption on, but it gives me the results that I want. So in other words, he's correct about every part of this, and the theory overall worked. So it's every part of it.
Rumpus, hold on. Rumpus, the part that he said that wasn't correct, he was correct about the part that wasn't correct. Correct?
He was correct in saying he's making an assumption about the way it worked, and he knew it didn't work in that way.
So that part was incorrect. Correct?
No, he was correct about his analysis.
Yeah, he was correct in saying that part is incorrect. Correct?
I don't think he knew there was a mechanism. He didn't have to say that it was. Perhaps I'm not quite sure if he did say it was instantaneous. He just said,
"Come on, man.
I think what he did
bro. Give it up.
No, you're not understanding the subtleties here. I think he just basically proposed there is a mechanism by which the force is communicated, but he didn't know what it was. But he's just going to say it is. So he wasn't correct.
So he was wrong. It was not an attractive force. He was wrong, right? Einstein proved him right. It was the bending of the fabric of space-time. Correct.
Which manifests itself.
That part of Newton was wrong. Correct.
No. Einstein said that nothing in Newton's equations was wrong,
except the matter attracting matter part. Except
but it does. That's how it manifests itself. It actually manifests itself as an acceleration, which is effectively a force.
Yeah, but not that each matter attracting matter. It's because of the bending of space time,
which then causes that.
But it's not matter attracting matter. Newton would have been wrong in that aspect, correct?
No. If the bending of space-time manifests itself as matter attracting matter.
Manifests itself, but it's not actually the matter attracting matter. It's actually the warping of space-time.
Which manifests itself in our 3D world as matter attracting matter.
But it's not actually matter attracting matter. It's the bending of space-time, correct?
As that. It manifests itself as that in our 3D
world. It might manifest, but it's not
actually
that, right?
In the 4D world, it's not doing that. But in the 3D world, it manifests itself as an attraction.
Oh, in the 4D world. Oh, what is it doing in the 4D world?
That's where space-time exists.
Exactly. That's where Einstein's theory overrode Newtonian theory and said, it's not
Newton's wasn't
matter.
Newton's theory wasn't a 4D theory.
Rumpus, don't be rude. It's not that matter attracts matter. Einstein came and he said, well, look, now it's not matter attracting matter. It's the bending of the fabric of space-time. Correct?
And that manifests itself in our 3D world as a matter attracting matter.
That's a whole bunch of gibberish. I hope everybody's listening.
Well, it's quite simple. Newton was working in 3D, and he said in 3D you get these equations that account for forces between things. Einstein came along and said, well, actually, our 3D world is a projection of a 4D world, and we have bending of space-time, which manifests itself in our 3D world with which we're familiar as mass attracting mass. And he said that he did not agree with Newton in any respect.
But the equations are different,
So
right?
Newton
The equations are different, right? Like the equations from that you would get from mass attracting mass from relativity doesn't match exactly the Newtonian
Not
one.
exactly, but
the equations are
Yeah.
the equations are wrong. Newton was replaced.
So I
No, it
think
wasn't
it's
replaced.
fair.
No, they used. If they were replaced,
Fully
they'd be
replaced.
used. We use Newton's equations for positioning satellites in space, so they're not replaced by anything
20
that Einstein did.
I think
20
it's fair to
citations
say
saying that. Hello? About 20
Einstein's
citations.
equations. We do not use
No,
Einstein's
Rumpus,
equation
that
to
was the
position
turn.
things in
The
space.
Let Jeremy have a word there, Rumpus.
Christ. People cut each other off and they both stop, and then you think it was your turn to go again? Are you fucking high right now?
You're going to make a point.
So the point is, Einstein can get you about 10, 20, maybe 30 citations, all telling you from mainstream science saying that Einstein replaced Newton.
It doesn't. If you NASA do not
So you're a
use
science denier,
Einstein's
it's fine.
equations to position satellites in space. They use the Newtonian ones. So it hasn't been replaced.
You're a science
It
denier,
has
it's
not
fine.
been replaced. They use
Mainstream
Newton.
science says it
He
has
has
been
not
replaced. You're a science
been
denier.
replaced. He's not been
Mainstream
replaced.
mainstream science says it's more precise when the precision is necessary. Mainstream science doesn't say Newtonian mechanics are not useful. Mainstream science says all this shit, even though you want to say something else.
They have said that Einstein has replaced Newton, and anyone that's going against that's just a straight up science denier.
They use Newton, Jeremy.
Just
Jeremy,
ignore
NASA
everything I fucking
uses
said, Jeremy. Every
Exactly.
fucking day you come in here and say some shit I didn't say.
Yeah, I thought you said that very well. I thought Doofus, I thought you said that very well, actually.
I think there's a common
even
ground.
address you.
All right, come on, guys, calm down, guys.
Doofus said it very well. He said
I think there's a common
precision
ground.
you
Ain't no one
require.
talking to you. I'm in a mid conversation with Rumpus. You jump in like a fucking nutcase.
Did I say it right or not?
I'm not even talking to you. I don't give a fuck what you said. I didn't address
I know
you.
you don't care. You don't care about the truth, Jeremy. This is very obvious.
I'm in the middle of a conversation with Rumpus, and you jumped in like a fucking lunatic.
Okay, Rumpus, did I say it correctly?
You did. I thought you described it very well. Actually, you described. I think
Okay,
your
what the fuck's the
phraseology
problem
was
then,
very
Jeremy?
well.
Fuck
You
what
said, in
you
other words,
said.
the
I'm not addressing you. I didn't talk to you coming like an asshole. I'm not addressing you. I'm in mid conversation with Rumpus of his science denial of Newton getting replaced.
But it's not been replaced, Jeremy. NASA have not replaced. Let's say
I
again.
can show you 10,
He's
maybe
not
20
been replaced.
citations. You're a science denier.
But
Can I find a common ground here? I think there's a common ground to be found here.
Newton. So you're claiming that NASA and all those other people who deal with these sorts of equations in space have replaced the Newton ones with Einstein equations, are you? Because they haven't. They use the Newton equations. He has not been replaced.
Are other people allowed to join the
Citations,
conversation?
I'll get them. It's fine.
Yeah, go ahead, Bacon.
Right. So I think it's fair to say that he replaced Newtonian mechanics as the most accurate explanation, for example, which doesn't mean he replaced in practical terms. So if you just say if it was replaced or not, I think that requires a little bit more context. So it's not just wrong or just it's not wrong to say it replaced.
Yes, it is. It's two different freaking mechanisms. Completely nothing
I am
to do
agreeing.
with one
I'm
another.
agreeing with you.
Let
I'm
me
agreeing
please
with
finish
you.
my sentence.
I don't think you're
One
listening.
is an attractive
I
force.
wasn't finished, Essie. I wasn't.
I'm sorry.
agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying it's correct to say one replaced the other, but in the sense that they replaced as the most accurate explanation or the better explanation.
But
They
the
did replace in
Einstein
that
one,
sense.
the Einstein one reduces to the Newtonian one in the 99% of cases you have to do it. Therefore, it's correct.
Exactly.
We deal in all sorts of
But that's not
situations where we
that's not
take.
the point.
Yeah,
We're not saying whether or not it's correct. We're saying whether or not it's replaced.
For instance, if we're dealing with general relativity and we don't use quantum mechanics, for instance, to deal with the curvature of space-time, we can't. And similarly, you don't use general relativity when you're dealing with the quantum level. So all these equations have their fields of competence, and the Newtonian one works perfectly well and is totally unchanged, such that NASA can use it to position satellites in space, whether it's Pluto or God knows wherever. They're perfectly acceptable. Newton has not been changed. It's just that area if you go to stranger areas like in black holes, then you have to start considering Einstein. But providing you don't do stuff like that,
No,
or unless
you
you're
don't have to go that
really,
far.
unless you're trying to do GPS, where you do have to consider Einsteinian stuff. But the Newtonian part of the force attracting mass is perfectly functional, has not been superseded. Einstein said it hadn't been superseded. It works perfectly well, and we can use it. And is used by NASA and
There
every
we go.
other
I got
space
something from
agency.
astronomy.com. From astronomy.com. Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity replaced Isaac Newton's gravity. This is science for you. This is science for you guys, right? Astronomy.com.
But not
in the sense that
but not in the field that we're discussing. So if you're in a black hole, then yes, you would start talking about
astronomy?
replacing. Yeah, but no, Newton. You can use Newton to determine things like
In the universe,
cosmology.
space, everything in the universe, not in the but.
But you want to keep cutting other people off, Jeremy?
it did replace it as a better explanation. It didn't replace in practical terms because it's still being used.
I mean, even rotation of galaxies, for instance, you can still use Newton to work out whether this dark matter exists or not. That, in fact, that's what Newton. They talk about whether or not the Newton equations have been modified as an alternative to account for the dark matter. So we talk about is this Newton versus the dark matter, and Newton's equations led to the existence of dark matter. We don't talk about Einstein there, so it can explain galaxies as well. So Newton's equation is very applicable. It's only in very strange situations do you have to worry about Einstein, or unless you're worried about really incredible accuracy, like you do with GPS satellites, where you do have to consider Einsteinian modifications. But for most of the time,
Rumpus.
You interrupted me, not the other way around.
Man, wrap it up, bro. I'm going
okay,
next.
right.
So
But my point
knows.
is that Einstein agreed that where it's appropriate to use Newton equations, they have not been superseded.
Okay, that's a cool story. Now we have astronomy.com. These are your mainstream science guys, right? They're saying that Einstein's theory of general relativity replaced Isaac Newton's gravity. Notice the word replaced.
In certain situations, only in certain specific situations, Jeremy.
Yeah, this statement alone doesn't disagree with what we are saying, actually.
Which part of replaced do you not understand?
I do. I specified to you two contexts.
Full of fucking shit, man.
Yeah, I gave you two contexts. One in which it did replace, the other in which it didn't. This sentence alone doesn't give you either of those contexts.
I feel your anger, Jeremy. Trust me. I've been doing this with these guys forever.
Einstein's equations reduced to Newton's equations.
We all know that.
Did you hear me talking, Rumpus? I just wanted to say something. Jeremy, the start of your sentences come in a little bit soft. All right, so you may be getting over-talked for that. I don't know if it's your game or whatever. Yeah, so just making you aware, mate.
So let's just remind you. So Newton's equations pop out of Einstein's equations for 99% of the circumstances. There are only special circumstances where you have to use the Einstein stuff.
Can you Google the word replace, please, Rumpus, and read it out to us? What does it mean?
Can you Google the word precision and look that up too, SE, while you're at it?
Sure, I can do that, but let's start off with that word, replace.
Now we can start off with precision, because as I mentioned several times already, Newton's equations still work to the level of precision necessary for what they're used for, and Einstein's equations are only necessary if you need additional precision.
We've been talking about the word replace the whole time. We're starting there. Fuck where you want to start.
No, fuck you, because every single time I bring up this point that one can be used when the precision is not required, you want to go ahead and say that the one replaced the other, even though it can be used. So fuck you, Jeremy.
We're already talking about the word replace, so we can get onto your bullshit later, but for now we're talking about how it replaced Newton.
Einstein doesn't agree with you, Jeremy. When he wrote a letter to this effect about Newton, he said, well, nothing I've done replaces or supersedes what you've done.
Well, that's too bad mainstream science didn't give a fuck about what Einstein thought, because because mainstream science is sitting here telling you that Einstein replaced Newton.
NASA doesn't agree with you.
Andrea Ghez, 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner, telling you Newton was wrong. Do not understand about
this is one of those corner guys,
if he was
Rumpus, that
wrong,
you
then
claimed.
NASA
Why
wouldn't
don't
be
you
using
believe
his
him?
equations. NASA
Rumpus,
wouldn't be using it if he was wrong.
Rumpus, what Jeremy just told you, it's one of those smarter than you guys that you were saying before. Why don't you believe him?
But I am agreeing with him, whoever this guy, I've no doubt I do agree
Nobel
with him.
Physics Prize winner.
But only in certain not
Nobel
in
Physics
situations.
Prize winner.
Yeah, Nobel Physics Prize winner. Answer Jeremy, please, Rumpus.
What's this? Give me the link. Give me the link to this guy saying this. Have you got a link to this? What he said, Jeremy?
Okay,
Went over
can I
this
ask,
several times.
can I ask two questions here? One for Globers and the other
Hold
for-
on, Bacon. You'll get your chance. Hold on. Let's clear this up first.
Well, hold on. Jeremy's busily going away getting a link. Hopefully, SE Montreal. He doesn't need to be left time.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So for the people in my side here, can we agree that in terms of the explanation, the best explains motion in the macroscopic level, the most accurate one? Einstein did replace Newtonian as the most accurate explanation.
Okay.
Is anyone in my side that disagrees with that?
Right, so you said the small scale Einstein stuff is
No,
wrong.
the macroscope. No, I said in the macroscopic level.
Oh, you said macroscopic. Okay.
Yeah, the most accurate explanation was replaced by Newtonian mechanics. By Einstein relativity, right?
Right, the explanation is Einstein relativity currently.
Well,
Right.
on the macroscopic
Okay.
scale, providing you're not dealing
Yeah,
with
that's what I said.
that actually
That's what I
Newtonian
said.
works. Yeah,
That's
the
what I
Newton
said.
works
Right.
quite.
So
Newton
and
works
now,
quite well.
okay. So now my question to the other side is: can we agree that Einstein relativity didn't replace Newtonian mechanics in a practical way? Which means that in practice, when people are dealing with motion, they didn't replace the formulas from Newtonian to Einsteinian. They still use Newtonian. Do you guys agree with that one?
Absolutely not. First of all, the formulas are one thing. You can do whatever you want with math and formulas. You can make them coexist. Just hold on. Let me finish. The fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter what mathematics you do. The mechanisms of these two different theories are completely different.
So
One is
are the
matter
formulas.
attracting matter, and the other one invokes a fourth dimension, adding time to a fabric of space, making space-time. It's completely different, gentlemen.
That's not answering my question.
What is the end result of Einsteinian? The end result of those computations is that masses accelerate towards other masses. In both cases, Einstein and Newton described the exact same effect with different levels of precision.
Negative. Only
that wasn't
mathematics. You can do whatever you want with your mathematics. I repeat,
Yeah, I posted the
the
citation.
mechanisms.
You can
I
say
posted
that
the
lie as many
citation.
times as you want, Essie. It will never make it true.
One sec.
I posted the citation. Yeah, 1 second. I posted the citation in chat.
Right.
As 2020
yeah,
Nobel
we
Physics Prize
we're
winner.
not denying your citation. We all understand that was claimed. We're not saying that wasn't. We agree it did.
Nice
But
find, Jeremy. Read them and weep, ballers. Read them and weep.
that is not disagreeing with what I'm saying. When I
Indeed.
asked you if it was
What
replaced,
you're saying, that buries rumpus.
No, it
Buries
doesn't.
rumpus right there.
In the
2020
no,
Nobel.
I wasn't finished.
Are you
I
smarter
wasn't
than the
finished.
physics prize winner?
I wasn't finished.
Prize.
My ask to Essie was if he replaced on a practical way, and he said that the formula doesn't. Well, actually, they do, because you have different formulas. You have one formula from Newtonian mechanics, and you have a different one from relativity.
I didn't say they don't work. I said I don't give a damn about your formulas. You're stuck in math. Your world consists of mathematics.
In the meantime,
I wasn't done. I'm just saying that the formulas are different. So if they're using the formulas of Newtonian mechanics, then they are using Newtonian mechanics. If they're using the formula from relativity, then they're using relativity. You can't just say that.
Great. People can use old science. We know people can use old, outdated science all day. Great. In the meantime, we got the 2020 Nobel. In the meantime, we got the 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner saying Newton's wrong. Einstein.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about S answer. My question, because he said.
Great, great. Is Rumpus here still?
Yep, I'm here. But by the way, you do realise that article you've just Jeremy, that article you've just posted from, that article is about the flaws in general relativity and the fact that ultimately we're going to need a quantum theory of gravity, and therefore the general theory will be surpassed by a quantum theory of gravity. But the point is, as Newton's theory of gravity works perfectly well, except in some peculiar circumstances, and therefore it is correct. In the areas that we apply it, Newton's theory is correct, and Einstein says so as well.
You know what the irony of
Another
all this
quote. I
is?
got another quote. Hold on. 1 second, guys. 1 second.
Doesn't matter how many quotes you have the same statement in.
Laws of
If
physics,
they all
including
say the same
gravity, should be
thing
valid
and we
everywhere
all
in the
agree with
universe.
it,
Said
then it
yes.
doesn't matter how
Shut
many
the
times
fuck
you
up.
post them.
Doofus, hold on.
Up. Who cares about your fucking bullshit? The laws of physics, including gravity, should be valid everywhere in the universe, said Gez.
Yep.
Okay.
Newton. That's a wrap on Newton right there.
But
Game
as
over.
I said, Newton is correct where in the vast in
Okey-dokey.
the areas where we
You
choose
have
to use
them.
it, it is correct. In the areas we choose to use it, i.e., around the Earth, etc., around in the solar system, and actually on the galactic scale, and just it is correct. The Newton's equations are correct, and Einstein said so. So
once
back
again,
off and mod
and they're
this.
used
Guys,
that.
watch
That's why
the
they're
over talking,
used.
please.
But Jeremy, that's why because they are correct in the environment we choose to use them in, i.e., in the solar system. That's why NASA uses them, because they're correct. They're not incorrect.
Okay.
You want to go, Jeremy, or you want?
If they were incorrect, we couldn't
I'm gonna
use them,
back
could
off.
we?
Why I want you guys to just watch the over talking.
Oh, Jeremy, there's something wrong with your mic, bro. Because I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I spoke and then I heard you speaking after. Now there's something up with your mic, bro.
Or it might be the level you've got for detect. If you've got it on the
check.
your settings, whether when it kicks in or not.
Is it good now? Is it good now?
Yeah,
It seems
close.
Yeah, you're closer. Yeah.
Great.
Go ahead. I'll keep quiet, Jeremy, because I didn't even think you were trying to speak. Go ahead. Do it with Rumpus.
I'm good. My mic's still fucking up, I think.
Well, you seem to be okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When did you hear me start counting?
4. 4.
3, I thought. Wasn't it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? I thought I heard.
I thought you said
Yeah,
3.
it's cutting out the beginning of my shit. Maybe there's a lot of people talking. Anyways, go ahead, guys. Watch the fucking over talking. If 2 people start talking at once, both of you guys stop, please.
So the point is that Newton is correct in the circumstances that we apply it in the solar system and even at the galactic scale. It is correct. The equations work. We can use them. Therefore, they're correct. If they were incorrect, you wouldn't be able to use them. So there they are correct. But obviously, just like every other general theory of relativity, you can't apply at small scales, the quantum level, and we can't apply quantum theory at the universe level. Every equation's got its own area of speciality, which we say it's correct in those areas. And similarly, Einstein's one has a wider field, though it still fails at the quantum level. We have all these overlapping equations that work in different contexts, and the Newton one works perfectly well and is correct for the situations that we use it in the solar system. And therefore, it is correct.
Rumpus, you would make a good lawyer. Unfortunately, if you came across a persecutor like me, you would have your model handed to you. For one.
Well, I'll tell you what, ISC. Sorry, a quickie.
That was a nice play on words.
In the next few days, we'll have this little debate about your problem, your claim that the Earth model is contradictory about drop and hump, and we'll have a little chat about that. And perhaps if you want to bring on a friend or something, and I'll show you, get you to go through this claim of yours, and I'll hopefully demonstrate to you that your claim is invalid.
Yeah,
one more. Hold on, SE, real quick. One more quote from Nature. This is from Nature.com. 1916, Albert Einstein publishes GR in full mathematical detail that opened the window over radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newton's formulations of the laws of gravity. That's from Nature. You're science deniers. You're straight up science deniers.
No, but you see, as I explained to you,
are a fucking
no
science
equation.
Denying.
Jeremy,
Tables have
no
turned.
equation.
How the tables have turned, Rumpus.
No,
You're
you haven't.
A fucking
Listen to
science
me.
denier.
No, I'm not. Because every equation, you seem to think that every equation that we've got in science works in all circumstances. They do not. They have their own fields of competence, their own areas of competence. As I said to you, the general theory of relativity by Einstein, and that article you originally cited to me, was all about how they believe the general theory of relativity is going to break down. At the quantum level, Einstein's theory doesn't work. The quantum theory doesn't work at the large scales. All these equations we've got have areas of competence, and Newton's area of competence is on the type of environment we find ourselves in the solar system and on the Earth, and they are correct for that environment. And Einstein said so.
Talk your way out of being a science denier. You can't do it.
Well, you don't understand that. If you don't understand that bits of science work in different areas of scale and speed and density. And if you understood that, you would realize there is no universal equation that works everywhere.
But Rumpus, you just denied two high esteemed the scientists that Jeremy brought to you. You're a science denier.
No, I agree with them. No, I agree with them. But I'm not agreeing with Jeremy's conclusion where Newton is wrong. They would not claim that Newton was wrong in its application where we believe it to be correct in terms of solar system and positioning satellites in orbit. They would agree that Newton was correct. And they would also agree that in those circumstances, Newton's formula is that Einstein's formula reduces to Newton's formula. In fact, it has to. Because we know that Newtonian stuff works, and therefore Einstein's formula has to reduce to the Newtonian case.
So in the solar system, Rumpus, the Newtonian theory is right, but in the universe, it is incorrect.
Well, you can even use Newtonian over large.
In the solar system they use Newtonian, but in the universe, right, and far beyond, they throw Newtonian out with the baby and the bathwater.
No, they don't.
And they then bring in Einsteinian.
At the larger scale, it's not like a galaxy.
So then what part do they use of each? Do they use a little bit of this?
So for instance, even at the galaxy,
a little bit of that?
Even at for a galaxy, you can still use Newtonian mechanics to determine what the hell's going on. It's hold on. Can I just finish, please?
Well, I'm just doing what you just did to that gentleman.
Well, no, he finished.
No,
he finished. He definitely finished. No, he definitely finished. Stop being a wanker. Can someone mute him, please? Can someone mute him?
That's what you did, and as an audience, we can't hear him when you do that.
Can someone mute him? Can someone mute him, please?
We can't hear him.
Yeah, can someone mute him, please?
Right.
So the point.
Rumpus,
the point is
when you do it, we can't hear what he says.
You can use Newton. Can someone mute him? So Newton
can be used.
Can someone please mute him? There must be someone here who can mute him. So you can use Newton and the galaxy. You can use Newton.
As the audience member, I couldn't hear
him. We've got to mute the guy.
So you can use. Someone else is talking.
Come on, can we mute him?
Someone else is talking. Yeah, but Jeremy, you do understand that Rumpus did the same thing while the other guy talked. I couldn't hear a word he said.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
Hold on, I gotta mute you both. I gotta mute you both.
Difference. I mean,
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Whoever's talking right now is getting muted. We couldn't hear him. Rumpus, knock it off with the interruptions. Let's not interrupt him.
I was just trying to
get our piece out. Try to make
interrupting Jeremy, Rumpus.
No, I thought Bansword stopped. That's why
I can't hear what Jeremy's saying, Rumpus. You're interrupting him.
I kept on stopping when I thought Bansword
was telling people to not interrupt.
Jeremy, can you mute Rakia? It's just no good here. So Bansword.
He's right now. You muted me as I was.
Jeremy, can you mute him, please? We're not
You interrupted Jeremy. I don't even know what Jeremy said. Can Jeremy repeat what he said while Rumpus was talking?
Jeremy, can you mute him?
While Rumpus is talking through me also?
He's determined to be a wanker.
No, Rumpus is interrupting everyone.
Okay,
Jeremy,
relax. I'm having headphone issues. Stop.
God damn.
Take 5, guys. Take 5.
I'm just trying to finish. I've only got 5. I've only got 10 seconds.
Rumpus, be a big man. Let the other guy finish his sentence so we can get on. Just be quiet, Rumpus, and let the other guy finish his sentence.
You just cut off SC. You cut off everyone that's talked so far. You're 100%.
Be a big boy, Rumpus. Come on.
I didn't hear a word Bansal said because Rumpus clipped him the whole time with his up.
All right.
But I need it.
All right.
I know.
Yeah,
Rumpus, chill the fuck out, man.
Okay. I'll say what I said again, Rakia, so you can hear what I said. Oh, it doesn't matter now because anyway, Rumpus ain't gonna be listening.
What's up, Bandy?
Just 1 second.
Hey, Grim. How you going, buddy?
I'm still interested in trying to get your point across, though, because I really was getting interrupted by it too. I mean, my ears
fair enough.
feels like that interrupting your thought pattern.
My question was, Grim, like, you know, we've got these two theories. We've got Newtonian and we've got Einstein. Now, for the local level in our solar system, it seems that Newtonian is quite okay, but in the biggest scheme of things, it has to be Einsteinian. Now, my question was, do we use part of Newtonian and part of Einstein, or do we throw Newtonian out with the bathwater and not regard that at all and only use Einsteinian? Like, how does it actually work?
Here's what I think he might say, right? The Newtonian is incorporated into the Einsteinian. It's not taking it over and changing it. It's just adding to it.
Yeah, so the answer someone like Rumpus probably would give you, and I would give the same answer, is that if you talk about things that are relatively small and relatively not fast, and when I say relatively small and relatively not fast, I mean small in the planetary scale and not fast as in the speed of light scale. When we talk about these objects, Newton's gravity and Einstein's gravity say the same thing. Einsteinian gravity literally reduces down to Newtonian gravity in these scenarios. However, when you talk about bigger things and faster things, Newtonian gravity doesn't keep up. It predicts the wrong things. That's when you have to use Einsteinian. It's not that Newtonian is wrong entirely. It still gives the right answer, just the same answer Einstein gives for the small and not as fast things. But when we get to the big, really fast things, Einsteinian is the only one that works.
Well, it can't be the right answer and the same answer if they give different answers. Like, if I'm trying to predict where this other galaxy is going, and I'm using Newtonian, and my prediction is it's going to be over there, or a star in that galaxy is going to be over there, but instead of being there, it's completely 180 degrees behind me. It's not even close to being the same. Not even close.
Yeah, and that's why we don't use Newtonian for the big scale, because it starts giving the wrong answers. While for the small scale, it always gives the right answer.
This is
they
what
give
I'm
the
saying.
same answer.
So you completely throw Newtonian out with the bathwater and only
That's not what he
use
said.
Einsteinian.
No, so the best way of thinking like this, in my opinion, is to equate this to calculators. Is Einsteinian is like the big, heavy calculator that can do anything. But the thing is, when you just do small and simple things, you don't need a big calculator. You use the same easy, just head counting, which gives the same result as the calculator for the small and easy stuff. But when you want to do the heavy, big calculations, you can't do that in your head, like with Newton. You have to go to Einstein, the calculator. They say the same thing for the easy, small things, but when you start doing the big things, that's when the Newton method can't keep up anymore. Like the head counting can't keep up anymore. Okay. So you use Einstein.
Explain to me then, Gummy. We're talking about things moving from point A to point B. That's what we're talking about. Things moving, right, from point A to point B. Okay, then. So that seems quite simple, really, to work out things moving from point A to point B. It doesn't actually really seem too complicated, right?
It does.
But point A and point B are also moving.
Yeah. Can I just give a little caveat there? That seems simple during normal speeds and sizes, but then you want to talk about a big thing like, for example, a black hole or a neutron star that's heavy as hell and that's moving at really, really fast speeds, closer to the theoretically, if you want me to throw that in, like, or speeds close to the speed of light. It's not simple. It's just not. Especially when we take things like length contraction, time dilation, and all of the relativity things that come into play.
Well, when we're talking about speeds and stuff like this, we're just talking about bigger numbers. But it's still moving from point A to point B.
No, because it's not just bigger numbers.
Well, yeah.
I would like to say something.
Go, Rakia. Jump in, buddy.
Well, he mentioned time dilation and all those things that they had to, like, not make up, but they had to come up with to support their theory. That's why we have those things. That's
the way he said it was.
So you do know the special.
they were already there and they had to be incorporated, but they were actually made up like magics when they were needed to fill a
You do
mystery
know
hole.
that time dilation and time and length contraction on all of these things were way before during special relativity, not general relativity when we talked about space time and gravity. So it's been there for a much longer time, and it's been confirmed much more diligently than general relativity.
It's still things that during general relativity they had to just come up with to explain why the contraption didn't work or the measurements didn't work. Oh well, this part, contracted, or time dilation took part, or whatever. I mean, they had to make it up to make their measurements work out, because when they did just use normal measurements, it didn't work.
But that's not the same. So we had it from before, and then we're using it now as well for general relativity. That's not the same as saying we're doing general relativity and then we're making things up. It was made up, it was thought of and experimented with, and all of these things way before general relativity was a thing. Way before space-time, way before all of this.
They had to come up with it before that. It's all right. Just let me know when you're done. I mean, you went through a long thing.
You keep
I'm trying to make my point. Yeah, I know. I keep trying to make my point, and you keep cutting me. Yeah, I realize that. That's why I stopped.
Yeah, you keep saying the same thing without responding to it. Yeah.
Anything else you want to add, Doofus?
Oh yeah, definitely. But go ahead.
You don't mind, right? I mean, you just had to cut in there and say that, right?
Because the reason is,
no matter when these things were made up to help support their measurements, they were still made up to support the measurements that weren't accurate. Length contraction, that was during the when they did the light study or whatever. And they're saying, well, this doesn't work. The light doesn't. We got to move this contraption back a little bit, and then it works out.
They seem to be able to fool the world with that same trick over and over again too. Like they'll make observations of things fucking obviously well before that happened. People have been staring at the sun and looking at eclipses and shit well before the idea of fucking gravitational lensing popped up. And then they go, we'll predict that we'll be able to see this thing on the other side of the sun, right? Like, and then
if you factor in time dilation, it worked out perfectly.
Proof of gravitational lensing. It only happens in the solar plasma limb of the sun, though, in the goddamn dense piece of plasma in the sun's atmosphere. But I mean, even though the theory suggests it should happen several solar radii away from the sun as well, you don't see any of that in vacuum-free space, so they call it the area with the much less dense amount of plasma. You don't see any of that fucking so-called gravitational lensing. But yeah, it's definitely gravitational lensing. Right, but that's the point. They could have the most observed event in the entire fucking world. And you're going to tell me, oh, they only discovered the gravitational lensing effect thing after they predicted that they would. That's bullshit, and you guys all know it.
How much is expected several solar radii away? You said it wasn't enough. How much is expected?
It was a couple solar radii, actually. It was expected, but you don't see it that far away. The gravitational
How much deviation was expected, Grim?
I don't know. Deviation, what you're talking about. The expectation, the math, the formula for the proof of the idea of the hypothesis in the first place suggested that it would happen also outside of the sun's dense atmosphere. But no, you only see it inside of the dense atmosphere, meaning that there's an obvious different reason why you're seeing this optical effect in the first place. If it weren't
try this one more time.
The reason, excuse me, no, you don't get to do that. I'm explaining very thoroughly, and you're just interrupting with your little pansy pants.
You said it's not enough, but you don't know how much.
You don't need to know how much when it was asked for. No, I don't. Not to make my point, I don't. My point is that the theory predicted that it would happen a couple solar radii also away from the sun, yet you don't see any of that gravitational lensing in that area of the vacuum free space. You only see this so-called gravitational lensing well within the solar plasma limb of the sun, meaning that there is a very good chance that it has to do with the material in the solar plasma limb of the sun that is bending that light, and not gravitational lensing.
Hell yeah, bro.
The thing is, you keep making.
I like that, bro.
Keep
I like
making.
that. 2 solar radii away from the sun, Grim.
It's in Einstein's papers that it a couple solar radii away from the sun, because of the density and the gravitation of the sun is expected.
Yeah, how much?
Doofus, are you completely skipping over the point?
Yeah,
that
it's
he just
about
told
a
you?
whole solar radii away from the sun.
Trying to hold him to the fire. What I'm asking him to tell me is how much deviation is expected 2 solar radii away, so that I know if we should be able to detect that difference. If we don't know what that difference is supposed to be, then the claim is bullshit.
No, you would have to know that the effect is real in the first place. You would have to assume that the effect is real in the first place to assume that you are getting only that effect at that point. See, that you're assuming that that's a real effect in the first place without ever proving it's a real effect. And upon that assumption, you're requiring an assumption of how far of that assumed thing should I see? No, you don't. You didn't. Either one of those don't work, because the assumption should have been that there's material in this on the solar and the sun that is bending light, because we already know in physics that material bends light, other atoms bend light. So we already know that. We don't know that there's this other thing. So why would we even apply this other thing to the one that is physically there that we know and understand already, to try and supersede it?
The very medium that they're looking through all these light years is in question. This sounds all like made up fairy tale bullshit to me.
So how do we know that we didn't get what we expected?
My point is,
Really low.
He said, "How do we know that we're not getting what we expected?" I think that's what he said.
Okay.
Because all I'm hearing from you, Grim, is hyperbole about how we expected it to be and it's not there. That's all you're saying, is we expected it to be and it's not there. But what Doofus is trying to ask you is, how much did you expect there to be there, and how much is actually there? That's what he's asking.
I've already answered that question 3 times.
No, he's asking because you're using hyperbole. You're using hyperbole of we expected there to be stuff there and there isn't.
No, wrong, dude. I said 2 solar radii away should be the starting of the gravitational lensing, yet you only see it happen within the solar plasma limb. So the solar plasma limb is, let's say, what is that? A solar, it's like half a radii. So you got a radii and a half of unchanged expected optical area, where you're expected to have optical effects, which you don't. So
would it surprise you that it's 2 solar radii away, the amount different that it should have been would have not been enough for us to detect the equipment we had at the time? Would that surprise you, Grim?
Would it surprise here? Would it surprise you if somebody told you that we're shooting light across Earth's atmosphere and it bends, that proves solar gravitational lensing? Wouldn't you say, well, what about the Earth's atmosphere that you only see it happen in? What about?
Don't answer my question, of course.
Right.
Never answer any questions. Never fucking answer any question.
That's the point here. Grim. Yeah, but you get my point, right?
I don't, because what I asked you was at 2 solar radii, what is the amount of deviation expected? Should our equipment at the time been able to pick that up? Yes or no?
Wait. What I asked was, and then you went on to talk about the solar equipment, yes or no, but you didn't really ask a question.
I did. I mean, you just